Chapter 2061. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The myriad Devil Islands was incomparably vast. It was unknown how many times larger it was compared to the universe. Based on this, it could be seen that the galaxy universe was nothing in the chaotic void. The myriad Devil Islands were divided into 4 regions, namely the North, South, East, West, and North regions. Fong Chen's Black Earth tribe belonged to the Eastern District. There were a total of 31 tribes in the Eastern District, and the strongest was the Guardian of the Guardian Palace, who was at the Divine Inscription Realm. The chiefs of the 31 tribes were almost all in the Void Realm. It was just that some Void Realm experts were slightly stronger and some were slightly weaker. Of course, the number of Void Realm experts in a tribe was another factor that determined the strength of a tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe, the Han Tribe, and the Ste Tribe. These 3 tribes were publicly recognized as the strongest tribes in the Eastern District. Ever since Mocha and Fong Chen cooperated, they no longer had to worry about the Divine Monkey Tribe and the Han Tribe joining forces to crush the Stet Tribe. This time, Fong Chen was able to secure a spot for himself. The 2 of them wanted to go to that mysterious place and settle things with the leaders of the 2 great tribes. Han Chi and Ho, who want to use me as cannon fodder so that they can reap the benefits? What a joke! Mocha sneered and said, Brother Fong, Han Chi and Ho who seem to be ready. Let's go. Let me introduce you to that mysterious place on the way. Fong Chen nodded. The 2 of them quickly left the Stet Tribe and headed towards the Divine Monkey Tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe was located at the edge of the Eastern District and occupied the most land. And the mysterious place that the 3 of them discovered was also the closest to the Divine Monkey Tribe. Along the way, Mocha explained to Fong Chen about the situation in the mysterious land. Back then, the 3 of us could barely be considered good friends. He had been stuck in the Void Realm for countless years and wanted to make a breakthrough. The 3 of them agreed to explore together. However, a few days later, they discovered that there was an abyss not far from the Divine Monkey Tribe. Love go little say ku, speaking of which, this abyss is quite strange. Once one enters the area covered by the abyss fog, one's divine sense will be blocked. In other words, one can only rely on the naked eye. After a pause, Mocha continued, This mysterious place is called the Demonic Abyss. When the 3 of us discovered it, we were very excited and agreed to enter the Devil Abyss together. But we were too naive. As soon as we entered the Demonic Abyss, we were attacked by the demonic creatures. Those demonized creatures were extremely powerful. The 3 of us are retreating. Demonized creature? This was the first time Fong Chen had heard of it. Although he didn't understand it, he vaguely felt that this thing was extraordinary. It was very likely to be the guardian beast of the demon abyss. The 3 of us saw that the situation was not good and quickly escaped from the Devil Abyss. However, in the process of escaping, we discovered something very important to us. It was also because of this item that Ho Hu and Han Chi had completely severed ties with me. It directly repelled me from the Devil Abyss. Furthermore, he threatened me not to leak the news, and not even to take half a step into the Devil Abyss. Otherwise, the 2 tribes will join forces and destroy our Stet Tribe. Mocha said helplessly. At that time, he was forced to compromise because he had no other choice. All these years, I've been cultivating bitterly. I didn't think about the Devil Abyss and focused on increasing the influence of the Stet Tribe in the Eastern District. I even wanted to attract the attention of the Guardians. Mocha continued, As far as I know, Han Chi and Ho who have entered the Devil Abyss many times but returned empty-handed. This time, they obviously came to me to be cannon fodder and get rid of me in the Devil Abyss in an instant. Brother Fong, have you thought it through? Do you want to enter the Devil Abyss with me? Mocha asked. He openly announced to Fong Chen that he really recognized Fong Chen. The more he interacted with Fong Chen, the more he felt that this person was unfathomable. In addition, the information he secretly investigated showed that Fang Chen was very likely to be a disciple of some big force in the chaotic void. If he could befriend him, he would benefit greatly in the future. The path of martial arts is against the heavens. If you are not willing to move forward when faced with setbacks, how can you grow? Fang Chen grinned and stated his attitude clearly. Ha ha, I really didn't misjudge you, brother Fang. Mocha laughed and was in a good mood. If he went alone, to be honest, he was still a little afraid of Han Qi and Ho Hu. However, it was different with Fang Chen. The latter's strength was very strong and even showed signs of surpassing him. Brother Fang, you must not be careless when you enter the Devil Abyss, Mocha said. A few days later, Mocha and Fang Chen arrived at the Divine Monkey Tribe. The Divine Monkey Tribe is in front. Mocha pointed to the vast land in front of them. In the Divine Monkey Tribe, there were monkeys in the Divine Emperor realm everywhere. They are already waiting. Let's go directly to the meeting hall, Mocha said. Under Mocha's lead, the two quickly arrived at the meeting hall of the Divine Monkey Tribe. Along the way, Fang Chen also used his divine sense to check the Divine Monkey Tribe. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the strongest tribe in the Eastern District. It occupied almost 30% of the entire Eastern District. Even the combined territories of the Hans Han tribe and the Stet tribe could not compare to the Divine Monkey Tribe. In the meeting hall, there was a man in a gray robe. Beside him was an old man with a full beard and disheveled hair. The arrival of Fang Chen and Mocha attracted the attention of the two. Especially the old man with the disheveled hair. He stared at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. After a long time, he grinned and said, Mocha, the helpers you brought are not so good. This is my brother Fang Chen. Mocha introduced. This is the leader of the Divine Monkey Tribe, Ho Hu, and this is the leader of the Hans Han tribe, Han Qi. After introducing the two sides, Mocha went straight to the point and said, When do we move? We can move a long time ago, but we have been waiting for you, Han Qi said with a smile. Since you are all here, let's go. Ho Hu stood up from his seat and led the way out of the meeting hall. When the four of them passed through the square, a Void Realm clansman suddenly stopped Fang Chen. Kid, you look very unfamiliar. You don't look like someone from the Eastern District. What does it have to do with you? Fang Chen said impatiently. Hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he immediately scolded, How dare you act so presumptuously in my Divine Monkey Tribe? I, Ho Tian, want to see what ability you have. After saying that, Ho Tian put on a fighting posture. Seeing this, Ho Hu pretended to scold, Ho Tian, Fang Chen is my Divine Monkey Tribe's distinguished guest. Step down quickly. Although he said this, everyone could hear it. Ho Tian did this because he was the one who asked him to. His purpose was nothing more than to test Fang Chen's strength. I can send trash like you flying with one punch. Since Ho Hu wanted to see his actual strength, Fang Chen naturally could not weaken his aura. He looked at Ho Tian and said disdainfully, his face full of mockery. You, being humiliated like this, Ho Tian was furious and immediately launched a thunderous attack on Fang Chen. Scram, don't come out and make a fool of yourself. Fang Chen was very powerful. He suddenly threw out a punch. The whole process was not sloppy at all. The moment his fist was thrown, Ho Tian's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ho Hu and Han Qi looked at each other with gloomy expressions. Brother Fang, you're a bit heavy-handed, Mocha said deliberately. When dealing with trash, you have to have the means to deal with trash. If I show weakness, all the Void Realm cultivators of the Divine Monkey Tribe will take turns to challenge me. This kind of battle is very boring, Fang Chen said with a twitch of his mouth. Hearing this, Ho Hu's face twitched. Then he forced a smile and said, Brother Fang Chen is really young and talented. You've really opened my eyes. However, it's getting late. Let's hurry on. Chief Ho Hu, I'm very sorry. I was a bit heavy-handed just now. However, I'm a bit curious. Isn't the Divine Monkey Tribe the strongest tribe in the Eastern District? Why are the Void Realm cultivators of your tribe so weak? Fang Chen said, pretending to be at a loss. Ho-Hu suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Mocha also secretly gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. This was really a godly attack. I'll let you be proud for a while. When we enter the demon abyss, I'll see how you can smile. Ho-Hu's face was gloomy as he thought to himself. At the side, Han Chi's eyes flashed with an imperceptible murderous intent. Let's go. Let's try to reach the demon abyss before it gets dark, Han Chi said. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /+ Come quickly Jialishi download mobile app. Chapter 2062. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 4 of them were all Void Realm experts and could merge into the void. They were extremely fast and had already reached the demon abyss before the sky turned dark. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gusts of strong wind came from the demon abyss and blew on their bodies. It was very eerie and gave them a feeling of oppression. My divine sense is blocked. As soon as they entered the area covered by the fog of the demon abyss, they felt that their divine sense could not be used. How did this fog form? Fang Chen looked over and the fog seemed to be coming from the depths of the demon abyss. The fog was very strange and the demon abyss was even stranger. At night, the 4 of them stood in the sky above the demon abyss and felt the cold aura constantly attacking them. Both of you, there are very strong demonized creatures in the demon abyss. When we enter the demon abyss, the 2 of you will walk at the front while Han Chi and I will cover the back, Ho-Hu said. That's right. With the 2 of us at the back to deal with the demonized creatures, the 2 of you can look for the treasures to your heart's content without any worries, Han Chi said. That's ridiculous. You want us to lead the way and be cannon fodder? Although he knew their purpose, if he didn't cooperate, wouldn't it arouse their suspicions? To cover the back to deal with the demonized creatures, we need to be strong. Mocha, do you think you are stronger than the 2 of us? Ho-Hu said. Hearing this, Mocha fell silent and did not speak. To be honest, he was no match for the 2 of them in a one-on-one fight. It's decided then. Since we are a team, we should help each other, Han Chi said. Then, under the lead of Ho-Hu and Han Chi, they stepped on the clouds condensed by the fog and slowly entered the bottom of the demon abyss at a very strange pace. It's not a formation or a restriction. It feels similar to the Chiman escape technique on Earth. Fang Chen secretly observed Ho-Hu's pace. After a while, the 4 of them were close to the depths of the demon abyss. Be careful, Ho-Hu suddenly said. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar broke the silence of the demon abyss. In the next moment, 2 demonized creatures rushed out of the thick fog and charged directly at Fang Chen and Mocha. Scram! Without divine sense, it was impossible to detect the demonic creatures hidden in the fog. They could only observe them with their naked eyes. By the time he saw it, it was already right in front of him. Fang Chen quickly gathered his strength and punched the demonized creature. Crack! The demonized creature was hit. Its body paused in the air for a moment before it continued to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword and prepared to fight the demonized creature. It was at this moment that Ho-Hu and Han Chi made their move. After they joined the battle, the 2 demonic creatures were defeated. In the end, they were killed by the 4 of them and turned into nothingness. What a strange demonized creature! Fang Chen had never seen a demonic creature in such a form before. It was as if it was condensed from mist. Its entire body was illusory, and he couldn't feel any life aura from it. Furthermore, it did not look like anything at all. Fang Chen had no idea what it was. Be careful. There will be a large number of demonized creatures attacking soon, Ho-Hu warned. Thud thud thud. After killing the 2 demonized creatures, the 4 of them successfully arrived at the depths of the demon abyss. Fang Chen felt that his body was greatly suppressed. You guys lead the way. Han Chi and I will follow behind, Ho Hu said. Mocha nodded and walked side by side with Fang Chen. At the same time, the two of them were secretly communicating. They were also constantly on guard against Ho Hu and Han Chi's sneak attack. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the mist became thicker. Fang Chen felt that something was amiss and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Ho Hu asked. Did you hear anything? Fang Chen asked. Ho Hu shook his head, indicating that he heard nothing. Hurry up. We can't stay here for long. Fang Chen thought for a moment and continued to move forward. Do you see the cave in front? The treasure is in the cave. As long as we enter the cave smoothly, we will be safe, Han Chi said with a little excitement. Roar. As soon as Han Chi's voice fell, the roar of a beast was heard. Behind Han Chi and Ho Hu, more than 10 demonized creatures appeared in an instant. Kill. Ho Hu growled and shuttled through the void, fighting with the demonized creatures. Fang Chen and Mocha also joined the battle. While the two were not paying attention, Han Chi took out a token from her arms and directly crushed it with her power. Crash! Suddenly, a golden circle appeared around them and directly enveloped them. Retreat. Seeing this, Ho Hu sneered and then disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. When Fang Chen and Mocha found out, it was too late. Heavenly level formation. Mocha's face was pale. This golden circle was a formation that trapped the two of them and more than 10 demonized creatures. It was to kill them all. Damn it, it's all my fault for being too careless. Although he was prepared, he did not expect it. In order to get rid of him, Ho Hu and Han Chi put in so much effort. You too, enjoy the pleasure of death. Han Chi said with a smile, and then went into the dark cave with Ho Hu. What should we do? Mocha was a little desperate. Every demonized creature had the combat power of the Void Realm. The combined attack of more than 10 of them was too strong. With their strength, it was impossible to deal with them. If I hold these demonized creatures back, can you make a fatal blow? Fang Chen asked. Although Mocha was a little confused, he quickly nodded. Okay, listen to my orders. After saying that, an extremely wild sword aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. He pulled out the hidden star sword and his body flickered. With a wave of his wrist, the immemorial soul refining chant was instantly performed. After incorporating the chant, the 6 major sword moves of the immemorial soul refining chant had unimaginable power. The 6 major sword moves were unleashed at the same time, and a terrifying pressure directly enveloped 6 of the demonized creatures, causing their bodies to become stiff in the void. Then, Fang Chen leaped and accumulated all the strength in his body. He waved his fists and entangled the remaining 4 or 5 demonized creatures. Do it. Seeing this, Mocha took a deep breath and immediately took out his universal weapon without hesitation. Puchi. The big axe aimed at the head of a demonized creature and chopped down hard. As its body was imprisoned by the 6 major sword moves, the demonized creature had almost no resistance. Crack! At the same time when Mocha's axe chopped off its head, one of the sword radiances exploded on its body and completely destroyed it. After killing a demonized creature, Mocha became more confident. He grinned and continued to rush to the other demonized creatures, using the same method to deal with them. In a moment, 5 demonized creatures were killed, leaving only 1 demonized creature. At this time, the demonized creature's body regained its freedom. It opened its bloody mouth and fought fiercely with Mocha. Mocha was anxious. He wanted to end the battle quickly and then help Fang Chen. Otherwise, the latter would be in danger if he fought 5 demonized creatures alone. Rumble! The battle in the immemorial soul refining array was very loud. It lasted for a full 30 minutes before Mocha killed the last demonized creature with the help of the terrifying sword radiance. Brother Fang. He looked to the side anxiously and shouted loudly. He was about to help Fang Chen, but when he saw the scene in front of him, He was stunned. At this moment, where were the 5 demonized creatures? Only one demonized creature was making its last struggle. Fang Chen's body was full of fighting spirit and his attack power was super strong. Every time the hidden star sword was swung, the demonized creature's body would be blurred a lot. Immemorial Soul Refining Art. Using the Immemorial Soul Refining Art for the last time, the 6 major sword radiances ruthlessly stabbed into the demonized creature's body. Then Fang Chen blasted the demonized creature's body with a punch. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, put away the hidden star sword, and turned to look at Mocha. Mocha stared at Fang Chen with burning eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. Being stared at by a man with burning eyes, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. "Is there a flower on my face?" Fang Chen asked. Cough. Only then did Mocha realize that he had lost his composure. He sorted out his mood and immediately asked, "You killed 5 demonized creatures alone? What's wrong?" Fang Chen nodded and asked, "My God, just how strong are you?" Mocha widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen in disbelief. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. This site's novel reading tool is on the shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seijing Xiaoshuo download this site's reader. Chapter 2063. Genius Remembers Love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. From disdain at the beginning, to recognition later, to complete shock now. No one knew how big the change in Mocha's heart was. He really didn't dare to imagine that such a young martial artist could have such heaven-defying potential. He's definitely a disciple of a big family or force who fell into trouble in the Myriad Demon Island. Mocha suppressed the shock in his heart and said to himself, "I didn't expect that Ho Hu and Han Qi would set up a powerful Heaven Pass formation here in advance to deal with us." Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had checked the terrain and weather conditions of this place, taking into account all the factors, in order to set up a Heaven Pass formation here without any interference. First of all, one must be especially proficient in formations. Secondly, one must have super strength. Thinking about it, the two of them must have paid a sufficient price to set up this Heaven Pass formation. It must have been set up by Han Qi. I heard that Han Qi is an array master. Mocha's face was full of helplessness. If it was an ordinary Heaven Pass formation, he could break it with his brute force. However, this golden halo formation was obviously beyond his ability to break it. Even if he got rid of the demonized creatures, what could he do? "Are we going to be trapped here forever?" Mocha asked. "Not necessarily." Fang Chen smiled and said, "I'm also slightly proficient in formations. If you give me some time, I should be able to find the flaws in the formation and break it in one fell swoop." Hearing this, Mocha looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. At this time, no matter how proficient the latter was in formations, he could only give it a try. "Brother Fang, I'm counting on you," Mocha whispered. "Come and protect me. I'm afraid that Han Qi will cheat on the formation. I'll focus on breaking the formation. Don't worry, the chances are still very high." Fang Chen patted Mocha's shoulder and said. Mocha nodded and stood around Fang Chen, waiting. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, and a large amount of formation Dao aura emerged from his body, touching the aura of the golden halo formation. Dong! His mind trembled as the wild aura of the array Dao gushed out. Sky-class formation. He had already reached the critical point of breaking through, and all he needed was an opportunity. Now, this golden halo array formation was the key. Fang Chen was using the Heaven Ascension array formation to stimulate his understanding of the Tao of array formations so that he could break through to the Heaven Ascension stage. It turned out that Fang Chen's method was very effective. In just an hour, the array Tao aura in Fang Chen's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. 1. The golden halo array formation flickered, and an extremely rich golden aura was sucked into Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's understanding of the array Dao rose to a very high level, achieving a fundamental transformation. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of formations had reached an unprecedented height. Even some things that he didn't understand before became incomparably clear at this moment. Reaching heaven level? Fang Chen grinned, but he wasn't too excited. After all, he already had Heaven Ascension stage array Dao attainments before, and now he was just raising his level. After breaking through, Fang Chen began to focus on comprehending the golden halo array formation. Soon, he found some loopholes in the golden halo array formation. Although I can't crack it, I can use these loopholes to escape from here, Fang Chen said to himself after a while. Just as Mocha was waiting, Fang Chen stood up with a smile on his face. Forget it, let's find another way. Mocha hung his head dejectedly, somewhat helpless. He thought that Fang Chen had failed, so he said that. I found a way to leave here, but I need your help, Fang Chen said softly. Mocha shook his head habitually, but halfway through, his face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, Brother Fang, what did you say? You have a way? Fang Chen nodded. Mocha was so excited that he almost jumped up. Brother Fang, I'm completely at your command. I'll do whatever you say, Mocha said solemnly. I found a few loopholes in this array formation. Listen to my command, then attack the place I pointed at with all your strength, Fang Chen said. Okay, no problem. Next, after Fang Chen was ready, he waved his hands and began to use the loopholes to find a way out. After half an hour, following Fang Chen's low shout, Mocha suddenly attacked a certain part of the array formation frantically. Crash! Under Mocha's attack, a crack actually appeared. Retreat! Fang Chen roared. His figure flickered and instantly drilled out of the crack, followed by Mocha. Rumble! When the two of them drilled out, the crack in the array formation returned to normal again. Phew! Seeing this, Mocha took a deep breath, his face a little solemn. Fortunately, Brother Fang knows about arrays, or we would really be trapped here. Mocha smiled. Let's go in and take a look. Don't let them take the treasure away, Fang Chen said hurriedly. Speaking of Han Chi and Ho Hu, Mocha's face was extremely gloomy, and a murderous look flashed across his face. Those two sons of B****, the next time we meet, I won't let them have it easy. In the dark cave there was a different world. In the depths of the cave, there were countless intricate passages. Every passage was filled with a shocking aura. Roar! The demonized creatures reappeared, but there were not many of them. Under the joint attack of Fang Chen and Mocha, the demonized creatures were gradually eliminated. After eliminating the demonized creatures, Fang Chen turned to look at Mocha and asked, How did you find the rune hammer? The rune hammer was the treasure that the three of them found in the demon abyss. In fact, the most important thing was not the hammer, but the rune engraved on it. Every rune realm expert would engrave the rune they had comprehended on some objects before they died, and give it to the fated ones. If a void realm expert could obtain a rune, he could use the rune to quickly condense his own rune and enter the rune realm. This was an extremely tempting treasure, so it attracted the three of them to fight over it crazily. Back then, when we were far away in the dark cave, we saw a flash of black light. In that flash of black light we saw a black warhammer. On the warhammer there was a shocking rune of order, Mocha said. In other words, you don't know where the warhammer is at all? Fang Chen continued to ask. Mocha shook his head. He really did not know. Han Chi and Ho who have been here many times. Maybe they have some information, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, then closed his eyes and felt the aura in the air. Han Chi and Ho Hu's aura. Although it was hidden, Fang Chen, who was a space-time cultivator, still sensed it. They entered the third tunnel, Fang Chen said directly. How do you know? Mocha asked in shock. There's no time. Let's go in quickly, Fang Chen said directly without explaining too much. At this moment, Mocha trusted Fang Chen completely. If he said to go in, he would go in. Soon, the two disappeared into the third tunnel. In a wasteland, there was a black altar. There was a colorful aura around the altar. It was very oppressive. In front of the altar, there were two figures. They were Han Qi and Ho Hu. Both of them looked at the huge war hammer on the altar with burning eyes. The war hammer sat quietly on the altar. On its body, there were runes of order that made people tremble. Is that the rune of order? Even from far away, they could feel the powerful power of the runes of order. Ha ha ha, we can finally get the war hammer, Han Qi said with a grin. Brother Ho Hu, don't forget our promise. Let's work together to get the war hammer. Then, we can comprehend the runes of order together. Don't worry. I will keep my promise, Ho Hu said. Han Qi nodded and walked slowly toward the altar. However, at this moment, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Ho Hu's eyes. Then, he took out a dagger and stabbed it into Han Qi's back. Die! Ho Hu roared and stabbed the dagger into Han Qi's body. Then, he punched Han Qi's body and sent him flying. Bang! Han Qi's body flew backward. After he managed to stabilize himself, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the members' bookshelf. Chapter 2064. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? SageNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Inside the passage it was pitch black. A love go little say, Chu damn Han Qi. He actually set up a formation in the passage. Mocha's roar could be heard from time to time. After they entered the passage, they were often restrained by Han Qi's formation. Fortunately, Fang Chen, a sky-level formation master, was there to quickly break the formation and leave. However, in the process of breaking the formation, Fang Chen discovered a shocking scene. As the sky-level formation absorbed the aura in the passage, the demonized creatures were rapidly being nurtured. Is it because the aura is weakening? Fang Chen thought to himself. While he was thinking, a demonized creature appeared in front of him. Kill. Fang Chen and Mocha joined forces and killed the demonized creature in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Fang Chen sensed a dangerous aura, so he quickly brought Mocha with him as he fled. Soon, they stopped because they were blocked by a large number of demonized creatures when they were about to reach the exit of the passage. What should we do? Mocha asked in a panic. The passage is very narrow and can only accommodate 2 people at a time. In other words, if they want to rush over, they can only do it in pairs. Let's join forces and break through, Fang Chen said. No matter what, they couldn't give up. Kill. Fang Chen used the ancient soul refining technique without holding back. At the same time, his physical strength, which was comparable to a divine inscription realm expert, poured out. A large number of demonized creatures kept rushing toward the 2 of them. However, before they could get close, they were killed by Fang Chen and Mocha's powerful attack. Ha ha, this feels good. After fighting for a while, the situation gradually stabilized. Mocha laughed loudly. They fought and moved forward. The number of demonized creatures was rapidly decreasing. In fact, at this point in the battle, Fang Chen already knew the root of the problem. He was multitasking, attacking the demonized creatures and breaking the formation at the same time. His talent in the Tao of array formations was seriously too strong. The environment in the passageway was harsh, and the formation that Han Qi had set up was only an ordinary ascending heaven-level formation. For Fang Chen, it was not too difficult. After about an hour, Fang Chen finally cracked all the formations at the exit of the tunnel. With the collapse of the formation, the number of demonized creatures finally stopped increasing. Phew, Mocha also breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them continued to increase their efforts to kill the demonized creatures. Mocha didn't know how long this crazy slaughter took. They only knew that after they left the tunnel, They were completely exhausted and sat down on the ground. Brother Fong, I really admire you more and more now. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with you back then. If I were your enemy, I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Fong Chen grinned at Mocha's honesty. Brother Fong, how strong are you exactly? Mocha asked. He was eager to know. Against Han Chi and Ho Hu, it won't be much of a problem, Fong Chen said casually. Then, what about against the Divine Inscription Realm powerhouse? Mocha pondered for a moment and then asked. Divine Inscription Realm? Fong Chen's deep eyes looked at the blue sky and said, maybe I can fight against them. Hearing this, Mocha was shocked. Let's go. After resting for a while, Fong Chen and Mocha quickly walked on the wasteland. After a while, they saw Han Chi and Ho Hu, but the scene in front of them surprised them. Are they killing each other? At this time, Han Chi was covered in blood and had difficulty resisting Ho Hu's attack. On the other hand, Ho Hu's face was gloomy, as if he would not stop until he killed Han Chi. Fong Chen's gaze bypassed the two and landed on the altar. Divine runes of order? Fong Chen's body trembled. He could clearly feel the enormous power contained in the divine runes of order. It really is the divine runes of order. Mocha was also very excited. Boom. In the end, Han Chi was no match for Ho Hu and was sent flying by the latter's punch. At this time, both of them noticed Fong Chen and Mocha and were shocked. You? Why are you here? Ho Hu asked in a deep voice. Humph, only you are allowed to come, and we are not allowed to come? Mocha said angrily. Han Chi, who had steadied himself, hurriedly said, as if he had seen his savior, both of you, Ho Hu wants to kill me and take the war hammer for himself. If both of you help me, I am willing to hand over the war hammer and even lead the Han tribe to surrender to the Ste tribe. Weren't you on good terms before? Mocha mocked. Han Chi's face was bitter and helpless. Ho Hu's face was rather gloomy as well. He said, Mocha, you have the Stet tribe behind you. If you dare to attack me, I'll kill you. If you dare to attack me, my divine monkey tribe will definitely not let your Ste tribe go. It would have been better if Ho Hu did not say this. Now that he said this, Mocha was even angrier. Let's work together and kill this guy first, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded and launched a thunderous attack with Mocha. Seeing this, Han Chi was overjoyed and also joined the battle group. 3 void realms surrounded Ho Hu, and the latter's situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. You're courting death. Ho Hu roared angrily and looked for a chance to escape at the same time. Whoosh! 6 terrifying sword lights slashed Ho Hu's body, directly injuring him. Ho Hu, trash like you is simply wasting air in this world. Han Chi said angrily and then launched a domineering attack. Ho Hu's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and took out a rune from his arms. He gently pinched it, and suddenly the void was torn apart. His figure disappeared. I won't let you go. Ho Hu's threatening voice came from the air. Boundary-breaking rune? Seeing Ho Hu disappear under his nose, Mocha was also a little stunned and then muttered. What is the boundary-breaking rune? Fong Chen asked. The boundary-breaking rune is an extremely precious rune. It contains a powerful spatial law within. As long as you lightly pinch it, you can tear apart the void and escape. Mocha said, no matter if there is a seal or not, it can't stop the boundary-breaking rune. So formidable? Fong Chen was slightly startled. This was the first time he heard of the boundary-breaking rune. The boundary-breaking rune is very precious. Even deity inscriptions realm experts rarely have one. It is said that in the entire myriad Devil Islands, only the Island Master has one. Han Chi said, one must know that the Island Master is a Unity Realm expert and stands at the peak of Cosmos God. It is not strange for him to have the boundary-breaking rune. But Ho Hu can also take out the boundary-breaking rune. This is truly shocking. Fong Chen nodded. He knew how powerful the boundary-breaking rune was. But Ho Hu had already escaped, and the most important thing now was to get the warhammer. This time, I have to thank the two of you for your help. As for the battle for the warhammer, I won't participate. Han Chi took the initiative to say, Brother Fong, little brother Fong, if not for you, I might have died in the Devil Abyss. The warhammer will belong to you, Mocha said. Since it was related to the Divine Order imprint, Fong Chen did not back down. After I take away the Divine Order imprint on the warhammer, I'll give it to you, Fong Chen said, following which, he walked step by step towards the altar. 1. There was clearly a spatial membrane blocking the altar. Fong Chen stopped in his tracks and pondered. Mocha saw this and walked forward, prepared to help. Han Chi followed behind the two of them with a cold glint in her eyes. Soon after, he waved his hand, causing a black light to descend from the sky, binding Fong Chen and Mocha within. 1. A sky-piercing array was formed in an instant. Ha ha ha, the warhammer is mine. Do you think the two of you can compete with me? Han Chi looked at the two trapped by the array and sneered. Mocha was furious. He roared, Han Chi, you despicable and shameless brat. We saved you in vain. How dare you treat us like this? If I had known this would happen, I would have let you die in Ho Hu's hands. What's the point of saying this? We cultivators will do whatever it takes to achieve our goals. I just want the warhammer. That's all, Han Chi said with a smile. Then he waved his fingers and black mist emerged. Immediately, the spatial membrane blocking Fong Chen disappeared. Han Chi happily walked up to the black altar and approached the warhammer. Ha ha ha, the warhammer is mine. When I step into the divine pattern realm, all of you will die, Han Chi said excitedly. In the array, Mocha roared crazily. Fong Chen, on the other hand, looked at Han Chi calmly. Damn you, you treacherous bastard. If I can leave here, even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Mocha hated Han Chi so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces. To read novels without mistakes, please visit. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. Please use the synchronized bookshelf for members. Chapter 2065. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After a while, Han Chi actually picked up the warhammer. The divine runes of order on the warhammer were faintly discernible, but they didn't attack Han Chi. This scene shocked Mocha quite a bit. He stared at Han Chi with his mouth agape. You. How is this possible? Han Chi held the warhammer in his hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What? Are you surprised? Do you think I'm that idiot Ho Hu? Han Chi walked down from the altar, admiring the furious Mocha, and continued, I've been using Ho Hu since the two of us joined forces to kick you out. I've even secretly mastered the way to control the warhammer. But it's also thanks to the two of you. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get rid of Ho Hu. Han Chi sneered, looking at Fong Chen and Mocha as if they were idiots. Now that I have the warhammer, there's no need for you to exist. As he spoke, Han Chi raised the warhammer, and the divine runes of order flickered. He wanted to use the divine runes of order to kill Fong Chen and Mocha. Mocha's eyes were scarlet and he roared angrily, I'll kill you. However, Fong Chen stopped Mocha's impulse. He looked at Han Chi quietly and said, Do you think you've succeeded? Han Chi laughed wildly at Fong Chen's question. He pointed at the warhammer and said, The warhammer is in my hand. So what? I just asked you to keep it for me for a while, Fong Chen said calmly. Do you know how pigs die? Han Chi sneered. He held the warhammer in his hand, and the divine runes of order flickered. He was ready to attack Fong Chen. I know. Stupid people die. But comparing you to a pig is an insult to pigs, Fong Chen said. You're courting death. Han Chi's face darkened completely, and the warhammer in his hand suddenly fell. Crack! However, just as his warhammer fell, the formation that he was so proud of suddenly shattered. Fong Chen and Mocha disappeared into the void. Dong! The war hammer smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. I've already told you that your efforts are in vain. I'm just letting you keep the war hammer for the time being. Fang Chen said with a grin as he appeared in the void. Seeing this, Han Qi turned pale with fright. He hurriedly pulled out his war hammer, wanting to deal with Fang Chen. However, the latter would not give him the chance to do so. He unleashed the 6 sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art at the same time. Whoosh! The destructive sword light instantly penetrated Han Qi's palm, and the war hammer he was holding fell to the ground. Han Qi screamed in agony, and just as he was about to rise up and retaliate, a battle axe suddenly came crashing down from behind him. Pucci! Han Qi, who was already injured, could not withstand the continuous attacks of Fang Chen and Mocha. In an instant, more than half of his vitality had disappeared. No, seeing that he was about to die, Han Qi was unwilling. You can't kill me. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was completely killed by Mocha's battle axe. Fang Chen walked up to the warhammer and gently picked it up. Buzz! The power that emerged from the divine order pattern seemed to be repelling his physical body. Fortunately, his physical strength was already comparable to a divine inscription realm powerhouse, and he barely managed to resist the impact of the divine order pattern. Fang Chen tried to keep the divine order pattern in his mind. He channeled all his strength into the divine order pattern and established a connection with it. Finally, he succeeded in keeping it in his mind and attached it to his primordial spirit. However, with Fang Chen's current cultivation, it was still somewhat difficult for him to fully comprehend the divine order pattern. Here's the warhammer, Fang Chen said. Mocha was very excited as he took the warhammer. Although he did not obtain the divine order pattern, the warhammer was still a universe-level weapon. Let's go. It's time for us to go out. Love go little say W, Chu Fang Chen said. Okay, let's go out. Although the trip to the demonic abyss was short, the harvest was huge. When Fang Chen and Mocha came out of the demonic abyss, the entire eastern district changed. After Ho Hu returned, he immediately issued an order to recapture the leaderless Han tribe in one fell swoop. After that, he continued to recapture some of the weaker tribes that had been recaptured by the Stet tribe. At this moment, Ho Hu was leading his Void Realm powerhouses to suppress the Stet tribe. Stet tribe, listen up. Surrender quickly or we'll kill without mercy, Ho Hu said coldly. His heart was filled with anger. When he thought of how he was forced to retreat by the 3 of them and even had to use a boundary-breaking talisman, his heart ached. Unify the 31 tribes, plunder countless resources, and break through to the divine inscription realm as soon as possible, Ho Hu thought to himself. Chief Ho Hu, aren't you afraid of the Guardian's anger? In the Stet tribe, a Void Realm powerhouse said. What a joke. I'll buy you 3 breaths of time. Ho Hu did not want to waste time and said directly. Suddenly, the people in the Stet tribe were anxious and worried. Once the Divine Monkey tribe launched an attack, they would not be able to resist at all. We'd rather die than surrender. Chief Mocha will avenge us. No one knew who said this, but it immediately triggered a response from the entire Stet tribe. The deafening voice resounded through the sky. The emotions of the Stet tribe's people were stirred up immediately. They would rather die than surrender. This caused Ho Hu's face to turn extremely gloomy. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, Ho Hu said coldly. Ho Hu said coldly. Before he could give the order, the Void Realm experts behind him had already attacked. The Stet tribe has violated the Divine Monkey tribe's decree. Kill without mercy. This Void Realm powerhouse wanted to take credit in front of Ho Hu. He was the first to attack and looked down on the Stet tribe's powerhouse. Whoosh 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 in the distant sky, 2 figures were rushing over quickly. Oh no, Ho Hu wants to massacre the Stet tribe. Mocha's face was gloomy and somewhat worried. Hearing this, Fang Chen said, You stay behind. I'll go and rescue them first. He was a space-time cultivator. His speed was many times faster than Mocha's. He should be able to reach the Stet tribe before Ho-Hu started his massacre. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he had already appeared in the sky above the Stet tribe. Seeing the Void Realm powerhouse attack the Stet tribe, Fang Chen's voice resounded through the sky. Stop! Then, he threw a punch at the Void Realm powerhouse who attacked first. Crack! Caught off guard, the Void Realm powerhouse's arms were broken by Fang Chen. Who is he? Many people who did not know Fang Chen exclaimed. Seeing this, the people of the Stet tribe were excited. It's you. When Ho-Hu saw Fang Chen, a complicated expression flashed across his eyes as he said gloomily. It's me, Fang Chen said. I thought you would die in the demon abyss. But since you've come out, shouldn't we settle the grudges in the demon abyss? Ho-Hu grinned. Yes, it's time to settle it, Fang Chen said. Today, I'd like to see who can save you, Ho-Hu said. You talk a lot of nonsense. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he attacked. The 6 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining art were executed simultaneously. At the same time, a terrifying power emerged. Kill. In the sky, the 6 major sword moves turned into 6 dazzling sword lights. Under Fang Chen's control, they quickly merged together. The aura released from the soul sword light made the Void Realm powerhouse tremble. What kind of power is that? The powerhouses of the Divine Monkey tribe were completely shocked. They never dreamed that Fang Chen was so powerful. Deliberately mystifying. Ho-Hu sneered. He opened his hands and a powerful force emerged instantly. His palms hit the soul sword light fiercely. Poochie! When the sword light came into contact with his palms, it easily broke through his defense and penetrated his palms. A miserable shriek came out of Ho-Hu's mouth. Fang Chen did not give Ho-Hu any chance. He jumped in front of Ho-Hu and punched him heavily. Dong! Ho-Hu's body flew out like a kite. In a moment, Ho-Hu was completely suppressed by Fang Chen's aura. He had no power to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Mocha rushed over and saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. This is too exaggerated? In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Fang Chen had already suppressed Ho-Hu? Ho-Hu's eyes were scarlet. He fought back frantically, but it was to no avail. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. He was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use it to synchronize your bookshelf with members. Chapter 2066. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, Ho-Hu's heart was filled with helplessness. He had just broken through to the Void Realm, yet he had such combat power. It was too unimaginable. However, this was the truth. He was suppressed to the point that he could not breathe. There was nothing he could do. I'm willing to surrender. Ho-Hu hurriedly roared. Facing the threat of death, dignity was nothing. I'm willing to bring the Divine Monkey tribe under your command and follow you forever. Being forced into a dead end, Ho-Hu could only try to survive in this situation where his life was at stake. After all, it was better to live than to die. Everyone understood this logic. Gotcha. Fang Chen did not retract his strength. He continued to suppress Ho-Hu. The latter's bones were cracking as if they were about to break. If you don't experience pain, how can it be engraved in your bones? Fang Chen did not want to experience Han Chi's betrayal, so he wanted to torture Ho-Hu first. Miserable cries kept coming out of Ho-Hu's mouth. For an entire hour, Fang Chen had been torturing Ho-Hu. Even the Void Realm experts of the Divine Monkey tribe could not stand it anymore. However, they did not dare to act. On the other hand, the people of the Stir tribe were dumbfounded and shocked. Pung! Fang Chen withdrew his aura. Ho-Hu was as tired as a dead dog. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Swear a martial Tao oath, Fang Chen said. The oath of the martial path was the greatest restraint for every cultivator. Under normal circumstances, cosmos gods were most afraid of martial Tao oath. Once sworn, it would bind you for life. Unless one day you could reach the peak of the martial Tao and completely shatter the martial Tao oath. But clearly, this was too far away for Ho Hu. I, Ho Hu, will lead all the people of the divine monkey tribe to respect Fang Chen as our master. We will never betray him. Otherwise, we'll be struck by lightning and will not have a good ending. Ho Hu intermittently swore the martial Tao oath. Throughout the entire process, Mocha was dumbfounded. The number 1 tribe of the Eastern District, the Divine Monkey Tribe, actually surrendered so easily. Did this not mean that from now on, Fang Chen would command the entire Eastern District and become the strongest leader of the 31 tribes? From now on, the 31 tribes in the Eastern District will all be under Mocha's command. What he said is what I mean. Do you understand? Fang Chen announced to the crowd. Yes, leader. Ho Hu took the lead and cupped his fist. Mocha was secretly delighted. At the same time, he was even more determined to follow Fang Chen. Brother Fang, don't worry. I won't let you down, Mocha said excitedly. At this point, the 31 tribes were all unified, and the Eastern District had unknowingly achieved great unity. And the one who did all this was just a guy who entered and exited the Void Realm. Soon, the news spread throughout the East District. Under Mocha's command, the operations of the 31 tribes were stable and orderly. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was fully focused on comprehending the divine runes of order. However, peaceful days always passed quickly. When the news reached the Guardian's ears, he was furious. One day, in the skies above the Sis tribe, a rumbling sound rang out. The Guardian's projection appeared and looked down at the ground. A terrifying aura swept through the entire STE tribe. Guardian! Mocha exclaimed when he saw this. I heard that recently, your STE tribe has recovered all 31 tribes in the Eastern District and completed the Great Unification? The Guardian's entire body was shrouded in a hazy aura. His voice contained a shocking aura. Guardian! Mocha wanted to explain but was interrupted by the Guardian. It's fine if there are small fights between the tribes. I turn a blind eye to it. But now, everything you've done has exceeded the limits of my patience. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me? Faced with the Guardian's questioning, Mocha was in a dilemma. At this moment, Fang Chen appeared. He looked up at the Guardian and smiled. I wonder why the Guardian is here. If the news I received is correct, you're the mastermind behind all this. The Guardian stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen nodded and did not hide anything. The powerhouses of the myriad demon islands are revered. I'm stronger than them and unified the Eastern District. Is there anything wrong with that? Fang Chen asked. The Guardian sneered. According to what you said, I can casually kill you just because I'm stronger than you. If the Guardian wants to try, feel free. Fang Chen shrugged and said without a care. Hearing this, the Guardian's expression turned gloomy. I am a Guardian under the Island Master of the Myriad Demon Islands. I was personally appointed by the Island Master to oversee the Eastern District. The Guardian angrily said, As long as you don't destroy the balance of the Eastern District, I can't be bothered. But your appearance has greatly destroyed the balance of the Eastern District. I suspect that you are doing something unfavorable to the Myriad Demon Islands. I'll now give the order to kill you in the name of a Guardian. On the Myriad Demon Islands, the strongest expert was undoubtedly the Unity Realm Cosmos God Island Master. The Island Master had great authority and was in charge of the entire Myriad Demon Islands. The Guardians of the 4 regions were personally appointed by the Island Master. Their existence was to guard every region and protect these native tribes. Kill. Just as the Guardian finished speaking, the terrifying aura in the sky instantly transformed into a huge kill word. Following which, under the control of the Guardian, It rapidly poured down and blasted towards Fang Chen. Is this the strength of a deity imprint realm expert? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at that kill word. Every stroke was condensed from the deity imprint of order. Fang Chen felt an immense pressure, but he did not cower. Let me see how strong the deity imprint of order is. The 6 great sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art were executed simultaneously. The extremely wild sword light fused together, forming the most resplendent sword light. With a boom, it clashed against the kill word. 1. Many deity imprints of order instantly expanded, erupting with a terrifying aura. It enveloped the resplendent sword light and started suppressing it. Courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen dared to retaliate, the guardian was infuriated. If you are a true god, I might be afraid. It's just a projection. It's not a problem for me. Fang Chen sneered. He took out the Herculean pagoda and activated all his strength, crazily smashing the deity imprint of order. Because it was a projection, there were very few deity imprints of order that could be used. Moreover, he could not fully release the power within the deity imprint of order. This gave Fang Chen an opportunity. Under the crazy smashing of the Herculean pagoda, cracks actually appeared on the deity imprint of order. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen once again performed the immemorial soul refining art. What sword move is this? The guardian in the sky exclaimed. Crack! The kill word shattered, and the deity imprint of order also rapidly collapsed. The guardian's attack was forcibly blocked by Fang Chen. In the sky, the guardian's expression constantly changed. Interesting. A void realm expert dares to challenge me. The guardian sneered. Guardian, you're just SOSO. Fang Chen said, if we've been cultivating for the same amount of time, or if we're in the same realm, I would have killed you long ago. Fang Chen was right. He was at a disadvantage because his cultivation time was too short. He only had a little more than 10,000 years. As for the guardian, he did not know how long he had been cultivating for. It might even be more than an era in the miniature universe. Die. The guardian's dignity was not to be challenged. The kill word appeared again. This time, Fang Chen blasted the deity imprint of order even more straightforwardly. The terrifying shock wave even directly affected the guardian's projection in the sky. If you want to deal with me, at least let your real body come. Fang Chen leaped and performed the space-time cultivation system. His figure was unpredictable. The guardian could not catch Fang Chen's trace at all. Instead, he was entangled by Fang Chen's immemorial soul refining art. Boom! After a fierce battle, Fang Chen blasted the guardian's projection with a sword. Within the sister tribe, there was a tsunami of exclamations. Everyone widened their eyes and stared blankly at Fang Chen, who was suspended in midair. Oh my god, even the guardian's projection was blasted away. How strong is he? A void realm expert blocked the attack of a deity imprint realm expert? This is crazy. He doesn't even take the guardian seriously. Of course, some people were worried. After all, the guardian was a genuine deity imprint realm expert. If his real body came, would Fang Chen be able to withstand it? Commander, the guardian is not as powerful as you think. If he dares to come, I don't mind snatching his position as the guardian to play with, Fang Chen said confidently. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2067. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Myriad Demon Islands, East District, Guardian Palace. The Guardian's face was gloomy. His projection had descended on the Stet tribe, but it was defeated by Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not take the Guardian seriously at all. A void realm dares to challenge me? A cold glint flashed across the Guardian's eyes. I would like to see what tricks you have, the Guardian said eerily. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had offended the guardian. However, he did not care at all. He wanted to enter the master of Myriad Demon Island's attention through the guardian and then find a way to leave this place. Moreover, the Myriad Demon Islands respected the strong. He did not think that he was weaker than the guardian. Even if the master of Myriad Demon Islands knew that he was disrespectful to the guardian, he would not say anything. My current attack methods are comparable to the Divine Inscriptions realm. It's just that my weapon is still too weak, Fang Chun said to himself as he stood quietly in the courtyard of the Stet tribe. Above the true God weapon was the legendary universal weapon. Although his hidden star sword was strong, it was only at the level of a supreme true God weapon. Compared to a universal weapon, there was still a huge gap. Coincidentally, he had obtained a broken longsword at the bottom of the origin pool. This longsword was a universal weapon and contained powerful energy. If it could be integrated into the hidden star sword, it should be able to be upgraded to the universal level. However, my crafting skills are not at the heaven level, so I can't upgrade the hidden star sword to the universal level. Fang Chun was in a dilemma. At this time, he naturally had to ask Mocha about it. In the end, this inquiry was out of Fang Chun's expectations. He did not expect the Stet tribe to have a heaven-level craftsman. I lost my previous weapon, so the weapon I'm using now is too weak. If I want to upgrade it to the universal level, please help me contact this craftsman, Fang Chun said. He deliberately lied. After all, in the eyes of Mocha and the others, he had a strong background. Moreover, he was mysterious and unfathomable. He did not want others to know his background. Leader, don't worry. I'll go find him now. Soon, Mocha found the Stet tribe's artificers. This is Master He. Mocha introduced. Master He, Mocha must have told you my idea, right? Fang Chun went straight to the point. It's my honor to be able to serve the chief, Master He said with a smile. Fang Chun nodded with a smile on his face. Soon after, he took out the broken longsword he had obtained from the Genesis Reservoir and asked, Master He, can you integrate this broken longsword into the weapon I'm currently using? Hearing this, Master He took the broken longsword and his expression changed. He carefully examined the broken longsword, and his expression became more and more solemn. After a long time, he looked up at Fang Chun and said, Chief, although this sword is broken, it is not simple. The power contained within it is very strange. I'm not sure if I can succeed, but I'm willing to give it a try. Thank you very much, Master He. After negotiating with Master He, the latter immediately took out tools from his sumer ring and began to work in Fang Chun's courtyard. Rumble! Scorching flames emerged from Master He's palms. He waved his hands quickly, and every time he waved his hands, the sound of metal intertwining could be heard. After a while, when the fire was almost ready, Master He picked up the hidden star sword and the broken longsword with both hands and began to merge them. From beginning to end, Fang Chun watched from the side. When he saw this scene, Fang Chun could not help but be a little surprised. This method is really amazing. Fang Chun also had some attainments in artificing. But compared to Master He, it was like heaven and earth. Now was the time to learn. Fang Chun's eyes carefully watched Master He's every step. The longsword is swallowing the hidden star sword? Suddenly, Fang Chun found that the broken longsword was actually swallowing the hidden star sword. He looked at Master He with some concern. But the latter's face was unusually calm. Master He should have a way, right? Thinking of this, Fang Chun withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to recall the process of Master He's artificing just now. The entire artificing process was almost completed in one go. It only took Master He 2 hours to complete the artificing. Boom! There was a deafening sound in the sky as if the space was about to be distorted. After Fang Chun opened his eyes, he suddenly found that a brand new cosmic weapon appeared in Master He's hand. This is At first glance, it seemed to be a brand new weapon. However, after taking a closer look, Fang Chun found that this was actually the hidden star sword, but its aura had changed a lot. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you, Master. He handed the weapon to Fang Chen with a smile and said with a grin. After receiving the hidden star sword, Fang Chen felt a scorching aura penetrating into his body. This is a universe-level weapon? Fang Chen said to himself. Cosmic weapons not only have their own spirituality, but also can absorb the power of the origin between heaven and earth. Some weapons with powerful innate attributes can release all kinds of powerful power. Master, he said, Chief's weapon also has its own innate attribute. Oh! Fang Chen was a little curious. Sword domain. Master, he stroked his beard and said, Chief's long sword, after bursting out a terrifying sword aura, can quickly form a sword domain around it. In the sword domain, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you encounter a powerful person who can break the sword domain with brute force in an instant, then it will be useless. Master, he said. Fang Chen naturally knew what a domain was. He did not expect that the hidden star sword actually had the attribute of sword domain. Wasn't this too abnormal? Although it had no effect on powerful people, it was too useful to deal with warriors of the same realm. Once trapped in his sword domain, wouldn't he be at his mercy? Thank you, Master. Fang Chen thanked him with cupped fists. He was very excited. Peaceful days were always short. 7 days had passed since the Guardian's projection descended. What surprised Fang Chen was that the Guardian did not come to take revenge immediately. What is the Guardian thinking? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the Guardian should have come to look for him, but he did not come for 7 days. Is he afraid of me? Soon, Fang Chen rejected this idea. Let's not think about this for now. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Since the hidden star sword had been upgraded to the cosmic level, he had been comprehending the divine pattern of order in his mind. The divine pattern of order was too mysterious. With his potential, he had only comprehended a little. If I can fight with the Guardian's real body and personally feel the power of the divine pattern of order, it might be helpful in comprehending the divine pattern of order, Fang Chen said to himself. For the time being, he could not fully comprehend this divine pattern of order, let alone absorb it. Although his strength was already enough to fight with a divine pattern powerhouse, his own realm was still a long way from the divine pattern realm. Fang Chen was not in a hurry. He took it one step at a time. One day, he would leave the Myriad Demon Island. Boom! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a terrifying pressure suddenly engulfed the entire Stet tribe. A furious roar exploded in the sky above the tribe. You deserve to die for looking down on the Guardian. When this voice came, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was the Guardian finally here? He leaped and arrived in the sky above the Stet tribe. He happened to see the Guardian, who was rapidly approaching on a cloud. You are Fang Chen? The Guardian asked coldly. That's right. Do you know your crime? The Guardian continued to question. What crime? You led the Stet tribe and broke the peace of the Eastern District. You took 31 tribes under your command and conspired to rebel. You deserve to die. The Guardian said coldly, not only you, but the entire Stet tribe has no need to continue existing. Below, in the Stet tribe, after hearing the Guardian's words, everyone was terrified. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2068. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Stefan Tribe. Fang Chen sat cross-legged. He was carefully sensing the God's Order imprint in his mind with a grin on his face. This God's Order imprint seems different from that of the Protectors. Fang Chen thought. After carefully sensing it, he was shocked to discover that even though it looked similar on the surface, the energy contained within was totally different. He immediately called Mocha over to ask about this matter. After hearing it, Mocha chuckled. "Sir Leader, you don't know about this, right? Actually, there are differences between the God's Order imprint." "What's the difference?" Fang Chen asked. "Sir Leader, please listen to me explain in detail." Mocha said, "The God's Order imprint is something every deity inscriptionist can condense. The only difference is how much they can condense. In the primal chaos void, there are 3 types of God's Order imprint." 3 types? Fang Chen felt even more curious. The first type of God's Order imprint is condensed by relying on one's own strength. It is also the most ordinary God's Order imprint, like the one condensed by the Protectors. Mocha said, and the second type of God's Order imprint is left behind in the world after an expert dies. This God's Order imprint is many times stronger than ordinary God's Order imprint. Why is that? Fang Chen did not understand. Think about it, if a Unity Realm Cosmos God dies, how many God's Order imprints would there be in his body? Mocha asked. Unity Realm Cosmos gods had to fuse all their God's Order imprints together. In other words, after they died, there would only be a single God's Order imprint left in their body. This single God's Order imprint was formed by fusing a vast amount of ordinary God's Order imprints. Naturally, its power would be much stronger than ordinary God's Order imprint. So that's the case. Fang Chen nodded. He was enlightened. The Divine Order sigil that he had obtained had been engraved on the Warhammer after the powerhouse had died. It should be condensed from many ordinary God's Order imprints too. The second Divine Rune of Order is something that many Divine Rune Realm experts in the Chaotic Void yearn for. Once you obtain it and absorb it, it'll be comparable to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, and its attack power will be extremely high. Mocha said. However, it's extremely difficult to obtain this sort of Divine Rune of Order. As far as I know, only those great powers would nurture their younger generation like this. Suddenly, a crazy idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. If all the Divine Order runes in his body were like this, how strong would his attack be? He would absolutely be able to insta-kill martial artists of the same realm. He could even challenge Unity Realm experts. Of course, it was just a thought. What about the third one? What is it? If the second type was already so powerful, Fang Chen was very curious about how powerful the third type would be. The third type of Divine Rune of Order only exists in legends. I've lived for 300 million years, but I've never seen such a Divine Order rune. Mocha's face was filled with excitement when he mentioned the last Divine Order rune. Since it only existed in legends, the last type of Divine Order rune must be extremely rare and precious. There's everything in the Chaotic Void. There are many things that you don't even dare to think about. Some things even go against the operation of the Chaotic Void, but they still exist, and in the vast Chaotic Void, there's a natural Divine Order rune. This Divine Order rune is formed from the origin energy of heaven and earth, through the operation of the Chaotic Void, and after countless years, it gradually condenses and forms. Mocha said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Natural Divine Order rune? Wasn't this too exaggerated? According to legends, as long as you can absorb one of these Divine Order runes, you can become the strongest Divine Rune Realm expert in the entire Chaotic Void. Mocha said. Of course, these Divine Order runes are even rarer. In the history of the Chaotic Void, they've only appeared a few times. Not to mention our small myriad Demon Island. Some people haven't even heard of them. Mocha said self-deprecatingly. The myriad Demon Island was too small. Fang Chen's heart was burning. His mind was filled with fantasies about the natural Divine Order runes. How good would it be if I could get one of these Divine Order runes? However, it was just a fantasy. In this remote myriad Demon Island, it wouldn't appear at all. Then where will the natural divine order runes appear? Fang Chen asked. Mocha shook his head. The time and place of the appearance of these divine order runes are uncertain. You might encounter them when you're walking, or you might not even be able to get them in front of you. In short, everything depends on fate. The first type was called ordinary divine order runes. The second type was called fused divine order runes. The third type was called natural divine order runes. The three types of divine order runes divided the levels of divine rune realm expert. However, up until now, many top experts in the chaotic void had basically absorbed and fused divine order runes. Only those divine rune realm experts who had no background and no strength would condense their own divine runes. As for the third type, there was no need to even think about it. Perhaps even the void star heaven didn't have it. Leader, your potential is endless. You can fight against a divine rune realm expert at the void realm. If there's a chance, you should look for more fused divine order runes. Mocha said, with your strength, if you absorb and fuse the divine order runes, you'll soon stand out and be noticed by the myriad demon islands island master. In the future, you'll definitely have a place in the myriad demon island. After sending Mocha off, Fang Chen calmed down the shock in his heart. The three types of divine order runes were completely different. Whoosh! Releasing the divine order runes in his mind, Fang Chen could feel the vast power contained within. Let's see if I can fuse them. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and focused all his attention on the divine order runes. This divine order rune contained a fire attribute aura. It was very domineering. It was many times stronger than the undying flame. If he wanted to absorb it, he had to first dissect its internal structure. Fang Chen's consciousness gradually penetrated into the divine order runes. Rumble! The terrifying flames directly enveloped his divine sense. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly, and Fang Chen felt uncomfortable. Inside the divine order runes there are many different auras. I guess it's because of the fused divine order runes? Fang Chen thought to himself. The fiery flames were burning Fang Chen's consciousness. The latter was in great pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After about a quarter of an hour, the fire suddenly disappeared. An ancient voice leisurely sounded. Since you can withstand the burning of my flames, you're qualified to absorb my divine order rune. This voice exploded in Fang Chen's mind, causing Fang Chen's body to tremble. Then, he was overjoyed. The divine order rune contains the obsession left behind by the original owner. He has acknowledged me. Fang Chen was overjoyed and immediately began to absorb the divine order rune. Whoosh! Whoosh! After being acknowledged, the speed at which he absorbed the divine order rune was much faster. Moreover, without any rejection, he absorbed it into his body almost immediately. Dong! After the divine order rune entered his body, it quickly fused with his strength. Buzz! When a strange sound rang out, Fang Chen knew that the fused divine order rune had become his. What a strange feeling! Absorbing the divine order rune in the void realm was a very impressive thing. Under normal circumstances, only a peerless genius could barely absorb the divine order rune in the void realm and lay down a good foundation. Then, he would find the right opportunity to step into the rune realm. After absorbing the divine order rune, Fang Chen was in a great mood. Whoosh! With a thought, the divine order rune was released instantly. Let's test my strength. Soon, Fang Chen called Mocha over. I want to test my strength. You come and attack me, Fang Chen said. Then, he released the divine order rune. Suddenly, the terrifying divine order rune emitted a violent pressure, directly imprisoning Mocha's body. Dong! The divine order rune sent Mocha flying with just a light attack. Mocha widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. Too monstrous. You're really strong. Fang Chen grinned. Mocha got up from the ground and quickly walked to Fang Chen's side, giving him a thumbs up. Leader is indeed a monstrous genius. You can absorb the divine order rune in the void realm. If you step into the Rune Realm, how impressive would that be? For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the synchronized bookshelf for members. Chapter 2069. Genius 1 Second Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The symbol of stepping into the divine pattern realm from the void realm was to have the ability to condense the divine pattern of order. However, there was no lack of monstrous geniuses in the chaos void. Although they couldn't condense the divine pattern of order in the void realm, they could absorb it. One had to know that absorbing and condensing were two completely different things. Those who could absorb the divine pattern of order in the void realm were monstrous geniuses. Once they stepped into the divine pattern realm, condensing the divine pattern of order would be as easy as pie for them. Of course, there was a limit to the strength of a void realm expert's body. They couldn't absorb too many divine patterns of order. Otherwise, once they absorbed too much, they would swell and end up crushed. 9 was the extreme number. In the vast chaos void, it had undergone countless changes over the years. In history, a void realm expert could only absorb 9 divine patterns of order. This was already the limit. Some monstrous geniuses were too conceited and thought they could surpass their predecessors. They forcefully absorbed the 10th divine pattern of order, but in the end their bodies would explode and they would die. As time passed, no one dared to challenge the 10th divine pattern of order. Of course, most void realm experts couldn't absorb the divine pattern of order. Normally, absorbing 3 or 4 divine patterns of order was already very heaven-defying. In fact, a void realm expert like Fong Chen who could absorb 1 divine pattern of order was very rare in the myriad demon islands. However, it was very common in the void star heaven. Leader, with your current strength, it's more than enough to deal with the protectors, Mocha said excitedly. He looked at Fong Chen with burning eyes. If the latter could become a protector, the sister tribe would benefit. To be honest, I don't care much about the protector position, Fong Chen said. I want to enter the core of the myriad demon islands and get some useful information. I see. Mocha thought for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I have an idea, but I can't guarantee it will succeed. What idea? Fong Chen asked. He still couldn't figure out the relationship between the myriad demon islands and the void star heaven and how far the two were apart. Mocha and the others had never left the myriad demon islands and didn't know. Only by entering the core of the myriad devil islands, the myriad devil hall, would one have a chance to come into contact with these secrets. The 10,000 Devil Hall often organizes competitions between Void Realm experts in the 4 districts to motivate us and make us work harder in our cultivation. At the same time, there's an even more important goal, which is to select some monstrous geniuses and bring them to the Myriad Demon Hall for grooming, said Mocha. You mean you want me to participate in the Myriad Void Realm competition? Fong Chen asked. That's right. With your strength, as long as you participate in the competition, you will definitely be noticed by the upper echelons of the 10,000 Demons Hall. You might even be taken in as a disciple. Mocha said, as for the Void Realm competition, the protectors of each region have the right to apply. It had only been 1,000 years since the last Void Realm competition. Logically speaking, it was not yet the stipulated time. However, if you can persuade the Guardian to apply for it, it may be possible to advance it. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He had absorbed a fused divine rune of order, and his strength had skyrocketed. He already had the absolute strength to defeat the Guardians. Even if he faced other divine rune realm experts, he could at least protect himself. There was no point in staying in these weak tribes in the Eastern District. He should think of a way to enter the Myriad Devil Hall and obtain some secret. All right, I'll go find the Guardian now. Eastern District, Guardian Palace. The moment the Guardian thought of Fong Chen, he was a little worried. This damned guy, where did he come from? The Guardian muttered to himself. The Void Realm expert hasn't absorbed the Divine Rune of Order, and he can take my attack head-on? If he absorbs the Divine Rune of Order, won't I lose without a fight? Guardian. All of a sudden, a hearty voice was heard. Hearing this, the Guardian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately leaped out of the Guardian Palace. What are you doing here? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, the Guardian's expression darkened as he said coldly. If he didn't do anything after being bullied to the door, how could he be a Guardian? Guardian, don't misunderstand, I'm here today to discuss some important matters. Fang Chen waved his hand to stop the Guardian from attacking and quickly said, Something? You're not here to snatch my position as a Guardian? The Guardian looked at Fang Chen in confusion. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body landed in front of the Guardian, and he said with a smile, Guardian, you can rest assured. I don't care much about the position of a Guardian, so I won't attack you. So what if you attack me? You speak as if you can defeat me. The Guardian sneered. The Guardian's attitude made Fang Chen very unhappy, but he couldn't fly into a rage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a fiery red divine rune of order appeared above Fang Chen's head. After this divine rune of order appeared, the entire Guardian Palace became extremely hot. Seeing this, the Guardian's pupils shrank, and he cried out involuntarily. You absorbed and fused the divine rune of order? At this moment, the Guardian was completely stunned. A Void Realm expert who absorbed and fused the divine rune of order was definitely a monstrous genius. After a long time, the Guardian smiled bitterly and calmed down the shock in his heart. He felt very helpless. Now, he didn't even have the courage to attack. What a monstrous genius! The Guardian couldn't help but sigh. Then, he looked up at Fang Chen and asked, Tell me, why are you looking for me? Seeing that the Guardian had calmed down, Fang Chen chuckled and said, I would like to request the Guardian to apply to the Pandemonium for a Void Realm competition in the 4 districts. You want to join the Pandemonium? The Guardian asked. Fang Chen nodded and didn't hide anything from the Guardian. The Guardian pondered for a moment and said, I do have the authority to try and apply for it for you. However, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed. Thank you, Guardian. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he bade farewell to the Guardian and returned to the Stet tribe. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the Guardian could only smile bitterly. He was telling the truth and didn't care about the Guardian's position. With his strength, defeating the Guardian would be a matter of minutes. He could have taken the Guardian's position and applied for it himself. However, he didn't do that. This made the Guardian feel a little better. The Guardian personally went to the Pandemonium and explained the application to the upper echelons. Soon, the upper echelons of the Pandemonium announced that the Guardian's application had been approved. Then, they released the news and informed the other 3 districts. At the same time, they decided that the competition would be held 1 month later. In the Stet tribe, Fang Chen was very excited when he heard the news. I'm also very excited. In the previous Void Realm competitions, our Eastern District has always been at the bottom and has been suppressed by the other 3 districts. This time we can finally hold our heads up high, the Guardian said excitedly. He was very confident in Fang Chen. Not to mention the 4 districts, even in the entire Demon's Island, there wasn't a single Void Realm expert who could match up to Fang Chen. Kid, this time, you must suppress the Void Realm experts of the other 3 districts. The Guardian patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said. In response, Fang Chen only chuckled. According to the previous rules, each district can only have 10 people to participate in the competition. Moreover, these 10 people must be the tribe leader. Although you are in charge of 31 tribes, you are not the true leader of the tribes. After the Guardian finished laughing, he muttered to himself. Leader, if you don't mind, I'll let you manage the Stet tribe. How about that? Mocha said hurriedly. Fang Chen shook his head. Your strength is not bad. Participating in the Void Realm competition will allow you to train yourself. This is an opportunity for you. You can't miss it. As for me, you don't have to worry. I'll contact the Black Earth tribe and ask the Thunder Beast to give up his position as the leader temporarily. After I participate in the competition, I'll return it to him. Hearing that, Mocha didn't say anything else. He would listen to the leader's arrangement. All right, since you've already thought of a plan, I won't disturb you. 1 month later, come directly to the Guardian Temple. Since I'm the one who applied this time, the location of the competition will be at the Eastern District Guardian Temple. Free novel reading. Please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. Author notice. Please use the novel app to read. It's free without ads. The web version will affect the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2070. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? SegNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. A month's time passed as scheduled. Love Go Little Seg under the joint screening of Mocha and Ho Hu, the other 7 contestants were finally selected. Including the 2 of them and the main character of this Void Realm competition, Fang Chen, there were exactly 10 people. The East, West, South, and North districts only had 10 places each. It concerned the honor of each district and the future of the Void Realm. Therefore, they could not be careless. The Void Realm contestants chosen were all the best in the East District. Ho Hu, the leader of the Divine Monkey Tribe, was rather dissatisfied with joining Fang Chen in the beginning. Because of the situation, he had no choice but to be humble. However, as time passed, he learned more about Fang Chen. Ho Hu began to admire Fang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was even a little fearful. Now, he was focused on leading the Divine Monkey Tribe to assist Fang Chen. He was not disloyal. On this day, everyone gathered at the Stet tribe. Is everyone here? Fang Chen glanced around and asked. Leader, including you, there's a total of 10 people. Since everyone is here, we should set off soon, right? Mocha asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. With a command, everyone left the Stet tribe and headed to the Guardian Temple. During this process, Mocha introduced some detailed information about the previous Void Realm competitions to Fang Chen. Leader, if you want to attract the attention of the Pandemonium, you must expose your heaven-defying potential in the Void Realm competition. Only then can you be selected, Mocha said. Mocha said, every Void Realm competition, the 4 Great Guardians will invite the upper echelons of the 10,000 Devil Hall to watch. If they find some good seedlings midway, they will bring them to the Pandemonium. Everyone who participates in the Void Realm competition has the goal of entering the Pandemonium, Ho Hu said solemnly. It's said that only by joining the Pandemonium can you go to the more vast starry sky. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart moved slightly, but he did not say anything. With your strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to take first place in the competition. However, from what I know, there are a few Void Realm cultivators with incredible potential among the contestants from the other 3 zones. Leader, you should be careful. Don't fail miserably, Mocha warned. Tell me about it, Fang Chen said. He would never underestimate his opponent. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If he could absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order, perhaps the other party could do the same as well. Until the very last moment, one would never know how many secrets were hidden in others. There are 2 people worth paying attention to in the Western District. They are the Flying Dragon and the Devil Snake. The 2 of them haven't been in the Void Realm for long, but they've already become leaders of their tribes. According to what I know, they're very likely to become the next leaders of their tribes. Mocha muttered, there are many tribes in the Western District. To be able to stand out among them is enough to prove their potential. Of course, the most important point is that no one has ever seen them use their full strength. Against cultivators of the same level, they've always defeated them easily, Mocha added. That's right. I've also noticed them before. If I'm not wrong, it won't be long before they reach the divine pattern realm, Ho-Hu said. Also, I suspect that they've absorbed and fused with the divine runes of order. Oh! Fang Chen grinned. The competition between Void Realm cultivators was getting more and more interesting. It seemed that not only did he have incredible potential, but the natives of the myriad demon islands also had monstrous geniuses. How I wish I could spar with these geniuses, Fang Chen muttered under his breath. Other than these two in the Western District, the other Void Realm cultivators are nothing to be afraid of, Mocha said. In the Southern District, you need to pay attention to Huang Xian from the Flying Divine Phoenix tribe. She has the Flying Divine Phoenix's ancestral bloodline, and her strength is incredible. Long ago, she was able to use her powerful ancestral bloodline to fight against ordinary divine pattern realm cultivators. Flying Divine Phoenix's ancestral bloodline? This caught Fang Chen's attention. In his impression, the Flying Divine Phoenix should be similar to the Phoenix clan. Being able to have the ancestral bloodline was already considered very powerful. Although Huang Xian hasn't absorbed and fused with the divine runes of order, even the Flying Dragon and the Snake Demon wouldn't dare to underestimate her. She's also the only female contestant in the 4 districts, Mocha added. As for the Northern District, there aren't any monstrous geniuses. Their strength is about the same as Brother Ho-Hu and me, so we don't need to pay too much attention to them, Mocha said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. He secretly remembered the 3 monstrous geniuses that Mocha mentioned. The Flying Dragon and the Snake Demon from the Western District, and Huang Xian from the Flying Divine Phoenix tribe with the ancestral bloodline in the Southern District. Unknowingly, the group of 10 arrived at the Guardian Hall. We're here. As soon as Mocha finished speaking, they saw the magnificent Guardian Hall in front of them. Fang Chen. The Guardian personally came to welcome Fang Chen, which made Mocha and Ho-Hu smile excitedly. They benefited from following Fang Chen. Normally, the Guardian wouldn't bother with them, but now he took the initiative to welcome Fang Chen. The people from the other 3 districts haven't arrived yet, but they should be here soon, the Guardian said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded lightly and followed the Guardian to the square. Rumble! There was a deafening sound and soon, 3 groups of people arrived together. Ha ha ha, old Hu, I didn't expect you to have the guts to apply for the Void Realm competition. You're really bold. The person who spoke was burly and had a black mole on his forehead. He had a powerful aura and was mocking the Eastern Guardian as soon as he arrived. Humph! The Eastern Guardian snorted and didn't say anything. This burly man is the Guardian of the Western District. The slightly enchanting black-clothed man behind him is Fei Jiao. The cold and ferocious one beside him is the demonic snake, Mocha introduced to Fang Chen in a low voice. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the Flying Dragon and the demonic snake. The 2 of them seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at them, but they only glanced at Fang Chen before turning away with disdain on their faces. After the Western Guardian arrived, the Southern Guardian also arrived. When Fang Chen saw the Flying Divine Phoenix with the atavistic bloodline, Huang Xian, he was stunned. What a beautiful lady! The aura on her body seems to be natural. Fang Chen sighed to himself. There was a moment when he was in a trance, as if he had fallen into an illusion. Fortunately, his resistance to illusions was very strong, so he wasn't affected at all. The Flying Divine Phoenix's atavistic bloodline is really powerful. An ordinary Void Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist her aura, Fang Chen muttered softly. The aura that Huang Xian exuded naturally contained an extremely strong hallucinogenic aura. When Fang Chen was observing Huang Xian also noticed him. An interesting person. Huang Xian's red lips parted slightly as she said. In general, the people from the Northern Guardian District were more low-key. The 10 contestants restrained their auras and stood calmly in the square without saying a word. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 10 contestants from the Northern Guardian District. He didn't find anything unusual and was about to look away. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit jumped slightly. Fang Chen was surprised and his gaze fell on the 10 contestants from the Northern Guardian District again. Finally, his gaze locked onto a figure in a gray robe who looked like an ordinary person. What a strange feeling! If he hadn't looked carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that this person was strange. There seems to be a complicated array on his body that completely conceals his ferocious aura. Fang Chen was even more curious about the man in the gray robe. To be able to engrave an array on one's body was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. What exactly is he hiding? Fang Chen was very curious. He recalled what Mocha had said previously. The Void Realm experts in the Northern Guardian District were very average in strength and there weren't any exceptional prodigies. However, now he shook his head. Not to mention the others, just the man in the gray robe alone was worthy of his attention. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the man in the gray robe's strength didn't seem to be inferior to Fei Jiao and the other two. It seems that there are quite a few exceptional prodigies on the Demon's Island, Fang Chen exclaimed and then retracted his gaze. At that moment, the 4 guardians had finished their discussion. Old Hu, since you're the one who applied for the Void Realm competition, you'll be fully responsible for the process, the West Guardian said. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use, members synchronize their bookshelves, Xuanhuan 11 install a mobile phone reader. Chapter 2071. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. There were a total of 40 contestants from the 4 regions. Each group consisted of 4 people, so there were 10 groups in total. These 10 groups of names were randomly selected by the 4 guardians, so there was no hidden agenda. Soon, the 4 guardians finished drawing lots and the names of the 10 groups were announced. Fang Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other 4 contestants in his group were all from the other 3 districts. None of them were from the East District. Now that the grouping is complete, we'll start with the group battles. The 4 contestants in each group took turns to fight each other. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets 0 points. The group stage will be a round-robin tournament. Everyone will have to fight 6 matches. The top 2 with the highest points will advance directly to the finals. The East Guardian announced the competition rules. In fact, the rules were the same as the previous ones. However, every time the Void Realm competition was held, the rules would be briefly explained. The 40 contestants below weren't too surprised. They were all quietly waiting for the competition to start. During the competition, stop when appropriate. You are not allowed to deliberately kill others. Otherwise, you will be punished by the combined efforts of us 4 guardians, the East Guardian said solemnly. No matter what, they were all from the myriad Devil Islands. Killing each other wouldn't increase the overall strength of the myriad Devil Islands. On the contrary, it would greatly weaken them. Therefore, intentional murder was something that could never happen. Of course, in the past competitions, there were also some experts who took advantage of loopholes. You don't want me to kill anyone, but I can seriously injure them. In the eyes of the strong, there was not much difference between severely injuring and killing. Of course, there were even more powerhouses who chose to defeat their opponents with lightning-fast method. They simply couldn't be bothered to kill their opponent. Fang Chen's group was the first group. Next, the Void Realm competition will officially begin. First, let's invite the 4 contestants from the first group to stand on the martial arts stage, said the East Protector. Immediately, Fang Chen's group of 4 walked to the martial arts stage in the middle of the square. Number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4. The match officially begins, the East Guardian announced loudly. Fang Chen was number 1, and his opponent was an ordinary Void Realm martial artist from the Northern District. My apologies. Because he had never heard of Fang Chen before, the Void Realm cultivator from the Northern District thought he would definitely win this match. He cupped his fists and said to Fang Chen. Immediately, a wild battle fluctuation emerged from his body. His figure flashed and rushed directly towards Fang Chen. At the same time, the battle between number 3 and number 4 began. Perhaps the upper echelons of the 10,000 Demons Hall are watching in the dark. I can't hold back and try to defeat the other party in one move. Fang Chen thought to himself when he saw number 2 coming at him aggressively. In the blink of an eye, number 2's attack had already approached Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen's body swayed slightly. Soon after, he clenched his fist tightly and threw out a punch in a smooth and fluid manner. Dong! It was a simple punch without any fancy movements. It looked like a very ordinary fist technique, but it made everyone completely shocked. Boom! The punch landed heavily on number 2's body. Number 2 did not have any strength to resist and was instantly sent flying. His body flew out like a kite and landed heavily on the square. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. He stood up with difficulty, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Finally, he cupped his fists towards Fang Chen and said, "I lost." At this moment, the winner of the battle between number 3 and number 4 had yet to be decided. Is this person a new Void Realm cultivator from the Eastern District? His physical strength is extremely strong. Ordinary Void Realm cultivators can't resist his attack at all. Yes, he sent a Void Realm cultivator flying with one punch. Even some experts of the older generation who have been famous for a long time might not be able to do it. There was an uproar in the square. Many Void Realm cultivators who came to watch the battle were discussing Fang Chen. They were also shocked by Fang Chen's swift and decisive method. Of course, most of the people who were shocked were the weaker cultivators. The true prodigies did not care about Fang Chen's physical strength at all. For example, Fei Jiao and Snake Demon did not even bother to watch Fang Chen's battle. Although his physical strength is strong, it's nothing to be afraid of. This was the evaluation of Fang Chen by top prodigies like Fei Jiao and Snake Demon. Even the 3 guardians on the rostrum nodded their heads lightly. They were only slightly satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. It was not to the extent of being shocked. Only the guardian of the Eastern District glanced at the guardians of the other 3 districts from the corner of his eye. After seeing their expressions, he sneered in his heart. Wait and see. What will shock you is yet to come. A moment later, the winner of the second battle was also decided. Number 3 was slightly stronger than number 4. After a series of fierce battles, number 3 finally defeated number 4. As a result, after the first round of the competition, the rankings of the first group also changed. First place was Fang Chen with 1 point. Second place was number 3, Yin Chen, with 1 point. Number 4 was third and number 2 was fourth. The rules of the round-robin competition were that the second round of the competition could only begin after the first round of each group had ended. Therefore, after Fang Chen defeated his opponent, he could temporarily rest. In the second group, there was Mocha and Ho Hu from the Eastern District. The strength of these 2 people completely outclassed their opponents, and the winner was quickly decided. Unsurprisingly, Mocha and Ho Hu occupied the first and second places. The third group, the fourth group, the fifth group, and the sixth group. In the blink of an eye, it was the seventh group. Fang Chen, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. This was because there was an extremely strong void realm in this group. It was Fei Jiao, the prodigy of the Western District. I wonder how strong Fei Jiao is? Fang Chen thought to himself. On the martial arts arena, Fei Jiao's opponent was a void realm from the Eastern District. However, no one believed that he could withstand Fei Jiao's attack. Admit defeat yourself, Fei Jiao said very domineeringly. Even if I know that I will lose, I still want to experience your skills, the person said coldly. You won't have that chance. As soon as Fei Jiao finished speaking, his body turned into a flood dragon and suddenly stirred up wind and rain. Carrying a trembling aura, he whistled over. Some weaker martial artists only saw a light in front of their eyes. Immediately, the void realm from the eastern district was blasted out of the martial arts arena. Fei Jiao stood in the same place, motionless, as if the battle had never happened. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fei Jiao with interest. This person's use of space has also reached the pinnacle. Fang Chen muttered to himself, if he cultivates the space-time cultivation system, I'm afraid his achievements won't be weaker than mine. Soon, the 7th group's battle also ended. In the 8th group, there was a snake demon from the western district like Fei Jiao. A bloodthirsty and ferocious look flashed in the depths of the latter's eyes. Although it was hidden very well, it was still caught by Fang Chen. Facts proved that the snake demon was really ferocious. As soon as he came up, he turned into a python without saying anything. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off one of his opponent's arms. After the battle, blood splattered all over the martial arts arena. Regarding this, the Western District Guardian's face was full of smiles. However, the Northern District Guardian's face was gloomy because the person who had broken an arm was from the Northern District. He's not as threatening as Fei Jiao, Fang Chen commented. Next, the 9th and 10th groups finished one after another. The most eye-catching one was Huang Xian from the 9th group. She made her opponent admit defeat almost without drawing blood. All of this originated from the natural hallucinogenic aura on her body. The 10th group's performance was mediocre to everyone. However, Fang Chen attached great importance to them because this group had the mysterious gray-robed man from the Northern District. However, the gray-robed man did not display any shocking methods and won very calmly. The disparity in strength in the first round was too great. Therefore, the battle process was very short. It was completely over in just 2 hours. There are a total of 6 rounds of battles in this group stage. After each round, there will be a day of rest, the Eastern District Guardian announced. Immediately, the people from the 3 districts were arranged to rest in their respective courtyards. The protector of the Eastern District called Fang Chen away. How was it? Fei Jiao, Snake Demon, and Huang Xian. You've seen the battle between the 3 of them. Are you confident in facing them? The Guardian asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, although they are also very extraordinary, the first place will definitely be mine. For error-free novel reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. This site's best novel reader is on the shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seijing Xiaoshuo download this site's reader. Chapter 2072. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the next few days, they rested while competing. Love Go Little Say, Chew in the blink of an eye. The first 5 rounds of the competition were completely over. At this time, the list of the finalists had basically been determined. As for the last round of the competition, it would definitely not be too intense. Because the weak had no hope of advancing, they naturally would not risk their lives. The strong had already advanced in advance, and would not risk their lives. In this way, the last round of the competition was almost unwatchable. In more than 10 days, the 6 rounds of the group competition were all over. On the rostrum, the Eastern Guardian stood up. With a smile on his face, he looked at the 40 contestants and said, today, the 6 rounds of the group competition are over. The top 2 of each group will advance to the finals. Now I will announce the list of the finalists. Soon, the Eastern Guardian finished announcing the names of the finalists. There was no objection at the scene. The next competition was the highlight, and it was also the most important and the most intense competition. The first round of the finals was an elimination round. The 20 contestants would draw lots to choose their opponent. If they lost, they would be eliminated. If they won, they would advance to the next round until the first place was determined. After drawing lots, Fang Chun felt a little stunned. During the group competition, he was number 1 in the first group. Now, he was still number 1 in the elimination round. Could it be that he was destined to be number 1? Thinking of this, Fang Chun smiled faintly. Number 1 and number 20 will fight. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen's opponent was Lu Tian from the Western Division. He and Fei Jiao were from the same tribe and had a very good relationship. Kid, you are not my opponent. Admit defeat. Lu Tian was full of confidence, and there was an aura of disdain on his body. In the square, everyone was also discussing that Fang Chen was not Lu Tian's opponent. In the clouds of the void, a few old men in black robes looked down. Who do you think will win the first round of the elimination round? The purple-haired old man asked. I have high hopes for Fang Chen. His physical strength is extremely strong. Although his opponent, Lu Tian, has strong offensive techniques, his defense is weak. If Fang Chen can suppress Lu Tian with lightning speed, then winning the competition is almost certain. Yeah, I'm also optimistic about Fang Chen. The elders of the myriad Devil Islands all thought highly of Fang Chen. The result of the battle was just as they had expected. Fang Chen was the final victor. On the martial arts stage, Lu Tian was very arrogant. He was using his aura to oppress Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen gently shook his head. What was the use of such a small trick? Lu Tian seemed to have noticed Fang Chen's dissatisfaction and was a little angry. He shouted in a low voice, Boy, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Lu Tian's body flashed and turned into a flood dragon, rushing toward Fang Chen. It's far from comparable to the flying flood dragon. Fang Chen punched out without any warning, smashing heavily on the head of Lu Tian. Immediately, the flood dragon in the sky let out a miserable cry. His head exploded and a mist of blood spurted out. Lu Tian. Below, the flying flood dragon stood up and shouted, Dong! The flood dragon with his head smashed heavily on the ground and turned back into his human form. His head was badly mutilated, and only his bones were left. Seeing this, the Western Region Protector jumped and came to the side of Lu Tian. He injected his own god's order imprint into Lu Tian's body to help him recover. At the Cosmos God Realm, unless the primordial spirit was completely destroyed, even if the fleshy body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. Soon, Lu Tian's injuries were under control. However, Fang Chen's vicious methods aroused the dissatisfaction of the flying flood dragon. You know that your opponent is weak, yet you are still so ruthless. Is it fun? The flying flood dragon stared at Fang Chen across the martial arts stage and asked coldly. Fang Chen shrugged as if he didn't care. Did I break the rules? Faced with Fang Chen's question, the flying flood dragon was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll pay you back double for what you did to Lu Tian. Fang Chen shook his head and walked down the martial arts stage. Beside the flying flood dragon, the snake devil with a sinister smile licked his dry lip. You have character. I like it. The first round of the elimination round continued. Some battles were one-sided, and some were very intense. However, the few popular candidates before the competition defeated their opponents with thunderous method. In the end, of the 10 contestants who advanced to the second round, 3 were from the Eastern region. They were Fang Chen, Ho Hu, and Mocha. This was the best result in the history of the Eastern region. The Eastern region protector on the rostrum was flushed with excitement. I say, old Hu, it's just the top 10. Why are you so excited? Maybe the 3 from the Eastern region will be eliminated in this round. The Western region protector teased. The later it is, the more intense the battles will be. We can no longer rely on techniques to win. We can only fight head-on. The Southern region protector nodded slightly. At night, a majestic wind blew. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, feeling the aura brought by the night. He closed his eyes slightly. Among the 9, I can almost eliminate the flying flood dragon and the snake devil. Only Huang Xian and the gray-robed man are a little difficult for me to deal with, Fang Chen said to himself. Thinking back to the battle between Huang Xian and the gray-robed man, Fang Chen felt a little incredulous. Fang Chen was not afraid of Huang Xian's hallucinatory aura. However, the more he observed, the more he realized that this woman was not simple. Her atavistic bloodline was even more shocking. She was a strong opponent. As for the gray-robed man from the northern region, Fang Chen felt even more. It was very likely that he was the one fighting for first place this time. What exactly is he hiding? The gray-robed man engraved the array in his body and restrained his aura. If he did not release it, even a divine inscription realm expert might not be able to detect it. This was what puzzled Fang Chen. The divine rune of order. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He began to comprehend the divine rune of order. However, at this moment, crisp footsteps sounded. It's so late. Young Master Fang, aren't you resting? He did not need to turn around to know who had come. It was Huang Xian from the Flying Divine Phoenix tribe in the southern region. May I know why Miss Huang Xian has come to visit so late at night? Fang Chen stopped comprehending and asked. Huang Xian had a faint smile on her fair face. There were 2 cute little dimples near the corners of her mouth. She was wearing a fiery red dress. She gave off a very imposing and awe-inspiring feeling. She and the star and moon were 2 completely different women. However, they were vaguely similar. It was probably because the 2 of them were related to the Phoenix clan. I've been observing young Master Fang's battles for the past few days. I found that young Master Fang has been hiding his strength. I would like to know where young Master Fang is from. Huang Xian asked. Why do you ask? Fang Chen asked. Huang Xian walked lightly to Fang Chen's side and sat on the stone bench. She smiled and said, Young Master Fang came to participate in the Void Realm competition as the Eastern District. As everyone knows, almost none of the major tribes in the Eastern District are proficient in spatial technique. However, I've observed that young Master Fang's control of space has surpassed Fei Jiao's. I'm very surprised. Secondly, I've never heard of a person like young Master Fang. Moreover, from young Master Fang's battles, you should be a sword cultivator. There has never been a native sword cultivator on the Myriad Demon Island. Hearing Huang Xian's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised. In the past few battles, he had used his physical strength to defeat his opponent. Huang Xian could actually discover that his control of space had reached a very high level. Moreover, she discovered that he was a sword cultivator. Was it a coincidence or was it true? Fang Chen had never observed Huang Xian at such a close distance before. He stared at her intently. Young Master Fang, it's impolite to stare at a girl like this. Huang Xian coughed lightly and reminded him. Fang Chen felt that he had lost his composure. He reined in his thoughts and said, I wonder how Miss Huang Xian could tell? So, young Master Fang admits it? Huang Xian blinked her eyes and smiled. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Actually, I'm not a native of the Myriad Demon Island. Huang Xian said. What? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Tens of thousands of years ago, my parents brought me through the primal chaos void. They wanted to go to the illusory star sky. However, they encountered a great danger midway. My parents were seriously injured and disappeared. As for me, I fell in the southern district of the Myriad Demon Island. For error-free novels to read, please bookmark this website to read the latest novels. This website's divine tool for reading novels is on the shelves. No ads, no errors, and members share the bookshelf. A must for bookworms. Follow public WeChat Seijing Xiaoshuo download this website's reader. Chapter 2073. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Huang Xian's words caused Fang Chen's heart to churn. A love go little say, W. Chu Shi actually knew about the illusory star sky. Did this mean that she knew how to leave the myriad devil islands? However, Fang Chen didn't show it because he wasn't sure if she was telling the truth or not. Maybe she was testing him? Fang Chen looked at Huang Xian indifferently. The latter pursed her lips and smiled. She continued, For the past 10,000 years, I have been looking for the whereabouts of my parents. Because of my bloodline, I can feel that my parents aren't dead and are still alive. Therefore, I have tried everything to leave the myriad devil islands. Oh? Why are you still here? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Huang Xian shook her head lightly with a helpless look on her face. The myriad devil islands is the territory of the myriad devil island lord. All the tribes here have the utmost faith in the myriad devil island lord. Huang Xian continued, Although I really want to leave, I'm too weak. However, it's not like I haven't gained anything over the years. Huang Xian's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chen. I've said so much. You still don't believe me? How long are you going to hide your identity? Huang Xian asked with a smile. Fang Chen chuckled awkwardly. That's right. I am indeed an outsider. However, my purpose is the same as yours. I also want to go to the illusory star sky. Fang Chen confessed. Then how did you come to the myriad devil islands? Huang Xian asked. I took the teleportation array in my hometown. Midway, something happened and I fell into the myriad devil islands. I was the one who asked the protector of the Eastern District to apply for the Void Realm competition. I want to join the myriad devil palace and see if I can find a way to leave. Fang Chen said. Huang Xian nodded. Actually, if we want to leave the myriad devil islands, the biggest obstacle is the myriad devil palace. The myriad devil island lord. Huang Xian shook her head. Then, she looked up and said, Have you ever thought about whether the myriad devil island lord really exists? What do you mean? I've asked many tribes in the southern district. Ever since they were born, they have never seen the myriad devil island lord. Even the older generations in the tribe has never seen him. Huang Xian spoke. I strongly suspect that the myriad devil islands sovereign is no longer in the myriad devil islands. In other words, there is no myriad devil islands sovereign at all. This, Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. If Xian's words was true, wouldn't Xian's words? Xian, star sky star. This place is isolated from the world, and is very far away from the void star heaven. Furthermore, the cultivation resources here are scarce. If the myriad devil island master truly exists, why would a unity realm expert be willing to stay here? Huang Xian softly said. Of course. If my guess is right, the myriad devil island lord might not exist, or he might have left the myriad devil island long ago. Given our strength, if we work together, even the deity inscriptions realm experts in the myriad devil palace won't be able to stop us. Huang Xian blinked her eyes. By then, we can leave the myriad devil island. However, this is only my guess. After we join the myriad devil palace, I'll tell you some of the secrets that I've investigated in the past 10,000 years. Huang Xian smiled faintly. Fang Chen nodded. Huang Xian stood up. She looked at the sky and saw that it was completely dark. Young Master Fang, I'll be leaving first. I hope that you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Huang Xian said. Why do you trust me so much? Fang Chen stared at Huang Xian and asked. Huang Xian turned back and smiled. Because I can sense a familiar aura from you. It seems to be very similar to the aura of my flying deity Phoenix race. After saying that, Huang Xian disappeared into the darkness. For the entire night, Fang Chen was thinking about Huang Xian's words. Did the Lord of Myriad Devil Island really not exist? However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. After the break, the second round of the elimination round began. The first round was between Fei Jiao and Mocha. There was a huge disparity in their strength, and almost everyone supported Fei Jiao. Before Mocha went up to the martial arts arena, Fang Chen whispered a few words in his ear. Mocha nodded and went up to the martial arts arena. Mocha? Fei Jiao was very disdainful of Mocha. He vaguely remembered that his good brother, Lu Tian, had been severely injured by Fang Chen. The anger in his heart was huge, and he wanted to vent it all on Mocha. However, out of everyone's expectations, Mocha admitted defeat before the round started. I admit defeat, Mocha said loudly. Fei Jiao was stunned when he heard that. His face turned ferocious as he stared at Fang Chen, who was below the martial arts arena. It was obvious that this was Fang Chen's idea. Losing without a fight. Is this the so-called elite of the Eastern District? How embarrassing! Fei Jiao was furious and mocked. Mocha didn't care about it at all, and neither did Fang Chen. No one paid attention to Fei Jiao. The latter flung his sleeves and walked down from the martial arts arena. Soon, the second round of the competition began. The gray-robed man from the Northern District versus Ho Hu from the Eastern District. Kill. With a roar, Ho Hu's claws contained terrifying power. His figure flashed and attacked in an instant. However, the gray-robed man was very calm from the beginning to the end. When he saw Ho Hu attacking, he waved his hand gently and a barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Ho Hu. Dong! Ho Hu's claws grabbed the void, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. However, he couldn't break through the void barrier. This move made everyone exclaim. As expected. In the square, Fang Chen nodded. He guessed correctly. The gray-robed man's attainments in the array Dao had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, he seemed to be deliberately using the array Dao to hide something. Unfortunately, Ho Hu's strength wasn't enough for the gray-robed man to go all out. After a few rounds of fierce battle, Ho Hu was defeated. In the clouds and the void, the expressions of the pandemonium's higher-ups changed. This gray-robed man is not bad. You're not allowed to fight with me. An old man surrounded by the aura of array Dao said with a chuckle. Old Jing, what's the hurry? This is only the second round of the elimination round. Let's wait a little longer, another person said. I'll say this first. You guys are not allowed to fight with me. In the square below, everyone was unaware that someone was secretly spying on them. The third round of the competition was Huang Xian against a void realm from the Northern District. She still didn't use her full strength and only used an illusion to disintegrate her opponent's attack. Everyone exclaimed. How strong was Huang Xian's illusion? The fourth round was Snake Demon's match. He was still bloodthirsty. When his opponent saw Snake Demon, he was so scared that he turned pale and admitted defeat. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. His opponent was still a void realm from the Western District. What a coincidence! Fang Chen said with a smile. Kid, your miracle ends here. The void realm displayed his magnificent movement technique as soon as he came up. Afterimages appeared on the martial arts stage, making everyone unable to tell where his real body was. You want to use this method to avoid my attack? It was obvious that the Western District's people must have seen that his physical strength was too strong. Therefore, they didn't give him any chance to attack. However, did they think that they could eliminate him just like that? Child's play. Facing the attack of the Western District's Void Realm martial artist, Fang Chen sneered and stood quietly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely arrogant. It was as if he didn't care about his opponent at all. He didn't even attack. What an arrogant guy. Fei Jiao's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he said coldly. At the same time, the Void Realm martial artist who had turned into countless afterimages said angrily, "You're courting death." Then, he exploded with his most powerful strength and slammed into Fang Chen's body. Dong! A terrifying energy wave reverberated from Fang Chen's body and drowned the Void Realm martial artist. Crack! Under the powerful reverberation, the Western District's Void Realm martial artist fainted. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. Their hearts were in turmoil. This battle was too shocking, winning the cheers of everyone. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /+ Come quickly download the mobile app. Chapter 2074. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Damn it! Fei Jiao clenched his fists tightly. Snake Demon, who was at the side, also looked at Fang Chen, who was standing on the martial arts platform, with a playful expression. Interesting. I was worried that you wouldn't make it to the 3rd round. Seems like I worried too much. But I have to congratulate you. You're finally qualified to be my food. Snake Demon didn't hide his murderous intent. He licked his dry lips and said eerily. The 2nd round of the elimination round was over. Some were happy while others were sad. Of course, there were also new forces, such as the man in the gray robe and Fang Chen from the East District. Fei Jiao, Snake Demon, and Huang Xian were the other 3 who made it to the final 5. They were all popular candidates before the competition. Their strength was obvious to all. They were very strong. However, no one had expected Fang Chen and the man in the gray robe to make it to the final 5. The East District and the North District are amazing. Many people were discussing. The East District and the North District used to be at the bottom. The 1st and 2nd places were occupied by the West District and the South District. Now that someone had finally made it to the top 5, it was a historic performance. In the clouds, a few elders finally couldn't hold back and showed themselves. Rumble! A terrifying aura swept across the land. The higher-ups of the pandemonium had arrived. Greetings, elders. The 4 guardians hurriedly stood up and greeted them. The elders nodded in satisfaction and said, "The Void Realm competition this time is a surprise to us. No matter what the results are, the 5 of you can join the pandemonium. Kid, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Elder Wan, he asked the man in the gray robe with a smile. "Greetings, master." The man in the gray robe immediately knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Elder Wan he laughed loudly. Good. My name is Wan He. From now on, you're my inner disciple. After this battle, follow me back to the pandemonium to cultivate. Try to reach the Rune Realm as soon as possible. Everyone was envious. Elder Wan he had a high status in the pandemonium. No one had expected him to come and take in a disciple. Congratulations. Wan He, to think that you would accept a disciple. Ha! Wan He, this fellow, is always afraid that we will snatch away his beloved disciple. A few elders joked, but Elder Wan he didn't get angry. He was very optimistic about his disciple. He walked up to the gray-robed man and patted him on the shoulder. Fight well in the next round and try to get a good ranking. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely work hard, the gray-robed man said. After Elder Wan he accepted a disciple, Fei Jiao and Snake Demon were also very excited, waiting for the other elders to accept a disciple. However, what they received was only disappointment. The few elders did not mention anything about taking in disciples. Don't be disheartened. We won't easily accept disciples until the last moment. Do your best in the upcoming battles, the purple-haired elder said with a smile. Then, the elders were invited to the rostrum and sat down. Of the remaining 5, according to the rules, the one with the most outstanding performance would be ranked first. Among the 5 of them, Snake Demon was ranked first, Huang Xian was ranked second, the gray-robed man was ranked third, Fei Jiao was ranked fourth, and Fang Chen was ranked fifth. All 5 of you have names. Next is the challenge. Everyone can challenge each other, and the one being challenged can't refuse. Otherwise, it will be considered a defeat. If you defeat your opponent, you'll get their name until no one dares to challenge you, the Eastern Guardian explained the rules simply. In fact, there were no rules in the challenge. Only one person can challenge each time. After the challenge ends, the others can challenge. Okay, the challenge officially begins. As soon as the Eastern Guardian finished speaking, the gray-robed man directly challenged Snake Demon. Snake Demon was ranked first, and if he succeeded, he would be the new first. Do you want to be my food? Snake Demon was unhappy that he wasn't accepted as a disciple by the elders. Since the gray-robed man took the initiative to challenge him, he naturally wouldn't hold back. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The gray-robed man sneered. You're courting death. Snake Demon turned into a python and floated in the air. He opened his mouth and bit at the gray-robed man. Too weak. To everyone's surprise, the gray-robed man jumped onto Snake Demon's body and grabbed the snake's head with both hands. Break. With a crisp sound, the gray-robed man broke the python's head. Crack. He exerted force and the python's head turned into a bloody mist. A miserable cry came from the python's body. Snake Demon turned into a human, and only his primordial spirit was left. His head was crushed. I'm going to kill you. Snake Demon was in a state of madness. Come back. The Western Guardian was enlightened. He roared and woke Snake Demon up. Then, he took him away from the martial arts arena. Snake Demon recuperates. Everyone else continue. The Eastern Guardian said. The gray-robed man defeated Snake Demon with a strong move and stood in the first place. Snake Demon was defeated and naturally became the third. I want to challenge Huang Xian. Fei Jiao wanted to challenge the gray-robed man, but when he saw Snake Demon's fate, his body trembled. He didn't think that he was much stronger than Snake Demon. Fei Jiao is no match for Huang Xian, Fang Chen said to himself. The battle between the two was very intense. Huang Xian's illusion was too strong, but Fei Jiao's space manipulation was not to be underestimated. The two fought fiercely for an hour. In the end, Huang Xian defeated Fei Jiao with a slight advantage and continued to stand in the second place. Huang Xian smiled at the gray-robed man and said, I'm no match for you. After saying that, Huang Xian walked back to her seat. I want revenge. After a while, Snake Demon's injuries were under control. The flesh on his head regrew. He jumped onto the martial arts arena and stood in the third place angrily. Among the five, only Fang Chen hadn't made a move. Because his ranking was low, no one took the initiative to challenge him. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Will he challenge the other four? Many people were guessing. Suddenly, Fang Chen took a step forward and slowly walked toward Fei Jiao, who was ranked fourth. Fei Jiao looked at Fang Chen with a gloomy face. Boy, if you have the guts, challenge me. Otherwise, get lost. Whoosh! The hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand and he slashed out without saying a word. The ancient soul-refining art of destruction was disguised by Fang Chen and no one could recognize it. Poochie! The ferocious Fei Jiao watched as he was sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. He didn't have any strength to fight back. Dong! When Fei Jiao's body fell on the square, everyone finally reacted. He's too strong. This was the first reaction of many people. How strong did he need to be to send Fei Jiao flying with a sword? Only now did everyone know that Fang Chen had been concealing his strength all along. It was probably for the final battle, right? On the rostrum, several elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Fang Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen walked in front of Snake Demon. Just like how he dealt with Fei Jiao, he used a sword. A simple slash sent the devil snake's body flying. Crash! The square was once again in an uproar. At this moment, Fang Chen walked in front of Huang Xian. He didn't attack but had a smile on his face. I admit defeat, Huang Xian said. Fang Chen nodded gently and walked in front of the gray-robed man. Oh my God, is he crazy? Is he going to challenge all four of them before he gives up? He defeated one person with a sword strike. That's crazy. Is he a Void Realm warrior? Why do I feel an oppressive aura of the divine inscription realm? Can he defeat the gray-robed man? For a moment, the square was abuzz with discussion. The guardians of the 4 districts on the rostrum didn't expect Fong Chen to challenge them in such a way. He's a lucky guy, the guardian of the Western District said disdainfully. This person's attainments in Sword Dao are really powerful. Looking at his attack, he should still be holding back, the guardian of the Southern District said. The Eastern District has an incredible genius, the guardian of the Northern District said with a smile. He was also looking forward to the fierce battle between Fong Chen and the gray-robed man. The few elders were also extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, Wan He, you won't fight with us now, right? The elders who didn't accept any disciples laughed and joked. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the member syncing bookshelf. Install a mobile phone reader on Xuanhuan 11. Chapter 2075. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The battle between Fong Chen and the gray-robed man was the center of attention. Love go little say ku. At this point in time, Fong Chen's absolute strength had already been exposed. He defeated the 2 prides of the Western District and the Snake Demon and Fei Jiao in 2 moves, leaving the latter without any resistance. Even the super-strong Huang Xian admitted defeat directly. Fong Chen walked step by step from the 5th position to the gray-robed man. If someone had said before that Fong Chen could win first place in the competition, the people from the other 3 districts would not have believed it. They would have thought that this person must be crazy. But now, the situation had changed. Fong Chen's strength was not weaker than the gray-robed man's. Even the elders on the rostrum were at a loss. They didn't know whether the 2 of them were stronger or not. The gray-robed man looked at Fong Chen in front of him and smiled gently. He immediately said, "Your strength is very domineering, beyond my expectations. If I'm not wrong, you should have held back your strength." The gray-robed man's words caused some shock again. He was so strong, but he still held back. If he attacked with all his strength, how strong would he be? "Aren't you the same?" Fong Chen said calmly. Among the few people, only the gray-robed man gave him a sense of danger. He had been guessing what the gray-robed man was hiding. The gray-robed man spread his hands and took a few steps back. A wild aura emerged from his body. "I'm very happy to be able to fight with you." From a certain point of view, the gray-robed man thought that he was the same as Fong Chen. As for Fei Jiao and the Snake Demon, he did not care about them at all. Only a battle with an expert could stimulate his fighting spirit. "Let's fight." Fong Chen's robe fluttered in the absence of wind. He clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. All the terrifying power gathered on his right fist. "Go little say ku." Following the gray-robed man's roar, 2 vast fist radiances appeared in the sky in an instant. With a shocking aura, they fiercely collided. Dong! The sound of tremors was endless. At the epicenter of the earthquake, space collapsed. A terrifying black hole vortex appeared, and a vast aura swept across the entire land. Both of them took a few steps back. The collision just now was just a test. The real battle was still to come. "Such probing attacks are useless," Fong Chen said. The gray-robed man nodded. "So, I will do my best. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he said that, the gray-robed man waved his hand and a huge array formation appeared on the platform, completely enveloping Fong Chen's body. "Transcending heaven formation?" Seeing this, everyone in the square exclaimed. They didn't expect the gray-robed man to be a heavenly master array master. "This formation is very powerful. Fong Chen is in trouble." Many people who did not know the situation discussed secretly. Inside the array, Fong Chen carefully felt the pressure brought about by the aura of the array, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Your array attainments are beyond my expectations, but a mere heavenly master array can't stop me. Competing with Fang Chen in the Tao of array formations, wasn't that a joke? Soon, Fang Chen used his absolute talent in array formation to counter everyone's doubt. Crash! Fang Chen gently tapped a few times with his palm. Immediately, the spirit formation that surrounded him broke apart by itself, shattering into pieces. Crack! Cracks appeared on the array formation on the platform. Seeing this, the gray-robed man waved his hand, trying to repair the broken array formation. However, it was too late. At this time, Fang Chen had already destroyed the core of the array formation. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The huge array formation was shattered. Fang Chen's figure stood quietly on the platform. When the flying dust was blown away by the wind, everyone stared at Fang Chen in shock. Amazing! Many people couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. On the platform, I didn't expect you to be a heavenly master array master. It seems that I've embarrassed myself. The gray-robed man laughed at himself. Your attainments in array formation aren't weak, but unfortunately you met me, Fang Chen said calmly. The gray-robed man nodded. He had underestimated this battle. He thought that he could use array formations to end the battle, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. Since array formations couldn't end the battle, then he would use strength to do it. Crash! The gray-robed man clenched his fist, and a long sword suddenly appeared in the void. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. You're also a swordsman? For so many years, no one in the same realm could force me to take out my weapon. You're the first, the gray-robed man said eerily. Then, he let out a low shout and held the sword hilt with both hands. The next moment, he suddenly waved his arm. Dong dong dong. The sound of vibrations was heard. In the sky, unimaginable sword light whizzed out. When the sword light gathered together, the sky changed color. Everyone in the square felt a great pressure. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen still chose to use the destruction sword move of the immemorial soul refining art. The gray-robed man's sword Tao cultivation was very strong and overbearing. To deal with this kind of swordsman, one could only use an even more overbearing move to break it. After the destruction sword move was disguised, it turned into a bloody sword light that tore through the sky and fiercely slashed at the countless sword lights in the sky. Gotcha! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The bloody sword light hit the gray-robed man's sword light with an unstoppable force. At the same time, the hidden star sword released the sword domain. Hong Long Long. Before absorbing and fusing with the God's Order rune, Fang Chen's attack was already comparable to that of a guardian. After absorbing the God's Order rune, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Even a cosmos god who had condensed 1,000 ordinary God's Order runes might not be his opponent. The sword domain of the hidden star sword, together with the immemorial soul refining art, formed Fang Chen's strongest attack. Above the sky, the sword light shone, intimidating everyone. The dazzling sword radiance shocked the crowd. They did not know who had the upper hand. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the outcome and only cared about admiring this shocking battle. Gotcha! As Fang Chen's figure flashed, penetrating through the void and drilling into the countless sword lights, the gray-robed man's sword Tao attack finally began to weaken. CSI. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed man's sword Tao aura had fallen to the weakest. At this moment, Fang Chen followed up with another attack, directly suppressing the gray-robed man. Damn! As a swordsman, the gray-robed man's heart was too shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful Fang Chen's sword Tao attack was. That kind of suppression came from the primordial spirit level. The suppression of the sword Tao was too terrifying. Puchi! The gray-robed man, who was suppressed by Fang Chen, turned his hand and forced Fang Chen back. His own body retreated rapidly. When he stabilized his body, a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. You are the most outstanding swordsman I have ever seen, the gray-robed man said in a deep voice. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, his aura fluctuating, ready to attack at any time. "Oh? So, you admit defeat?" Fang Chen asked. The gray-robed man shook his head and said, "Being able to suppress my sword Dao shows that your attainments in sword Dao are at least a level higher than mine. I admit that I am inferior to you in this aspect, but I will not admit defeat easily." While speaking, the gray-robed man removed the formation that enveloped his body. Suddenly, there was a violent storm, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The gray-robed man's body emitted a dazzling blue light. This terrifying blue light gave people a very gloomy feeling. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth changed colors. Fang Chen had been guessing what the gray-robed man was hiding. Now he finally saw that there was a palm-sized blue gem on his stomach. The shocking blue light that caused heaven and earth to change colors came from this sapphire. Boom. On the rostrum, several elders, including the 4 guardians, all stood up. Their faces were extremely solemn as they stared at the sapphire on the gray-robed man's stomach. "A sacred gem?" the purple-haired elder murmured. "It really is a sacred gem." The gray-robed man's master, Elder Wan He, exclaimed excitedly. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stared at the sapphire with a burning gaze, his heart tumbling. But soon, he tried hard to calm his heart. "It's actually a divine runic gem. No wonder they had to use a magic array to conceal it." Fang Chen sighed. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2076. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Divine Pattern Gem was a type of divine order pattern that was forcefully engraved into the gem. This divine order pattern was the most ordinary divine order pattern and could not be compared to the divine order pattern. This was because some people's bodies were too weak and could not withstand the power of the divine order pattern. Moreover, they urgently wanted to increase their strength, so they naturally chose to take a shortcut and use the Divine Pattern Gem to increase their strength. In fact, the Divine Pattern Gem was a very common treasure in the Chaos Void. As long as one paid the price, they could obtain it. Of course, even so, it was difficult for Void Realm cultivators to obtain it. Many experts would create large amounts of Divine Pattern Gems and sell them in order to make money. However, Divine Pattern Gems were still very rare on the Demon's Island. This was also why everyone was shocked when they saw the Divine Pattern Gem. Because the Divine Pattern Gem was engraved with ordinary Divine Order patterns, it was much easier for Void Realm cultivators to absorb it. It was almost effortless to absorb it into one's body. Looking at the gray-robed man who was surrounded by blue light, Fang Chen had already regained his composure and curled his lips. Divine Pattern Gem? The unsolved mystery had finally been solved. He had engraved the array on his body to hide the existence of the Divine Pattern Gem. Now that he had been forced into a corner, he finally exposed the Divine Pattern Gem at all costs. "Ever since I absorbed the Divine Pattern Gem, you are the first Void Realm cultivator to make me use it." The gray-robed man's body flickered with blue light as the Divine Order pattern appeared. He had a disdainful smile on his face. On the platform, everyone shook their heads after regaining their composure. The appearance of the Divine Pattern Gem had changed the outcome of this battle. Of course, some people in the square did not think so. For example, Mocha knew that Fang Chen had absorbed the Divine Order pattern and was many times stronger than the gray-robed man. "Now, what are you going to use to fight me?" The gray-robed man's aura shook the sky as he looked down at Fang Chen and asked coldly. With the Divine Order pattern, his strength had skyrocketed and he was a completely different person from before. Fang Chen was extremely calm, without the slightest hint of fear. He lifted his head and stared at the gray-robed man as he pointed at the divine inscription gemstone in his stomach. "Is this your trump card?" "It's enough to destroy you," the gray-robed man said confidently. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Actually, there's no need for this battle to continue. The reason why I fought with you so fiercely was out of curiosity. I wanted to see what you were trying to hide by engraving the formation on your body." At this point, Fang Chun pursed his lips and said, "I'm a little disappointed. I didn't expect that it was only to hide the runic gem." Shameless boasting. Seeing this, the gray-robed man sneered. He thought that Fang Chun was just putting on an act. He didn't believe that his opponent could withstand the power of the runic gemstone. For Void Realm experts, Shunglyph gems are the lowest level items. What's the point of using it to scare me? If you really have the ability, why don't you let me see you absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order?" Fang Chun said. "You're courting death." The gray-robed man was completely enraged by Fang Chun's words. He prepared to activate the runic gemstone and attack Fang Chun. However, at this moment, Fang Chun's words stopped his attack. "You're not the only one who has a divine rune of order. I have one too," Fang Chun said with a grin. "Moreover, my divine rune of order should be stronger than yours." *T. The gray-robed man was just about to curse when he saw a fiery red divine rune of order appear above Fang Chun's head. The terrifying power completely suppressed his divine rune gem. "Love go little say, W Chu, that's a fused divine rune of order?" The gray-robed man's expression changed as he cried out involuntarily. For a moment, he couldn't accept the fact that the divine rune gem was his trump card. When he revealed it to the world, he wanted to defeat Fang Chun as the victor. However, now, seeing the fused divine rune of order above Fang Chun's head, he actually felt a trace of fear. "How is this possible? How do you have a fused divine rune of order?" The gray-robed man roared crazily. On the rostrum, several elders widened their eyes in shock. After a long while, they finally recovered from the shock. "Amazing! I didn't expect such a monster to appear in the East District. Ha ha, this kid must be brought to the Pandemonium to be trained." The expressions of the guardians of the 4 districts kept changing. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. The guardians of the other 3 districts looked at the guardian of the East District with some displeasure. They didn't expect that the East District would really take first place. In the square, those prodigies who had fought with Fang Chun before were even more shocked. "He has been holding back all this time?" Especially Fei Jiao and Snake Demon, their hearts trembled. Just a moment ago, they were still feeling ashamed and angry about being defeated by Fang Chun with a single strike. Now, the anger in their hearts was gone. What a joke! He was not on the same level as them at all. He had already given them a lot of face by defeating them with a single strike and not killing them. Huang Xian of the South District also looked at Fang Chun in a daze. She had guessed that Fang Chun should be very strong, but she didn't expect him to have a fused divine rune of order. "It seems that our plan should be realized soon." Huang Xian was quite excited. On the martial arts arena, the gray-robed man retracted the aura in the divine rune gem, and the array enveloped it again. The sky was clear again, and the blue light disappeared. He walked down the martial arts arena dejectedly. Without speaking to anyone, he left the Guardian Hall. Seeing this, Fang Chun also put away the fused divine rune of order. The Guardian of the East District stood up and announced excitedly, "In this Void Realm competition, Fang Chun of the East District Black Earth Tribe has taken first place." The entire East District camp cheered. Mocha and the others were also very excited. "Fang Chun, the East District is not suitable for you. Come with us to the Pandemonium. You can get the best cultivation resources there," the purple-haired elder said. "Yes, with your strength, if you cultivate in the Pandemonium, it won't be long before you step into the Divine Rune Realm. In the future, you might even reach the Unity Realm. How about it? Have you thought about it?" After seeing the fused divine rune of order, the elders gave up on the idea of taking him in as a disciple. They were not qualified to take such a monstrous genius as a disciple. The only thing they could do was to bring him back to the Pandemonium. Fang Chen muttered, I can go with you to the Pandemonium to cultivate, but I have a condition. Envious voices came from the square. Only such a prodigy dared to raise conditions with the elders of the Pandemonium. Say it. As long as we can do it, we will definitely satisfy you, the purple-haired elder said. I hope the elders can bring Huang Xian to the Pandemonium to cultivate. Fang Chen pointed below at the devastatingly beautiful Huang Xian. Hearing this, the elders burst into laughter. Huang Xian's strength is obvious to all. She is a promising talent. Even if you don't say it, we will bring her back to the Pandemonium, the purple-haired elder said. Since the competition is over, let's go back to the Pandemonium and collect your reward. Elders, I still have some matters to settle in the Eastern District. After I settle them, I will report to the Pandemonium. How about it? Fang Chen asked. The elders discussed with each other and nodded in agreement. All right, then we will leave. This is the token. When you reach the Pandemonium, just take it out. The purple-haired elder threw the token to Fang Chen. Huang Xian walked past Fang Chen and said with a smile, I will wait for you at the Pandemonium. The elders of the Pandemonium brought the chosen prodigies out of the Guardian Palace. The other 3 districts also left. Suddenly, the entire Guardian Palace was filled with deafening cheers. Fang Chen, you have kept me in the dark for so long. The Guardian walked to Fang Chen and smiled helplessly. Back then, he had wanted to suppress this kid. Now that he thought about it, that idea was really stupid. In response, Fang Chen could only chuckle. He left the Guardian Palace and returned to the Stet tribe. He gathered the leaders of the 31 tribes and settled the matter. After he left, he appointed Mocha as the highest leader, with Ho Hu as his assistant. After this unprecedented battle, the 31 leaders were obedient to Fang Chen and had no other thoughts. Leader, don't worry. I, Mocha, will lead the Eastern District to glory again. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. /+ Come quickly download the mobile app for Jialishi. Chapter 2077. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Myriad Devil Palace was the core of the Myriad Devil Islands. All the elites of the Myriad Devil Islands were gathered here. Almost all the Divine Inscriptions realm experts on the island were gathered here. Other than the 4 chosen to be the guardians of the 4 districts, the rest of the Divine Inscriptions realm experts belonged to the Myriad Devil Palace. It was no exaggeration to say that the Myriad Devil Islands was the absolute territory of the Myriad Devil Palace. All the cultivators on the Myriad Devil Islands believed in the Myriad Devil Island Lord. In a certain mansion in the Myriad Devil Palace. Fang Chen, from today onwards, you will be cultivating in the Myriad Devil Palace. If you need anything, just let me know, the purple-haired elder said earnestly. In his opinion, Fang Chen's potential had already surpassed most of the Divine Inscriptions realm experts in the Myriad Devil Palace. If he was nurtured properly, his cultivation would definitely grow rapidly. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Fang Chen clasped his fists and thanked him. Oh right, since you came from the Eastern District, you shouldn't have any powerful cultivation techniques, right? All the cultivation techniques of the Myriad Devil Palace are in the Precious Treasure Pavilion. I have already informed the Elder guarding the Precious Treasure Pavilion. He will naturally let you in when you arrive, the purple-haired elder said. After that, the purple-haired elder told Fang Chen some details about the Myriad Devil Palace before leaving. Just as the purple-haired elder left, Huang Xian arrived. Fang Chen, Huang Xian called out softly. Huang Xian called out softly as she quickly walked towards Fang Chen. How is it? Fang Chen asked. Huang Xian's eyes flickered as she looked around to ensure that no one was eavesdropping. She then took a deep breath and said, The Precious Treasure Pavilion seems to have ancient records about the history of the Myriad Devil Islands. However, it is said that it is extremely difficult to enter the second level. Let's see if we can enter the second level first. If this method doesn't work, we will use the second method, Huang Xian said. Let's go to the precious treasure pavilion now. Fang Chen nodded and followed Huang Xian to the precious treasure pavilion. Love go little Sei Chu go in. The guardian elder of the precious treasure pavilion had already received the news, so when he saw Fang Chen and Huang Xian, he immediately let them pass. You can only read the books on the first floor. Do not go to the second floor. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences, the guardian elder said. Creak. Fang Chen and Huang Xian took a step forward and entered the treasure pavilion. Since we're already here, let's find a divine spell that suits us first, Fang Chen said calmly. All right. The two of them split up. Facing the dazzling collection of treasures in the treasure pavilion, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the bookshelf. On each row of bookshelves there were some hints. There were many kinds of divine techniques here. Some were used to cultivate movement techniques, some were used to cultivate the physical body, and some were used to cultivate the primordial spirit. Fang Chen majored in swordsmanship. His gaze fell on a bookshelf in the west. The books on this bookshelf were all about sword Dao divine art. Saint-level divine arts are useless to me, Fang Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, only universe-level divine arts were useful. What entered his eyes were all universe-level divine arts, but they were of the lowest level. Universe-level divine arts were divided into low-level, intermediate level, advanced level, and top level. Low-level universe-level divine arts accounted for more than half of the book. There were about a dozen intermediate-level universe-level divine arts. As for advanced-level universe-level divine arts, there were only two. Advanced level, Fang Chen's heart was burning as he came before the two advanced universe-level divine arts. Heavenly Vault Swordsmanship. When cultivated to the extreme, one can use the Vault of Heaven as a sword to suppress the enemy and kill without leaving a trace. Fang Chen whispered softly. The shocking scene flashed across his mind, causing his blood to boil. However, he suppressed his excitement and turned to look at the other advanced universe-level divine art. This divine art was called the sword drawing technique. Sword drawing technique? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. According to the literal meaning, how could the sword drawing technique be an advanced universe-level divine art? He thought that he had seen wrongly. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the yellowed book again. He did not see wrongly. It was indeed the sword drawing technique. Interesting. Fang Chen was instantly interested in this divine art. He gently picked up the divine art and flipped it open to read carefully. In an instant, he was shocked by the contents of the book. This is too profound. Just by reading the first page, Fang Chen felt that it was extremely profound. It was as if a new door had opened in his mind. It was very shocking. After cultivating the sword drawing technique to the extreme, even a Unity Realm expert would not be able to see the trajectory of the sword. There would be no warning before killing. Fang Chen opened his mouth wide and said in shock. Soon, Fang Chen made his decision. I choose him. He kept the book in his body and met up with Huang Xian. The latter had also found a divine art suitable for her. When she saw Fang Chen walking over, she smiled. How is it? Are you ready? I have found a divine art suitable for me. Now we can study how to enter the second level. Fang Chen said. The two came to the entrance of the second level and found that there was a very strong seal here. Even with Fang Chen's attainments in the array Dao, he felt that it was a little terrifying. The entrance is sealed by the seal. We can't force our way in. Fang Chen pursed his lips and said. Huang Xian pondered and said, Can we use some movement techniques that are similar to the void to enter? Fang Chen shook his head and said, This is very difficult. First, we have to find someone with a heaven-defying movement technique. Second, we have to find someone with a strong attainment in the array Dao to interfere with the array. Only then can we enter the second level without anyone knowing. Moreover, even if we can do both, we can't guarantee that there won't be a guardian in the second level. Fang Chen said. He felt that it was too risky. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unbearable. However, Huang Xian's beautiful eyes flickered. She seemed to have other ideas. The Flying Divine Phoenix clan has a special gifted superpower. We can completely change our aura into the same aura as the air. Simply put, we can merge ourselves with the air and become a part of the air. However, if no one interferes with the seal, I can't enter. Huang Xian's words were a little disappointed. Fang Chen had mentioned 2 conditions. She had met the first condition, but she couldn't meet the second one. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. He looked at Huang Xian in surprise. You are indeed a flying divine phoenix with the atavistic bloodline. You are really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but admire Huang Xian's gifted superpower. However, you don't have to be depressed. As long as you can do what you said, just leave the matter of interfering with the restrictions to me, Fang Chen said with a chuckle. You? Can you do it? This is not child's play, Huang Xian said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded and motioned for Huang Xian not to worry. I am a great heaven array master. I dare not say that I can break the seal, but I can interfere with it. Great heaven array master, Huang Xian said in surprise. However, the surprise on her face soon turned into excitement. Okay, I believe you. Huang Xian took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Fang Chen didn't waste any more time. A Ray Dao aura surrounded him and his hands formed different seals to interfere with the seal. It was difficult to do it without the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons Hall noticing. Fang Chen chose a conservative method. Although it took a little longer, it was very stable. After a while, the seal shook and Fang Chen said, You can go in now. Hurry up. I can only maintain it for 15 minutes. Okay. Huang Xian's delicate body turned into nothingness in front of Fang Chen's eyes. In an instant, Fang Chen's consciousness couldn't sense Huang Xian's aura. This shocked him. The Flying Divine Phoenix's gifted superpower was too domineering. There was a slight ripple in the seal, but it soon calmed down. Fang Chen knew that Huang Xian had successfully entered the second level. He prayed in his heart that there wouldn't be any problems. He just needed to hold on for 15 minutes. In fact, the upper echelons of the Myriad Demons Hall wouldn't pay attention to the precious treasure pavilion all the time. After all, this was the core of the Myriad Demons Island. Who would dare to cause trouble here? A quarter of an hour passed very quickly, and Huang Xian quickly walked out of the room. Swoosh! Fang Chen shook his wrist and the seal calmed down. Let's go. Fang Chen and Huang Xian quickly left the precious treasure pavilion. The guardian elder told the 2 of them that they had to return the original copy of the divine skill within a month. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. After leaving the precious treasure pavilion, Fang Chen brought Huang Xian back to his courtyard. He waved his hands and a great heaven array enveloped them. For the perfect novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Author's notice: please use the novel app to read. It's free without ads. The web version will affect the reading experience. Install the novel app. Chapter 2078. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We will provide you with fascinating novels to read. How is it? Did you discover anything? Fang Chen asked anxiously. Huang Xian replied, In the second level, I saw a portrait of the Myriad Devil Island Lord. However, the portrait was too blurry and I couldn't see his face clearly. And then how are you so sure that he is the Myriad Devil Island Lord? Fang Chen asked in puzzlement. Huang Xian's expression was a little blank before it turned resolute. She shook her head lightly. My intuition tells me that he is the Myriad Devil Island Lord. I can sense a terrifying aura from the portrait. According to what you said, the Myriad Devil Island Lord should really exist, Fang Chen said. Huang Xian nodded. After that, she continued, I saw the annals of the myriad Devil Island in the second level. Billions of years ago, countless experts left the myriad Devil Island and never returned. Fang Chen's heart stirred as he felt somewhat agitated. However, a few 100 million years ago, a calamity occurred on the myriad Devil Island. From then on, the myriad Devil Island was sealed and no experts left. It was also at that time that the myriad Devil Island Lord suddenly became the ruler of the myriad Devil Island. In the years after that, the radiance of the myriad Devil Island Lord illuminated the entire myriad Devil Island. The aboriginals of the myriad Devil Island purely believe in the myriad Devil Island Lord. They are extremely terrifying, Huang Xian explained. In that case, the annals of the annals didn't mention how to leave? Fang Chen asked. Huang Xian shook her head. Although they didn't mention it, I discovered a very important point. Some of the supreme experts of the myriad Devil Island would all go to a certain place before they left the myriad Devil Island. I think that the answer to the riddle should be there. Where is that place? The training ground, Huang Xian replied. The training ground is an independent space opened up by the myriad Devil Island. Every divine inscriptionist or cultivator with the combat prowess of a divine inscriptionist can apply to enter the training ground. However, the training ground is extremely dangerous and the environment is extremely cruel. In that case, as long as we enter the training ground, we will be able to find a way to leave. Fang Chen asked. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Huang Xian replied. My strength hasn't reached the level of divine inscriptions yet. After I return, I will go into seclusion to cultivate. Then I'll go scout the way first, Fang Chen said. Huang Xian and Fang Chen discussed for a long time and finally came up with a detailed plan. His plan to leave the myriad Devil Islands seemed to be progressing step by step. Half a month after arriving at the Pandemonium, Fang Chen had already mastered the basics of the sword drawing technique. It had to be said that advanced cosmic-level divine arts were really too powerful, not to be outdone by the immemorial soul-refining art. Furthermore, Fang Chen guessed that if he could master all 36 levels of the sword drawing technique, his strength would definitely soar. Half a month to reach the first level. This speed is too slow. Fang Chen shook his head and said helplessly. However, if the upper echelons of the 10,000 Devil Palace were to hear of this, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. The sword drawing technique was publicly recognized as the most difficult universe-level divine technique to cultivate in the Pandemonium. Others would need hundreds or thousands of years to cultivate it. King reached the first level in half a month, and you're saying that your speed is too slow? Are you trying to let others live? I seem to have reached a bottleneck, Fang Chen said to himself. With his current strength, he could go to the training field to check out what was going on. Soon, Fang Chen found the purple-haired elder and told him about his intention to go to the training field. You want to go to the training field? The purple-haired elder asked. Fang Chen nodded. I feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Only on the verge of a life-and-death battle can I have a breakthrough. The purple-haired elder pondered for a moment and then said, The training field is very dangerous. The slightest carelessness will kill you. Are you sure you want to go? I'm sure. All right, I will submit your application. I think we will get a reply soon. The purple-haired elder sat on the stone bench and sent a voice transmission to the elder in charge of the complex training field. Soon there was a reply. There is news that you can enter the training field, the purple-haired elder said. The purple-haired elder said, however, before we enter the training grounds, let me tell you about the situation there. There were many criminals locked up in the training field. These criminals were natives who once lived in the myriad Devil Islands or cultivators who intruded into the myriad Devil Islands and committed crimes. Over the years, there were too many criminals locked up in the training field. For the sake of survival, These criminals could only kill other criminals and even the natives of the myriad Devil Islands who entered the training field. Over time, the weak criminals were all killed, and the remaining ones were the elites of the elite. Even though the strongest criminals in the training field were only at the Divine Inscriptions realm, they were still able to survive in such a harsh environment. Furthermore, they were able to condense Divine Inscriptions continuously. Some of them had already reached the limit of the Divine Inscriptions realm and were comparable to Unity realm experts. If not for the powerful restrictions on the training field, they would have escaped long ago. This made the training field seem like an Azura hell. It was incomparably bloody. The criminals especially hated the natives of the myriad Devil Island. They would never show mercy to them. After listening to these introductions, Fang Chen's heart stirred slightly. Fang Chen, your potential is obvious to all. I hope you can maintain a calm mind and not be rash. The purple-haired elder reminded. Many thanks for elder's concern. Fang Chen clasped his fist. The training field was an independent space opened up by the myriad Devil Islands. It was located on a mountain peak near the myriad Devil Palace. Throughout the year, this place was heavily guarded. Fang Chen took out the token given to him by the purple-haired elder and successfully entered the training field. Voila! There was a flash of white light, and Fang Chen immediately felt a berserk pressure fill his surroundings. What a bloody aura! Fang Chen raised his head and discovered that the entire world was covered in blood. Blood and slaughter were the hallmarks of this place. This is the training field? No wonder the purple-haired elder reminded him to be careful. The environment here was really harsh. The origin source energy was extremely scarce, and everywhere was filled with the aura of blood and slaughter. If one stayed in such an environment for a long time, one with a weak mind would very likely fall into madness and go berserk. Only now did Fang Chen understand how powerful those criminals who could survive the slaughter were. Kiki, native? While Fang Chen was immersed in his thoughts, a crimson figure suddenly appeared. He licked his dry lips and stared at Fang Chen with a burning gaze, like a hunter who had discovered his prey. Die! The criminal's palm suddenly pushed out. Immediately, the scarlet aura in the world gathered crazily in his palm, forming a terrifying murderous handprint. So strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but release his fused divine runes of order, barely resisting the corrosion of the murderous aura. Divine runes of order? Seeing this, the criminal's face revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. His body released tens of thousands of divine runes of order, directly suppressing Fang Chen's divine runes of order. Oh no! Fang Chen knew this was bad. He hurriedly circulated his space-time cultivation aura and disappeared into the void. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen escape, the criminal roared and attacked crazily. However, Fang Chen continuously shuttled and dodged the criminal's attack. Then, he suddenly performed the sword-drawing technique. Swoosh! An unimaginable sword light pierced towards the criminal. Crack! The criminal's palm grabbed the sword light and directly crushed it. However, this also gave Fang Chen some time to escape. After the criminal removed the obstacle, Fang Chen was long gone. Damn it! The criminal roared angrily at the sky. Criminals like them loved to hunt down natives of the myriad Demon Island. It wasn't easy to meet one, but he actually escaped. Lucky guy, I'll definitely find you. Whoosh! The high-intensity shuttling through the void lasted for a full hour. After confirming that no one was chasing after him, Fang Chen stopped running. He stood on the ground, panting, and his heart was filled with a sense of danger. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and muttered to himself, if he can survive in such an environment, his strength cannot be underestimated. The criminal just now had tens of thousands of divine runes of order. Fang Chen was no match for him at all. Fortunately, Fang Chen was a space-time cultivator and had first-rate escape methods. Otherwise, he might really be killed by the criminal. It's too dangerous. I have to be careful, Fang Chen said to himself. At this time, He remembered the purple-haired elder's advice. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use the member synchronization bookshelf. Chapter 2079. Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the training ground, the smell of blood filled the air. The origin energy in the air was extremely scarce, and it was impossible to sustain the cultivation of those criminals. Therefore, they had no choice but to kill the native cultivators of the myriad demon island and seize their cultivation resources. After all, one day was one day. Who knew, they might be able to break through to the unity realm, or even a higher realm. Only then would they have hope of leaving. Never underestimate a pack of hungry wolves, and never overestimate the strength of a genius. As soon as he entered the training ground, the powerful criminals gave Fong Chen a lesson, clearing his mind instantly. Hiding behind a remote hill, Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly recovering his strength. The long period of escape had almost exhausted all the energy in his body. I was lucky enough to escape this time, but what about the next time? Fong Chen asked himself. He couldn't go on like this forever, and luck wouldn't always be with him. What should he do? He could only increase his strength. After carefully analyzing his current situation, there were only 2 ways to increase his strength. The first was to comprehend the sword-drawing technique, and the second was to absorb and fuse the divine runes of order. If he could absorb 9 fused divine runes of order, his strength would be above average even in the divine rune realm. And now, he had only absorbed 1 fused divine rune of order. He would be considered a monstrous genius in the outside world. In this dog-eat-dog training ground, he was nothing. I definitely won't be able to comprehend the sword-drawing technique in a short period of time. Fong Chen muttered. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was only to find out the truth of the training ground. He didn't really want to stay here for a long period of time. Soon, he made a decision. He would see if he could find 1 or 2 fellow disciples from the Myriad Demon Palace to ask about the situation of the training ground, and then quickly leave. I hope my luck is good and I don't meet any criminals. Fong Chen curled his lips and said in a low voice. Then, he used the power of space-time cultivation and shuttled through the void, constantly searching. In the wasteland behind a certain mountain, a divine rune realm martial artist from the Myriad Demon Palace was fighting fiercely with a criminal who was covered in a bloody aura. Delicious prey, hee-hee, the criminal said greedily as he fought madly. His attacks were very powerful. Above his head, there were 3,000 divine runes of order. The aura emanating from them made people shrink back. On the other hand, his opponent was a divine inscription realm martial artist from the Myriad Devil Hall. He only had 2,000 divine inscriptions of order and was clearly not a match for the criminal. After a fierce battle, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people were forced to retreat, and it seemed like they were about to be killed by the criminal. At this moment, a beam of sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the criminal's chest at lightning speed. A miserable shriek rang out from the prisoner's mouth. He threw his head back and let out a long howl. His body trembled as a bright red aura surged out from within him. You are courting death. The criminal's blood-red eyes stared intently at a corner of the void as he roared furiously. Rumble! The criminal launched an attack on Fong Chen, who did not hesitate to use the immemorial soul-refining technique and the sword-drawing technique. He even released the fused divine runes of order. In an instant, Fong Chen and the criminal fought fiercely. Love go little say, Ku, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you making a move? Fong Chen shouted. At this moment, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people finally reacted and hurriedly joined forces with Fong Chen to encircle and suppress the criminal. When the 2 of them joined forces, their attack power was obviously increased. The criminal's attack was directly dispersed by the 2 of them. Kill! In a few breaths' time, the situation of the battle changed. Fang Chun and the 10,000 Demons Hall's people joined forces and suppressed the criminal. The latter's face was ferocious, as if he knew that he was no match for them and wanted to escape. However, the two of them did not give him the chance. They used their strongest attacks and killed the criminal in one fell swoop. Whoosh! The 10,000 Demons Hall's people stood on the ground, panting heavily. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Brother, thank you for your help." Fang Chun waved his hand and said, "We are all fellow disciples of the 10,000 Demons Hall. There's no need to be so polite." Hearing this, the 10,000 Demons Hall's people nodded. "If I didn't meet you this time, I'm afraid I would have died here. These criminals are too ferocious. It's impossible to fight against them at the same cultivation level." "Why did you enter the trial grounds alone?" Fang Chun asked. The person sat on the ground and quickly recovered his strength. "The 5 of us entered the trial grounds together. However, because we discovered a certain ruin, we were chased by the criminals. After a bitter battle, I was the only one who managed to escape. The other 4 all died." At this point, the person's face was somewhat gloomy. Fang Chun shook his head. This was the cruelty of the trial grounds. The trial grounds are very cruel in the first place. As long as there's life, there's hope. The fact that you're still alive means that there's still hope to avenge your 4 brothers. If even you fall, then there's really no other way. Fang Chun consoled. The person's complexion gradually improved. He raised his head and stared at Fang Chun with his deep eyes. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Don't you want to know what ruin we discovered?" Fang Chun spread his hands and said, "You risked your lives to discover the ruin. If you want to talk about it, you'll naturally talk about it. If you don't want to talk about it, so what if I ask?" Hearing this, the person nodded in satisfaction. "You're very unique. I can tell you the location of the ruin. However, don't go before you have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, you'll lose your life." The person said solemnly, "The entire trial grounds are very large. The criminal's lair is in the center of the trial grounds. The ruin we discovered is near the criminal's lair." Actually, Fang Chun wasn't very interested in the ruin. Moreover, so what if he was interested? If he wasn't strong enough, he could only listen. There was no way he could search for the treasure. "By the way, tell me about the situation in the training grounds," Fang Chun said with a smile. "For example, is there any special place in the trial grounds? Or is there a very famous place?" Faced with Fang Chun's question, the person fell into deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something. "Now that you mention it, I really do think of a place." The person said, "In the southeastern region of the trial grounds, there's a floating heavenly palace. It's said that the heavenly palace hides the secret of the trial grounds. However, up until now, no one has entered the heavenly palace. Even divine inscriptions realm experts would be repelled the moment they approached the heavenly palace. At best, they would be heavily injured. At worst, they would die." Floating heavenly palace? Fang Chun's heart stirred. Could it be that the secret of the myriad devil islands was hidden here? What's the origin of this floating heavenly palace? Fang Chun continued asking. "I heard it from my uncle. His master is a divine inscriptions realm expert from the older generation of the myriad devil palaces. He knows a lot. It's said that a long, long time ago, the myriad devil islands had yet to be unified. It's said that an earth-shattering battle erupted in the floating heavenly palace. Countless experts of the myriad devil islands entered the floating heavenly palace one after another." As he said this, he paused for a moment before continuing, "That battle was too shocking. The floating heavenly palace almost collapsed. In the end, the myriad devil islands obtained victory. However, those experts who entered the floating heavenly palace all vanished mysteriously." Vanished. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt even more agitated in his heart. He was already certain that the floating heavenly palace was the path to leave the myriad devil islands. The surroundings of the floating heavenly palace are filled with an extremely violent energy. It's too savage. Many experts of the myriad Devil Islands joined forces to create a trial grounds, enveloping the floating heavenly palace within. As time passed, no one dared to enter the floating heavenly palace anymore. That person continued, during these years, there would occasionally be criminals who entered the floating heavenly palace. However, almost all of them died. Very few criminals were able to survive. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had already achieved his goal. All the secrets should be hidden within the floating heavenly palace. I'll wait until I'm stronger before I go and explore the floating heavenly palace. Fang Chen silently mused. After chatting with this person for a long time, Fang Chen understood the situation of the trial grounds like the back of his hand. After the two of them discussed, they decided to leave the trial grounds. This place was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Voila! After leaving the trial grounds, Fang Chen immediately sent a voice transmission to Huang Xian. However, the latter was in seclusion and was unable to receive his message. Fang Chen's lips twitched as he returned to his courtyard. If you want to read a novel without mistakes, please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. Please use it. Members can synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2080. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with exciting novels to read. As time passed, Fang Chen gained a better understanding of the myriad Devil Hall. Up until now, the person with the strongest authority in the myriad Devil Hall was the Vice Island Master, who was also the second strongest person in the myriad Devil Island, Wan Jianxing. All along, he had been representing the will of the myriad Devil Island Master to maintain the order of the myriad Devil Island. Wherever Wan Jianxing went, everyone kowtowed with the etiquette of the Island Master. Other than Wan Jianxing, the other divine inscriptions realm warriors varied in strength. The weak ones were weaker than Fang Chen, but there were many strong ones. In short, the operation of the entire myriad Devil Hall was very simple, and that was to nurture wave after wave of potential newbies. What are they planning? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask himself. As he said, after coming to the myriad Devil Hall, the cultivation resources had increased by a lot. With these cultivation resources, he used half a year to cultivate the sword drawing technique to the 12th level. This speed was already very fast, breaking the cultivation record of the myriad Devil Hall. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Wan Jianxing. The latter personally summoned Fang Chen. After praising his potential and talent, he told him to work hard in his cultivation. He wanted to reach the Divine Inscriptions realm as soon as possible and then break through to the Unity realm. Vice Island Master. Fang Chen looked at the masked man on the bronze throne and cupped his fist. What's the matter? Vice Island Master Wan Jianxing asked. I heard that there are fused divine inscriptions of order in the myriad Devil Hall. I want to know what kind of price I have to pay to obtain it? Fang Chen asked. Oh? You want to fuse divine inscriptions of order? Wan Jianxing knew that Fang Chen had already absorbed a fused divine inscriptions of order, but he didn't expect him to have such an idea. Fang Chen nodded. Wan Jianxing said, exchange it with a sufficient price, such as a huge amount of origin stones. Or, if he had made a great contribution to the Myriad Demon's Palace, that would be fine too. Love go little say ku. Fang Chen didn't have either of these. However, there's a shortcut for you. Cultivate the sword drawing technique to perfection, and I can personally bestow you a fused divine inscriptions of order, Wan Jianxing said with a smile. What? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Would he be able to fuse the divine patterns of order if he cultivated the sword drawing technique to perfection? Absorbing one divine order rune was already very powerful. What would happen if he absorbed another one? Many thanks for the information, Vice Island Master. After hurriedly bidding farewell to the Deputy Island Master, Fang Chen quickly returned to his residence and began to focus on comprehending the sword-drawing technique. Time never stopped, always moving forward, never knowing fatigue. One day, Huang Xian came out of seclusion. She had gained a lot this time. He had even broken through to the divine inscription realm in one go. Huang Xian's expression was grave as she hurried to find Fang Qin. Seeing that he was in seclusion, Huang Xian gritted her teeth and released the divine runes of order to wake him up. What happened? There was a hint of displeasure between Fang Qin's brows. Ever since he had consulted the Vice Island Master, he had returned and immersed himself in cultivation. In nearly a year, he had already cultivated the sword-drawing technique to the 29th level. As long as he worked hard, he might be able to reach perfection. However, at the most critical moment of his comprehension, he was disturbed by Huang Xian. "Fang Qin, I have something important to tell you," Huang Xian said with an ugly expression. Whoosh! Fang Qin set up a heaven-piercing array to prevent others from eavesdropping. "A love go little say, Wu." After doing all this, he pointed to the stone stool and said, "Sit down and talk." Huang Xian sat on the stone stool and took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fang Qin. Her first sentence caused the latter's heart to churn. "I obtained the inheritance of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island." What? Fang Qin's eyes widened as he looked at Huang Xian in disbelief. "Is this true?" Fang Qin repeated. Huang Xian nodded seriously and said, "The situation of the Myriad Demon Island is far more complicated than we imagined. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island has never left. He has always been on the Myriad Demon Island." "Then how did you obtain his inheritance?" This was what Fang Qin was most curious about. "You should know about my innate ability, right?" Huang Xian said. Fang Qin quickly nodded. Huang Xian continued, "Actually, not long after I went into seclusion, my cultivation reached a bottleneck. At that time, I wanted to come out of seclusion directly. However, after thinking about it, I thought of an idea. I wanted to use my innate ability to fuse with the air and explore the Myriad Demon Hall." Fang Qin listened attentively. Wasn't Huang Xian a little too daring? "I used my innate ability and successfully hid from the many divine inscriptions realm experts of the Myriad Demon Hall. I stepped into the highest palace of the Myriad Demon Hall," Huang Xian said. "Is it the Saint Devil Hall that represents the will of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island?" Fang Qin asked anxiously. Huang Xian nodded. "The Myriad Sword Sect has always announced to the public that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island is cultivating in the Saint Devil Hall. His will cannot be defied. Over time, the Saint Devil Hall represented the highest authority of the Myriad Demon Island. Usually, there were no guardians because no one dared to barge into the Saint Devil Hall. This also made it convenient for me, allowing me to sneak in successfully." Fang Qin's heart pounded. He could faintly feel that the following matters would be even more ridiculous and shocking. "When I entered the Saint Devil Hall, I discovered that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island had never left." It's just that what?" Fang Qin asked. "The Lord of Myriad Demon Island has been suppressed," Huang Xian said mysteriously. "What?" Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. For a moment, he couldn't accept this fact. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island was the strongest expert of the Myriad Demon Island. He was also the only Unity Realm expert. How could he be suppressed in the Saint Devil Hall? Who was it that had such great capabilities to suppress the Lord of Myriad Demon Island? Even though the Lord of Myriad Demon Island has been suppressed, his consciousness still exists. After discovering me, he immediately imparted his lifetime inheritance to me. Furthermore, he even told me about how he was suppressed. Huang Xian said. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island knew that his life was over. He would never be able to return to the peak. He only asked me to help him take revenge. Who suppressed the Lord of Myriad Demon Island? This was what Fang Qin was most concerned about. Vice Island Lord Wan Jianxing. Huang Xian's words shocked Fang Chen once again. However, before Fang Chen could ask, Huang Xian continued, even though Wan Jianxing is a divine inscription realm expert, his true combat power is not much different from the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. The divine inscriptions that he absorbed were fused with the divine inscriptions of order. His offensive power is extremely strong. Initially, the Lord of Myriad Demon Island trusted Wan Jianxing. However, he was ambitious and wanted to take over the Myriad Demon Island. He ambushed the Lord of Myriad Demon Island and suppressed him in the Saint Devil Hall. He announced to the public that the Lord of Myriad Demon Island was in seclusion. He said that he was transmitting the will of the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. However, he was the one controlling everything. Huang Xian said. Fang Chen tried his best to shake his head as he recalled the scene of him meeting Wan Jianxing. As though she was afraid that Fang Chen wouldn't believe her, Huang Xian willed it and a lump of black aura appeared in her palm. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. The black aura in Huang Xian's palm was very similar to the aura in the Saint Devil Hall. This was enough to prove that what Huang Xian said was true. The Lord of Myriad Demon Island also told me the way to leave the Myriad Demon Island. What way? The floating palace in the training ground is the teleportation array that leads to the void star sky. Huang Xian said. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Fang Chen gradually calmed down. He looked at Huang Xian and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will tell Wan Jianxing about this?" Huang Xian laughed. "You won't. I believe in my own judgment." Hearing this, Fang Chen spread his hands and smiled. "With my current strength, I can't fight against Wan Jianxing, let alone save the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. I can only bear with it or leave the Myriad Demon Island to the void star sky to look for my parent. When I am strong enough to destroy Wan Jianxing, I will return." Huang Xian spoke her thoughts. Fang Chen nodded lightly. "But the floating palace is very dangerous. How do we enter?" "The Lord of Myriad Demon Island told me that if I want to enter the floating palace, I have to absorb at least 3 divine runes of order." 3. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He had fused one now. If he added the one that Wan Jianxing promised him, he would only have 2. Where was he going to find the third one? "I brought out a divine rune of order from the Saint Devil Hall. This was given to me by the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. You have already absorbed one, so I'll give you this one too. As long as there is one more, we won't be far from success," Huang Xian said. Seeing the divine rune of order in Huang Xian's hand, Fang Chen was extremely excited. "Just nice," Fang Chen said. "Previously, Wan Jianxing summoned me and promised that if I could cultivate the sword-drawing technique to perfection, he would give me a divine rune of order. For a novel to read, please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please use it. Members can synchronize their bookshelves." Chapter 2081. Geniuses Remember Love in 1 Second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. What? Wan Jianxing summoned you? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Huang Xian's expression changed rapidly. She was very worried. "You must be careful of Wan Jianxing. Do you know what the Myriad Demons Hall has been doing all these years to nurture geniuses?" Fang Chen seemed to have guessed something. "Wan Jianxing cultivates demonic attacks and needs to absorb the power of geniuses. Anyone with good potential that he sees, he will let them cultivate the sword-drawing technique. When they reach perfection, he will devour their power," Huang Xian said anxiously. This, Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he pondered. "However, there is no other way," Fang Chen said. "Let's try it first. When I get the divine rune of order, I will absorb it immediately. However, we will quickly head to the training ground. By the time Wan Jianxing realizes it, we will have already entered the floating palace. You must be careful." Huang Xian gradually calmed down. It was indeed as Fang Chen said. What else could they do? "You should be careful. Don't let Wan Jianxing find out that you sneaked into the sacred devil hall. Otherwise, your life will be in danger, Fang Chen reminded. Huang Xian handed the divine rune of order she had obtained to Fang Chen and said, "Don't worry. I will be in seclusion during this period to avoid meeting Wan Jianxing. As for you, if anything happens, inform me immediately." After a long time, Fang Chen completely digested the secret that Huang Xian had told him. He didn't expect Wan Jianxing to be such a sinister person. He definitely couldn't fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. The only way now was to leave the Myriad Demons Island. The Myriad Demons Island was Wan Jianxing's territory. His words were very authoritative. To outsiders, he represented the will of the Myriad Demons Island Lord. An order from him was enough to make him a sinner of the Myriad Demons Island. He couldn't take the risk. He had to be careful. After trying his best to calm down, Fang Chen continued to comprehend the sword-drawing technique. The sword-drawing technique had a total of 36 levels. After more than a year, he had cultivated it to the 29th level. His understanding of the sword-drawing technique had become more thorough. In addition, Fang Chen was a genius swordsman with incredible potential. It would be much easier to cultivate. Unknowingly, the level of the sword-drawing technique was increasing. During this period of time, Wan Jianxing did not disturb Fang Chen. Instead, he continuously sent cultivation resources to Fang Chen's residence for him to use. Inside the majestic palace, has Elder Wan He's disciple cultivated the sword-drawing technique? Wan Jianxing, who was sitting on the bronze throne, asked in a low voice. Vice Island Master, Elder Wan He's disciple just came out of seclusion a few days ago. His cultivation seems to be about to break through to the divine pattern realm. Originally, he wasn't willing to cultivate the sword-drawing technique, but under my persuasion, he still chose it, the black-clothed elder said with a smile. Yes, pay more attention to him. Let him comprehend the sword-drawing technique as soon as possible and strive to reach perfection as soon as possible. Wan Jianxing nodded in satisfaction. Oh right, have any geniuses been unearthed recently? The black-clothed elder shook his head and said, It's too difficult to nurture a genius from the tribes of the 4 districts. Since the last Void Realm competition, no geniuses have appeared for the time being. Yes, you did well, Wan Jianxing said. After the black-clothed elder left the majestic palace, Wan Jianxing revealed a sinister smile. After devouring the power of 7 geniuses, I will be able to cultivate the peerless swordsmanship. At that time, that old fart, the Myriad Demon Island Master, will be completely killed by me. The Myriad Demon Island will enter a new era, Wan Jianxing said sinisterly. After another half a year, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword-drawing technique became deeper and deeper. He cultivated the sword-drawing technique to the 35th level in one go. Originally, he had the opportunity to cultivate to the 36th level, but some mistakes occurred midway. Crack! Almost no sword shadow could be seen. The sword light had already bombarded the ground and a deep pit appeared. Sword-drawing technique. Fang Chen softly chanted the incantation of the sword-drawing technique. The 36th level of the sword-drawing technique required extremely high talent in the sword Dao. Fortunately, it was Fang Chen. If it was someone else, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a level in such a short time. Fang Chen. At that moment, a furious roar was suddenly heard in the courtyard. Fang Chen's cultivation was interrupted. He stood up and coincidentally saw a divine inscription realm warrior appear. You are Fang Chen? This person came aggressively and exuded a wild aura. He asked coldly. Who are you? Fang Chen asked with a frown. I heard that you have great potential. In the Void Realm competition, you smashed the head of the snake demon? You are quite capable, aren't you? This person said coldly, his eyes filled with battle intent. Fang Chen let out a hollow laugh after hearing this. You are also from the Western District? The Snake Demon's clansman? Brat, you have to pay the price for smashing the head of the Snake Demon. With that, this person attacked like lightning. Thousands of divine inscriptions of order appeared above his head. A wild attack whistled through the air. Get lost. When the 35th level of the sword drawing technique was executed, the latter had no chance to dodge and was directly pierced by the illusory sword light. Crash! Blood splattered across the sky as his body fell heavily to the ground. This person's eyes were filled with horror. Get lost, Fang Chen said in a low voice. This was the pandemonium, and he did not want to kill anyone. In the blink of an eye, this person disappeared from Fang Chen's courtyard. Continue cultivating. To Fang Chen, a divine inscription realm warrior who had condensed thousands of divine inscriptions of order, was not worth mentioning at all. He was already strong enough to cultivate the 35th level of the sword drawing technique. While Fang Chen continued to comprehend the sword drawing technique, Wang Jianxing narrowed his eyes in the clouds above the majestic palace with a smile on his face. Not bad. You've already comprehended the 35th level in such a short time. I reckon that you'll be able to comprehend the 36th level in about half a year, right? Wang Jianxing said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his finger, a sword-shaped rune swooped down and entered Fang Chen's body. Then, Wang Jianxing disappeared. Dong! Fang Chen felt his body tremble, and then a large number of insights about the sword-drawing technique emerged in his mind. This is... Fang Chen's heart trembled. How could so many insights about the sword-drawing technique suddenly appear? Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Fang Chen's mind. He had just felt his body tremble slightly, as if something had entered his body. Then, a large number of insights about the sword-drawing technique appeared. This meant that someone was secretly helping him. Who was this person? The answer was obvious. Wang Jianxing. Thinking of this, Fang Chen immediately understood. The divine pattern realm warrior from the western district had probably been instructed by Wang Jianxing to check his cultivation level of the sword drawing technique, right? It seems that Wang Jianxing is also very anxious. Fang Chen muttered to himself, but this is good too. With your insights, I should be able to save a lot of time. After saying that, Fang Chen immersed himself in comprehending the sword drawing technique. A month later, the parts that were originally obscure, profound, and incomprehensible became clear in an instant. Fang Chen slowly sorted out all his insights about the sword drawing technique and finally merged them together. Dong! His mind trembled as all his insights were integrated. At this moment, Fang Chen felt unprecedentedly carefree. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the 36th level of the sword drawing technique. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Wang Jianxing's secret help. Fang Chen was very excited. After all, the sword drawing technique's attack power was very strong. If he fully executed the 36th level, its attack power would not be weaker than the primordial soul refining art. Swish! With a thought, Fang Chen executed the 36th level of the sword drawing technique. Even he couldn't capture the trajectory of the hidden star sword. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and this was the result of him not using any power. Impressive. As a void realm warrior, his essence soul had reached the peak of the fourth elemental realm. His divine consciousness could capture any movement in the surrounding space. However, he couldn't capture the trajectory of the hidden star sword. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the sword drawing technique was. At that moment, Fang Chen recalled a classic line in a martial arts action movie on Earth. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. I've already mastered the sword drawing technique. Go to the training ground and wait for me. Fang Chen sent a message to Huang Xian. For a novel to read, please bookmark this website to read the latest novel. /+ Come quickly Jialishi download the mobile app. Chapter 2082. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Then, Fang Chen took out the Divine Order rune that he had obtained from Huang Xian and prepared to absorb it. The speed of absorbing the Divine Order rune was very fast. During this period of time, Fang Chen's focus had been on the sword drawing technique and had temporarily put the Divine Order rune aside. Now, he could finally absorb it. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen took out the Divine Order rune and began to absorb it. Because of his previous experience, he was more familiar with the process this time and quickly got on the right track. 15 minutes later, the second Divine Order rune had been completely absorbed by Fang Chen. Whoosh! With a thought, Fang Chen put away the two fused divine runes. A strange smile appeared on his face as he left the courtyard and headed for the majestic hall. The bronze throne. You've mastered the sword drawing technique? Wang Jianxing was very excited to see Fang Chen, but he didn't say anything to avoid alerting him. It's all thanks to the cultivation resources of the Myriad Demon's Palace that I was able to master the sword drawing technique in such a short time. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Wang Jianxing nodded and said, "Let me see." Swoosh! Fang Chen's sword was extremely fast, and there was almost no trajectory in the entire hall. The hidden star sword circled around the majestic hall, leaving a mark on the pillar, and finally returned to his hand. It took less than a breath's time. Seeing this, Wang Jianxing's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The Myriad Demon's Palace is really lucky to have a young talent like you. Vice Island Master, you flatter me." Fang Chen looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Wang Jianxing waved his hand, and the temperature in the majestic hall dropped rapidly. A blue ice dragon floated in mid-air and roared at the sky. The dragon's roar was deafening. "I'll give you this Divine Order rune. I hope you can continue to work hard in cultivation and serve the Myriad Demon's Island," Wang Jianxing said. Fang Chen quickly put away the fused divine pattern of order, his face brimming with an excited smile. "Many thanks for Vice Island Master's praise. This little one will definitely serve you faithfully in the future." Vice Island Master, this brat couldn't wait to absorb and fuse with the divine runes of order, so he left first. "Once I've finished absorbing, I'll report back to you tomorrow." Wang Jianxing rolled his eyes when he heard that. In the end, he nodded and agreed. Only geniuses who had absorbed and fused divine runes of order would have enough power for it to devour. Mastering the sword drawing technique was only the most basic requirement. On this basis, the stronger one was, the better. Since Fang Chen said so, Wang Jianxing naturally agreed. After waiting for so long, one more day wouldn't make a difference. "Alright, hurry up and go absorb it. Come find me here tomorrow," Wang Jianxing said. Fang Chen quickly exited the majestic hall and returned to his residence. In order not to attract Wang Jianxing's attention, Fang Chen pretended to be cultivating the entire day. At the same time, he was also secretly absorbing the third fusion divine pattern. It wasn't until late at night that Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. With 3 divine runes of order in his body, he had already decided to take action. Whoosh! Using the power of space-time cultivation, his body merged with space-time. He quietly left the courtyard and headed to the trial field. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen left the pandemonium and arrived at the trial field. Wang Jianxing's divine consciousness couldn't cover the entire pandemonium all the time. He could only check occasionally. At night, he kept feeling uneasy. He didn't know what was going on. He jumped out of bed. He decided to devour Fang Chen's power tonight to prevent any undue delay. Then, he spread out his divine consciousness to search for Fang Chen. This spread made him extremely furious. The direction of the trial field? Wang Jianxing's face was extremely gloomy. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen, asking him to return to the pandemonium quickly. When Fang Chen heard Wang Jianxing's voice, his speed suddenly increased and he rushed into the trial field. "You're courting death." Wang Jianxing was furious. A terrifying aura descended on the mountain outside the trial field. Then, he entered the trial field as well. In the trial field. Let's go. As soon as Fang Chen entered, he saw Huang Xian waiting anxiously. Fang Chen was a spacetime cultivation warrior, while Huang Xian was a flying deity phoenix. Her talent was heaven-defying. The two of them disappeared into the Scarlet World. Rumble. Not long after, Wan Jianxing arrived. He spread out his divine consciousness, trying to find Fang Chen. However, because the bloody aura here was too strong, it blocked his divine consciousness. You can't escape. Wan Jianxing was furious. His body turned into an afterimage, and he disappeared. Whoosh! Fang Chen and Huang Xian encountered many criminals along the way. However, they braced themselves and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the sky was already bright. After a night of sprinting, Fang Chen and Huang Xian were close to the center of the trial field. At this moment, Wan Jianxing caught up. The aura on his body was too strong. It triggered the fury of the criminal lair. Damned Myriad Demon Island. Are you trying to kill us all? Brothers, let's work together and kill this demon. He's the one who ordered us to be banished to this godforsaken place. After many criminals discovered Wan Jianxing, they gave up on chasing after Fang Chen and Huang Xian. Instantly, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They increased their speed and headed towards the floating palace. Wan Jianxing is trapped by the criminal lair. This is a chance, Huang Xian said hurriedly. We're almost there. Fang Chen raised his head and saw the floating palace not far away. As long as they entered the floating palace, they would be halfway to success. At this moment, in the criminal lair, Wan Jianxing exploded with the strength of a top divine inscription realm expert. With a slap, several criminals exploded and died. Die. Wan Jianxing's attack was too strong. The criminals couldn't get close to him. However, his ambition wasn't here. He didn't want to continue fighting. Not good. When Wan Jianxing saw that Fang Chen and Huang Xian were about to step into the floating palace, he was furious. He spread out his hands and dense divine inscriptions of order appeared above his head. Then, a terrifying aura shocked everyone in the criminal lair. Swoosh! Wan Jianxing's body flashed, leaving behind an afterimage as he attacked the floating palace. Fang Chen, you're courting death. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to enter the floating palace, Wan Jianxing reached out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void around the floating palace collapsed, marking Fang Chen and Huang Xian's path. Not good. Seeing this, Huang Xian rushed into the collapsed void. She paid the price of her injuries to open a bloody path. Swoosh! Fang Chen carried Huang Xian, who was covered in blood, and rushed into the floating palace before Wan Jianxing arrived. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. An extremely oppressive aura spread throughout the training ground. It didn't matter if it was a criminal or a divine inscription realm expert. They were all intimidated by Wan Jianxing's furious aura. In front of the floating palace, Wan Jianxing floated in midair, not daring to get close. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly inside, his expression ferocious. The cooked duck had actually flown away. Unforgivable! Wan Jianxing roared, but he didn't dare to enter the floating palace. It seemed that there was something inside that he was afraid of. I hope the two of you die in the floating palace. Otherwise, once you come out, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Wan Jianxing clenched his fists, causing the surrounding void to collapse. He was too angry. He had paid the price of fusing with a divine inscription of order, but this was the result. What puzzled him even more was, how did Fang Chen know of his intentions? Why did he take such a huge risk to escape? Impossible. They can't know about the Lord of Myriad Demon Island. Wan Jianxing shook his head. The Saint Devil Hall was the sacred ground of the Myriad Demon Island and also the center of the highest authority. No one could enter there. Wan Jianxing didn't believe that Fang Chen knew about the Saint Devil Hall. Kill that devil. At this moment, many of the criminals reacted. Their shouts shook the heavens as they rushed to the floating palace and surrounded Wang Jianxing. Courting death. Fang Chen had escaped, and Wang Jianxing had suffered a great loss. He was already furious, but these damned bastards still dared to come? In the following time, Wang Jianxing vented all his anger on these criminals. Killing intent filled the air, blood flowed like a river, and miserable screams could be heard. Countless people from the myriad demon palace, who were training in the training ground, trembled. They had never seen the Vice Island Lord so angry. His strength was too strong, and they could feel the trembling from the depths of their primordial spirits. Buzz. Just as Wang Jianxing was about to start his massacre, the floating palace that had remained unchanged since ancient times suddenly trembled slightly. Soon after, it returned to its calm state. Error-free novel reading. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Members synchronize their bookshelves. Chapter 2083. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The primal chaos void was incomparably vast. It was hard for any warrior to travel across the entire primal chaos void. Everyone's understanding of the primal chaos void was entirely based on what was recorded in history books. Generations after generations of powerhouses continued to expand their territory and explore the unknown world. Over time, the primal chaos void gradually appeared in front of everyone. The primal chaos void was divided into 33 heavens. Every single heaven was incomparably vast. Cosmos gods could not leave it even if they spent their entire lives. The Void Star Heaven was one of the 33 heavens. There were hundreds of millions of miniature universes here. Every single moment, there would be warriors arriving at the Void Star Heaven from the various miniature universes. But the majority of them would meet with misfortune midway. Only a small minority could arrive safely. The Void Star Heaven was so vast that even existences beyond the Cosmos God realm could not explore its entire appearance. If the miniature universe was compared to an egg, then the Void Star Heaven was the entire universe, and that legendary primal chaos void was the Milky Way galaxy. The 33 heavens occupied an extremely important position in the primal chaos void. Void Star Heaven Border Town, Zai Kai Town. This town was located at the boundary of the Void Star Heaven. Hence, it was not under any jurisdiction. Many fugitive criminals would come here. Voila! A white light flashed within the teleportation array. 2 figures walked out from within. When he saw people coming and going on the streets, Fang Chen's expression gradually calmed down. And by his side, Huang Xian's beautiful face was filled with white frost. She had suffered a huge shock. Fang Chen did not wish to recall what happened in the floating palace. It was too fresh in his mind. If not for his good luck, he might have died there. Huang Xian, we have arrived at the Void Star Heaven. Fang Chen lightly shook Huang Xian's shoulders and said softly. At this moment, the wooden Huang Xian gradually calmed down. The white frost on her beautiful face gradually disappeared. Her small hands were tightly holding onto Fang Chen's arm. Don't be afraid. We are safe now. Fang Chen softly consoled her. The two of them left the teleportation array. A long time later, Huang Xian finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, Huang Xian's eyes were filled with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. It's all right now. Fang Chen nodded. Many thanks, Huang Xian said in a low voice. In the floating palace, Fang Chen had the opportunity to leave by himself. However, in order to save her, he had decided to turn back, causing the two of them to fall into danger. Huang Xian would remember this kindness in her heart. According to my guess, this should be the Void Star Heaven. We're new here and don't know anything. Understand the situation first, then make other plans, Fang Chen said. Huang Xian nodded. At this moment, a noblewoman was cultivating in a large sect in a certain region of illusory star heaven. Suddenly, her heart trembled, and she abruptly opened her eyes. I can sense Xian Er's aura. The noblewoman's eyes were filled with tears. She carefully sensed again. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she immediately informed her husband. Br Walla. After a while, a man in canvas clothes appeared. Ching what's wrong? Our daughter, I can sense her aura, the noblewoman said excitedly. What? The man in canvas clothes was a little startled, but he was immediately overjoyed. The divine soaring phoenix clan had the ability to communicate telepathically. As long as they were within a certain range, no matter how far away they were, they could sense each other's presence. Before this, the noblewoman had been sensing, but she couldn't sense any trace of Huang Xian's aura. Now, her heart was trembling. All this indicated that her daughter had appeared in illusory star heaven. Let's go find our daughter, the man in canvas clothes hurriedly said as he helped the noblewoman up. On the streets of Zakai town, Fang Chen and Huang Xian were walking. Suddenly, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked worriedly. Huang Xian was a little puzzled at first, but then an excited smile appeared on her face. My parents are on their way. They sensed that I appeared in illusory star heaven. Huang Xian smiled brightly. My mother just sent me a telepathic message. She told me to wait for her here. They will come to pick me up soon. Fang Chen and Huang Xian found an inn and waited for Huang Xian's parents to arrive. I'm so happy. I thought my parents had already passed away. Huang Xian was very excited. Happiness came too suddenly. Congratulations, Fang Chen said. Half an hour later, Huang Xian's parents found the two of them. Father, mother. Huang Xian stood up and rushed into her parents' arms. For 10,000 years, she had been thinking about avenging her parent. She didn't expect to see them again. Xian, it's really you. That's great. Huang Xian's parents were also very excited. They had lost their daughter and now they had found her again. The family of three vented their emotions that had been suppressed for 10,000 years. After a long time, their emotions gradually calmed down. At this time, Huang Xian remembered that Fang Chen was still sitting at the side. She stuck her tongue out at him and then introduced, Father, Mother, this is Fang Chen. He's my partner. Partner? The rich madam looked at Fang Chen meaningfully. Junior Fang Chen greets uncle and auntie. The two of you, please take a seat. Fang Chen stood up and clasped his fists towards the two of them. He could feel that the aura of the two of them were very strong. At the very least, it was much stronger than Wan Jianxing's aura. According to his guess, the two of them were at least Unity Realm experts. After sitting down, Huang Xian's mother started asking about Huang Xian's situation over the years. Huang Xian told her mother everything that happened after she fell into the myriad Devil Islands. The latter looked at Fang Chen with astonishment. She then said, This little brother, many thanks for your help. It's nothing much. We are just helping each other. Fang Chen waved his hand. Huang Xian's father had been observing Fang Chen. He could faintly feel that Fang Chen was extraordinary. Little brother, let's drink. Huang Xian's father chuckled. He drank a few cups of wine with Fang Chen as a form of gratitude towards the latter for saving his daughter. After a moment, the family of three stood up. Xian, come back with us. The rich madam rubbed Huang Xian's head and said softly, Little brother, you are new here and do not have anyone to rely on. Do you want to follow us to the Divine Phoenix sect? Even though you cannot become an official disciple of the Divine Phoenix sect, you can at least stay in the Divine Phoenix sect. Huang Xian's father said. Fang Chen shook his head and rejected his good intentions. Uncle, this junior still has some matters to attend to. I will not be going. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, Huang Xian's parents looked at each other. They were slightly astonished. If it was any other ordinary person, they would definitely not hesitate to hug their thighs. Yet this brat rejected them. Playing hard to get? As Unity Realm experts, they naturally would not care about the thoughts of these minor characters. Soon, the family of three left. After leaving the inn, Huang Xian's face was filled with displeasure. She was dissatisfied with her parents' actions and protested. Why did you do that? Huang Xian asked. Xian, the world of cultivation is incomparably cruel. No matter who you befriend, you have to be careful. We did not do anything just now. We were just probing. Huang Xian's father said. Xian, during these 10,000 years when you were not around, your father and I felt very guilty. We do not want you to suffer any losses. Hence, we have to investigate everyone you befriend. I hope you do not blame us. The rich madam said sincerely. Humph. Huang Xian snorted and lowered her head. It seems that this brat should have come from the miniature universe. When I mentioned the Divine Phoenix sect, his expression did not change. He should not have heard of it. Huang Xian's father said. Forget it. Anyway, we have already invited him. He rejected us. At this moment, in the inn, Fang Chen was looking at the map of Void Star Sky that he had obtained from ancestor Xing He. After coming to Void Star Sky, the map in his mind became clearer. Void Star Sky is really big. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. He saw the Divine Phoenix sect on the map. He also saw the border town that he was in. Of course, there was definitely no sign of Zhe Kai town on the map. He had only guessed it based on the terrain. Chapter 2084. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. According to the map, Void Star Sky was divided into 4 sections, namely East Xian Sky, West Xian Sky, South Xian Sky, and North Xian Sky. Fang Chen was now in East Xian Sky territory. Although it was only a small region of Void Star Heaven, the size of the area was shocking. The Limitless Sword sect and Divine Phoenix sect were not too far apart, but it was quite far from Zakai town. After looking at the map, Fang Chen was speechless. Although there is a teleportation array in Zakai town that can teleport me directly to the foot of the Limitless Sword sect, I need a large amount of origin stones. However, I need a large number of origin stones. Where am I going to find origin stones? Fang Chen felt somewhat helpless. The origin source stone was a stone formed by the origin source power of the experts in the primal chaos void. At the same time, it was also a hard currency in the chaos void. It could be used to buy and sell things, and it could also be used to cultivate. Because the power of origin stones had been condensed and compressed by the experts, its purity was very high. Under normal circumstances, some large sect would use origin stones to nurture young geniuses. As for those ordinary rogue cultivators, they definitely did not have the ability to use origin stones. They could only rely on their own efforts to absorb the chaotic power of origin between heaven and earth. Now, the big problem in front of Fang Chen was the origin stones. He had a lot of currency circulating in the galaxy universe, such as God's spiritual stones, God's spiritual crystals, and even God's spiritual crystal souls, but they were useless. These things could be circulated in the miniature universe, but they were only trash in Void Star Sky. No one would pick them up even if they were thrown on the ground. If he wanted to use his speed to fly to the Limitless Sword sect, it would take at least a few decades. Moreover, he might encounter some danger during this period. In short, very few people would do this. Teleporting to the foot of the Limitless Sword sect requires 100 origin stones. He did not have any on him, so there was only one solution, and that was to earn them. Love Go Little Say, Chu Fang Chen sorted out his thoughts and began to plan. Let's see if Zakai town has any good places to earn origin stones, Fang Chen said to himself. In the sky above Zakai town there was a hazy mist. An old man in a luxurious robe stood in the clouds, looking down. His sharp gaze pierced through the layers of barriers and landed on Fang Chen. It's been a long time since someone came out, right? The man in luxurious robes muttered to himself. He could clearly see through Fang Chen's thoughts. Although you came from the Milky Way universe that I created, I will not provide you with any help. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself on the path of cultivation. After the man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. If Fang Chen knew that he had been discovered by the Galaxy Patriarch as soon as he had arrived in the void star sky, he would definitely be shocked. As the saying goes, the master may lead the disciple home, but the cultivation depends on the individual. The celestial river great ancestor had created the celestial river cosmos to provide help for the cultivation of many of his clansmen. He could be considered a teacher who guided them on the path of cultivation. However, the celestial river great ancestor would not interfere with everything in the Milky Way universe. When he sensed Fang Chen's appearance, he just came to take a look. As for how far Fang Chen could grow in the future, he still had to rely on himself. Zakai Town was very big, but so far there was no place for Fang Chen to stay. I still don't believe that I can be trapped in Zakai Town until I die, Fang Chen muttered as he walked on the street. As he walked, he suddenly heard a noise in front of him. Fang Chen looked up and saw a dark mass. He didn't know what they were looking at. Love go little say, Chu driven by curiosity, he quickly walked to the crowd. After squeezing in with great difficulty, he suddenly found a notice posted on the wall. Everyone was looking at it. It's just a notice. What's the fuss about? Fang Chen muttered. Although his business was small, some people around him heard it. They angrily scolded Fang Chen. Boy, don't mess around if you don't know anything. This is a notice from the Ling Mansion. What do you know? That's right. You look so weak. You must be a greenhorn. You don't know anything. How dare you laugh at a notice from the Ling Mansion? Are you tired of living? For a moment, Fang Chen was cursed by the crowd. He was speechless. Wasn't it just a notice to recruit servants? Was there a need to be so fanatical? Moreover, he didn't know what the Ling Mansion was. After squeezing out of the crowd, Fang Chen curled his lips and shook his head helplessly. He then prepared to leave. At this moment, a thin-faced man walked to Fang Chen with a smile and whispered, "Boy, you have character. I like it." Fang Chen hurriedly pulled away. He didn't like men. You dare to ignore a notice from the Ling Mansion. You can be considered a man of character, the thin-faced man continued. Is the Ling Mansion very strong? Is there a need for such a notice to recruit servants? Fang Chen curled his lips. The thin-faced man's expression changed. He pulled Fang Chen to the side and whispered, "Lower your voice. If others hear you, you're dead." Seeing the thin-faced man being so cautious, Fang Chen was even more curious. What was the Ling Mansion's background? Let me tell you this. There are 3 major powers in Zakai Town. They are the Li family, the Mo family, and the Ling family. However, the other 2 combined are not as strong as the Ling family. The thin-faced man whispered, "The Ling family is the absolute overlord of Zakai Town. Even Void Realm cultivators don't have the qualifications to be their guards. The minimum requirement to recruit servants is the Divine Pattern Realm. Of course, there's another reason why so many people want to join the Ling Mansion. It's because of the Ling Mansion's daughter, Ling Shuang." The thin-faced man chuckled. The Ling Mansion's daughter is devastatingly beautiful. Many cultivators are willing to be her servants just to get close to her and take a look at her. There was a saying in Zakai Town, "Raise your cultivation and join the Ling family. Marry someone like Ling Shuang." The meaning of this saying was obvious. If you wanted to raise your cultivation and obtain large amounts of resources, you had to join the Ling family. As long as you could join the Ling family, it meant that you could enjoy an endless supply of cultivation resources. And if you wanted to marry someone, you naturally had to target someone like the Ling family's daughter, who was both virtuous and intelligent. Based on what you said, the Ling Mansion is very rich? Fang Chen asked. Isn't that obvious? Who in Zakai Town dares to be richer than the Ling Mansion? The thin-faced man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He needed to earn origin stones. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Then if I join the Ling Mansion, Can I get origin stones? Fang Chun continued asking. What's the big deal about origin stones? If you perform well in the Ling Mansion, you might even be granted a surname and become a member of the Ling family forever. The thin-faced man happily introduced to Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun did not listen to the rest of his words. He only paid attention to the words origin stones. To earn origin stones, Fang Chun screamed in his heart. The thin-faced man's saliva flew everywhere. After he finished speaking, he realized that Fang Chun had disappeared. He then turned around and saw Fang Chun squeezing into the crowd, reading the notice seriously. Didn't you say that you didn't care about the notice posted by the Ling family? The thin-faced man said helplessly. After a while, Fang Chun walked out of the crowd with a smile. He already knew the process and would go to sign up in a while. I'm going to be a servant of the Ling Mansion, Fang Chun said. The thin-faced man laughed and rubbed his fingers together. Brother, this is all thanks to me. If I didn't introduce the Ling Mansion to you, would you have changed your mind? I see that you have good looks and will definitely be able to join the Ling Mansion. You will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Seeing the thin-faced man's expression, Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he understood. No wonder he was so enthusiastic about explaining the Ling Mansion. He wanted to earn money for his hard work. I'm poor now. Wait until I join the Ling Mansion. Fang Chun turned around and left. Brother, in the center of Zai Kai Town, the Ling Mansion occupied a large area. The mansion was very domineering and gave people a kind of intimidating aura. Very quickly, Fang Chun found the Ling Mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, there was a place to sign up. I'm here to sign up, Fang Chun said. Name, cultivation. The person from the Ling Mansion said lazily. Fang Chun, Void Realm. Fang Chun said, dealing with ordinary divine inscriptions realm is not a big problem. He was afraid that the other party would reject his registration, so he added on purpose. At the same time, he released a divine inscription of order. The person from the Ling Mansion looked up at Fang Chun and said, Come to the mansion tomorrow afternoon to take the test. If you pass, you can become a servant of the Ling family. Thank you. Chapter 2085. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go? We will provide you with exciting novels to read. The number of martial artists who were fanatical about the Ling clan was much more than what Fang Chun had imagined. On the afternoon of the second day, Fang Chun took the number plate and arrived at the Ling clan residence. Just as he entered the residence, he saw the plaza filled with martial artists. They were fighting to be the first to stand on the plaza, hoping to be chosen by the Ling clan. Fang Chun also stood according to the order. During this period, there were still many martial artists who came one after another. Fang Chun scanned with his divine sense. There were about 300 people who signed up. But the notice of the Ling clan clearly stated that they only needed 3 people. Choosing 3 out of 300 meant that 99 out of 100 people would be eliminated. Even though they knew that the elimination rate was high, they still came to compete with fanaticism. In some people's opinion, even if they could not become a servant of the Ling clan, it would be enough as long as they could see the Ling clan's daughter. Soon, the head housekeeper of the Ling clan arrived. So powerful! Fang Chun could feel that the head housekeeper of the Ling clan was at least a Unity Realm expert. His aura was very dense. He could not help but be speechless. Even the head housekeeper of a residence was a Unity Realm expert. This was indeed the primal chaos void. This was the ultimate place to pursue the martial Tao. The esoteric competition, the golden age where geniuses were born. Quiet. The head housekeeper waved his hand and said solemnly. His voice contained a terrifying aura, causing the noisy square to quiet down immediately. This time, the Ling clan is recruiting 3 servants. As long as you can pass the test, you will be chosen. The head housekeeper continued, Among the 3 chosen servants, one of them will be assigned to young Lady Shuang Er's palace to work for her. Hearing this, the plaza was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned red. They wished they could be the only one. If you want to join our Ling clan, it is very simple. That is to speak with your strength. The head housekeeper looked at everyone and said, "Those with less than 100 divine imprints of order can withdraw. You are too weak and are not qualified to join the Ling clan." A divine imprint realm expert with 100 divine imprints of order was considered not bad in the Myriad Devil Island. However, in Zakai Town, he wasn't even qualified to be a servant of the Ling family. The difference between the two was too great. Sighs could be heard coming from the crowd. Those who had condensed less than 100 divine inscriptions left the square in disappointment. Fang Chun was also somewhat astonished. Almost 200 people had left in such a short time. Now there were only a little more than 100 people left in the square. Only those who have condensed more than 100 divine runes of order are barely qualified to participate in the next test. The chief butler paused for a moment before continuing. I looked at the registration list. There are a total of 3 Void Realm martial artists who signed up this time. The 3 of them each absorbed a fused divine rune. 3 Void Realm cultivators can directly enter the finals, the chief butler said. The 3 of you stand to the side. 3 people walked out of the crowd, including Fang Qin. The 3 of them looked at each other, then walked behind the head butler. To be able to absorb the divine runes of order in the Void Realm required monstrous talent. Moreover, their abilities were far stronger than those who had condensed their own divine runes of order. All right, all of you will engage in a chaotic battle with the square as the boundary. As long as you leave the square, you will be eliminated. The battle will end when there are only 7 people left. The chief butler waved his hand. Immediately, a huge array enveloped the entire square. Soon, the chaotic battle began. More than 100 divine inscriptions realm martial artists engaged in a chaotic battle. Divine runes of order of various colors constantly emitted dazzling light in the sky. There are so many divine inscriptions realm martial artists in a border town like Sakai Town. What about the Limitless Sword Sect? No matter what, the Limitless Sword Sect was one of the large sects in Eastern Profound Heaven. There were countless disciples there. Even divine inscriptions realm disciples could only do odd jobs there. Fang Chun felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He was still too weak. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Limitless Sword Sect, he had to at least reach the Unity Realm. Only then could he bring his wife and daughter to the Void Star Sky. Otherwise, it would be too risky. I have to quickly earn Origin Stones and absorb the divine runes of order, Fang Chun thought. The chaotic battle was very intense, but with the restriction of the huge array, the shock waves from the battle couldn't cause any harm to the Ling residents. Just an hour later, the chaotic battle had already ended. The 7 strongest divine inscriptions realm martial artists had been decided. Among them, the one who had condensed the most divine runes of order had 1,000. The rest had less than 1,000. Those who are eliminated go to the accounts room to collect an origin stone as compensation and quickly leave the Ling residence, the chief butler said. Then, he looked at the 10 people and said, "The 10 of you will fight one-on-one." Soon, the 10 people were divided into 5 groups. Fang Chen's opponent was a fellow who had condensed 500 divine runes of order. At the beginning of the battle, Fang Chen released his divine runes of order. The scorching aura of flame directly enveloped his opponent. The latter had no way to resist. His divine runes of order were suppressed and his body was sent flying by the terrifying power. Just like that, Fang Chen easily advanced to the next round. After a short moment, the other 4 matches also ended. Out of the remaining 5 people, 2 of them would be eliminated while the remaining 3 would become servants of the Ling residents. Chief Butler. Right at this moment, a melodious voice that sounded like a silver bell was suddenly transmitted into the square. Immediately, the few people turned their heads and saw the fairy-like daughter of the Ling family. She's Ling Shuang-er? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Ling Shuang-er was indeed devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, her temperament gave people a very comfortable feeling. It's said that the daughter of the Ling family is a cultivation genius. When she was in the Void Realm, she had already absorbed 5 divine runes of order. Now that she has reached the divine inscriptions realm, she has condensed more than 10,000 divine runes of order, Fang Chen muttered in his heart. Miss Shuang-er, why are you here? The chief butler smiled when he saw Shuang-er. I'm here to bring a servant back, Ling Shuang-er said gently. Miss Shuang-er, please wait a moment. I haven't finished choosing yet, the chief butler said. Ling Shuang-er nodded lightly and walked to the side. Seeing Ling Shuang-er at the side, the few people became even more excited. They scrambled to perform well and impress Ling Shuang-er. The 3 of you are in the Void Realm, so the 3 of you can challenge either of them. As long as you win, you can occupy the top 3 positions. Of course, the loser can continue to challenge the winner until both sides admit defeat, the chief butler said. Ling Shuang-er was waiting, so he didn't want to waste time. I want to challenge you. The blue-robed man stepped out and pointed at the guy with 1,000 divine runes of order. You're courting death. Rumble. 1,000 divine runes of order were instantly released and suppressed the blue-robed man's divine runes of order without any effort. The latter was undoubtedly defeated. How could this be? The Void Realm warrior suffered a huge blow. He thought that after absorbing the divine runes of order, he could look down on everything. However, reality gave him a harsh wake-up call. If you absorbed 3 divine runes of order, I might be afraid of you. However, 1 divine rune is nothing to be afraid of. The blue-robed man was a little unwilling. He continued to challenge the other guy with 800 divine runes of order, but he was still defeated. After losing 2 rounds in a row, he was disheartened and directly withdrew from the competition. Seeing this, the other Void Realm warrior, who had absorbed a divine rune of order, looked at Fang Chen. Chief Butler, there are only 4 of us left. We only need to eliminate one. Can I request to challenge him? The man pointed at Fang Chen. Yes. The chief butler nodded. The other 2 divine rune realms were almost in the top 3. They could sit back and relax. The next thing to strive for was to be chosen by Miss Ling Shuang-er. This was the most important thing. However, at this moment, Fang Chen spoke. I think there is no need to carry out this challenge, Fang Chen said. Are you afraid? Just admit defeat? You're no match for me. Why waste time? Fang Chen said indifferently. Bullsh *T. You are the one who doesn't dare to compete. The chief butler frowned slightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, above Fang Chen's head, 3 divine runes of order shone, dazzling and eye-catching. Now, is there still a need to continue fighting? Fang Chen said calmly. 3. The guy who had previously threatened to challenge Fang Chen was terrified. Chapter 2086. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The result was obvious. Fang Chen was taken away by Ling Shuang-er, leaving behind 2 divine inscriptions realm fellows with resentful eyes. Xianghe Court was Miss Ling Shuang-er's residence. It occupied a large area. Almost all the servants lived in this area. After Fang Chen was brought to Xianghe Court, Ling Shuang-er briefly told him what he needed to do in the future. Your strength is not bad. From now on, you will be in charge of all the servants in Xianghe Court, Ling Shuang-er said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen nodded. All his forbearance was for the sake of earning origin stones. Work hard. If you do well enough, the Ling Mansion will give you a lot of cultivation resources, Ling Shuang-er continued. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and finally asked. Miss Shuang-er, what's wrong? Ling Shuang-er asked. What about my salary? Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. In order to earn origin stones, he had to throw away his dignity. About that, go to the accounts room and get 10 origin stones every month, Ling Shuang'er said. 10 origin stones every month. At this rate, it would take 10 months to get 100 origin stones. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. At present, he was unfamiliar with the place, so he could only stay in the Ling mansion. Maybe he could even get some divine inscriptions of order. Right? How did I almost forget to ask this? Miss Shuang'er, you just said that if my performance is good enough, the Ling mansion will give me a lot of cultivation resources. I wonder if these cultivation resources include the divine inscriptions of order? Of course, but the divine inscriptions of order are very precious to the Ling mansion. They can't just give it out casually. Then how can I get it? Fang Chen asked eagerly. Ling Shuang'er naturally knew why Fang Chen asked this. For example, complete some blood-level missions issued by the Ling mansion. A love go little say, Chu Ling Shuang'er smiled gently and said, however, the blood-level missions are very difficult. With your strength, you probably can't complete them alone. Don't be too greedy, or the gains won't make up for the losses. After saying that, Ling Shuang'er turned and left. Fang Chen stood in place, carefully thinking about what Ling Shuang'er had just said. What she means is that as long as we complete the blood-level mission, we will be able to obtain the divine rune of order. Then, if I complete 6 blood-level missions in one go, wouldn't I be able to obtain 6 fused god runes of order directly? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Since he couldn't leave Zakai town for the time being, he might as well focus on fusing the divine pattern of order. Even in the Limitless Sword sect, if one did not have impressive talent, they would not be able to attract the attention of the upper echelons. It's a good opportunity to strengthen myself before heading to the Limitless Sword sect. Fang Chen had already decided that he would take on the blood mission whenever he had nothing to do. Early the next morning, Fang Chen arrived at the mission hall. The Ling residents did not have strict requirements for their servants. As long as they had sufficient strength and courage, they could accept any mission from the mission hall. Just as he entered the mission hall, he bumped into the 2 servants who had joined the Ling residents with Fang Chen. Humph. The servant in black stared at Fang Chen and snorted. The other servant in red looked at Fang Chen and sneered. I really don't know what kind of luck you have to be chosen by Miss Shuang'er. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly and ignored them. He went straight to the mission board. The missions here would be refreshed every 2 hours. There were a few colors on the board. The red words were the blood-level missions. Why is there only one blood-level mission? Fang Chen was a little surprised. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Chen accepted the blood-level mission. Suddenly, the mission hall was in an uproar. Many divine rune echelon experts stared at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? He actually dares to accept a blood-level mission? You guys still don't know, right? This kid was chosen by Miss Shuang'er yesterday. His confidence is inflated and he wants to perform well. Humph, this kind of trash dares to accept a blood-level mission? I think he will most likely die. Isn't this good? We will have a chance to enter the Xianghe court. In the crowd, mocking voices were endless. The black-clothed and red-clothed servants, in particular, kept mocking Fang Chen. If you guys have the guts, why don't you accept a blood-level mission too? If you don't have the guts, don't mock others. Fang Chen said coldly, trash like you only know how to mock others for fun. After leaving behind a ruthless remark, he left directly. Xianghe court. You accepted a blood-level mission? Few people dared to accept a blood-level mission alone. Fang Chen's acceptance of a blood-level mission had caused a stir. Naturally, Ling Shuang'er knew about it. I want to fuse with the divine rune of order. Fang Chen did not hide anything from Ling Shuang'er. What is the mission about? Hunting a star-devouring blood wolf in the Red Dragon Mountains west of Zakai town. Fang Chen said. Ling Shuang'er pondered for a moment and finally said, this mission seems simple, but it is actually very dangerous. Since you have accepted it, then I have nothing to say. After all, Ling Shuang-er was the daughter of the Ling mansion. It was not easy for her to ask about the mission that the servants accepted. She would not worry about them. Of course, Fang Chen was not stupid enough to think that this blood-level mission was simple. He had also accepted it after careful consideration, thinking that he had a certain degree of confidence. First of all, his combat strength was at least on par with a divine rune level with 3,000 divine runes of order. Secondly, his space-time cultivation system was getting more and more mysterious. His strange movement technique could increase his combat strength by a lot. In addition, he was a master array master. In summary, he should be very confident in dealing with the star-devouring blood wolf. Once he killed it, he would get a fused divine rune of order. After the plan was ready, Fang Chen hurriedly left the Ling mansion and came to the Red Dragon Mountains. Is this the Red Dragon Mountains? After taking a look, he plunged into the Red Dragon Mountains. According to the mission information, he quickly found the star-devouring blood wolf's lair. The star-devouring blood wolf is not here? Fang Chen frowned. He actually did not find the star-devouring blood wolf. That's not right. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly felt a trace of energy fluctuation. Then, he spread out his divine sense and frantically searched every corner nearby. A wolf cub? Fang Chen found a wolf cub covered in blood lying on the ground in a corner, dying. Opposite it was a big brown bear that was also riddled with wounds. Both sides are injured? Fang Chen was a little stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing. The wolf cub is also a star-devouring blood wolf. The mission did not say that the wolf cub can't do it, right? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the big brown bear dragged its tired body and pounced in front of the wolf cub. Poochie! Its huge claws pierced into the wolf cub's body. Immediately, the wolf cub lost its life. At the same time, the big brown bear also sat on the ground, panting. It had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Wealth came from danger. With a thought, Fang Chen's figure entered the void and quietly approached the big brown bear. Then, a big hand suddenly appeared, grabbed the dead wolf cub, and fled. Roar! Seeing this, the big brown bear roared to the sky. Just as it was about to chase after Fang Chen, it was scared away by another aura. The star-devouring blood wolf is back. Fang Chen cursed inwardly and sped up his escape. As he gradually moved away, he could vaguely hear the deafening sounds of battle in the Red Dragon Mountain range. At the same time, he could hear the big brown bear's miserable cries and the star-devouring blood wolf's angry roars. Phew! After escaping the Red Dragon Mountain range, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and quickly returned to Zakai Town. My luck is pretty good. Looking at the wolf cub in the spatial ring, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. It was so easy to obtain a fused divine pattern of order. After absorbing it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. When he entered the Ling mansion and passed by the square, he happened to meet the black-clothed and red-clothed servants. Ha ha, look at this guy's face and ears. He must have been scared back. With his strength, he dared to accept a blood mission. He's really courting death. I bet he was scared out of his wits and ran to the mission hall to cancel the mission. The two fellows gloated and followed behind Fang Chen. Arrogant. Let him be arrogant again? What a piece of trash. He'll get it later. Without strength, he recklessly accepted a blood mission and was scared back. This is simply a disgrace to Miss Shuang. This kind of person can't be allowed to stay in the Xianghe Park. Chapter 2087. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Along the way, the two of them kept mocking Fang Chen. Their words were unpleasant, but the latter didn't want to pay attention to these two clowns. They didn't have the strength, yet they liked to be jealous of others. This was a typical idiot. Today's mission hall was particularly lively. So many people? Fang Chen was also a little surprised. Usually, there wouldn't be so many people in the mission hall. Soon, he heard the discussion in the crowd. It seemed that 5 blood-level missions were released today, which was rare. Boy, hurry up and cancel the mission. You're scared out of your wits, yet you're still pretending. The servant in red sneered. Do you think the star-devouring blood wolf is so easy to kill? You're too naive. The servant in blue sneered. Suddenly, some people in the crowd recognized Fang Chen. Isn't this the guy who took the blood-level mission before? What? Did he complete the blood-level mission? Didn't you hear what the 2 servants said? He dared to take the blood-level mission without the strength. I guess he was scared out of his wits by the star-devouring blood wolf. For a moment, everyone in the mission hall burst into laughter. Boring. Fang Chen curled his lips and said disdainfully. His actions caused many people to be dissatisfied, but before everyone flipped out, he had already entered the mission submission room. Mission submission. As soon as he entered, Fang Chen said straightforwardly. The old man in charge of the mission submission lazily looked up at Fang Chen and said, What mission? Blood-level mission, kill the star-devouring blood wolf. Hearing this, the old man's face changed. He widened his eyes and carefully observed Fang Chen. You completed the blood-level mission? The old man asked in disbelief. Fang Chen nodded. He turned his palm and took out the dead wolf cub. This is a star-devouring blood wolf. The old man quickly finished the identification. It was indeed a star-devouring blood wolf. Although it was only a cub, he had completed the mission. Wait here, I'll call Deacon Lee. After a while, Deacon Lee came into the room. He looked at Fang Chen seriously and said with a smile, Are you the one who completed the blood mission? Not bad. Fang Chen nodded. This is your reward. Manager Lee passed the divine pattern of order to Fang Chen and said, I've seen your information. You're a servant of Miss Shuang Er's auspicious harmony court. You have great potential. Being able to absorb 3 divine runes of order in the void realm is already very impressive. He would work hard in his cultivation and strive to step into the divine inscriptions realm as soon as possible. At that time, you might even be able to get the Patriarch to personally bestow you a surname. Although he had completed the blood class mission, he had only attracted Deacon Lee's attention. After chatting with Deacon Lee for a while, Fang Chen walked out of the room. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on him. They were all curious as to whether he had cancelled the mission or not. How is it? Were you scolded? This time I was scolded. Next time I'll be beaten up. The 2 servants laughed, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Idiot. Fang Chen walked from the crowd to the mission panel. After looking at it carefully, he immediately accepted all 5 blood class missions in one go. What? Is he crazy? Fang Chen's crazy actions finally caused some dissatisfaction. Many Rune Realm martial artists jumped out and criticized Fang Chen, believing that he was not qualified to accept the blood class missions. A love go little say, Chu kid, quickly cancel the blood class missions you accepted. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave the mission hall. That's right. You don't have the strength to complete the blood class missions, but you deliberately took them. Are you provoking the mission hall? Trash, do you believe that I won't kill you? Many people surrounded Fang Chen in the middle. They were filled with righteous indignation, and some even wanted to beat him up. However, at this moment, Manager Lee appeared. What are you doing? Manager Lee frowned slightly and was somewhat unhappy. This is the mission hall. Whoever dares to cause trouble, get out. Manager Lee was furious. Everyone trembled and lowered their heads. Manager Lee, this kid is here to cause trouble. The blue-clothed servant said. He previously accepted the blood class mission to kill the star-devouring blood wolf, but he was scared out of his wits. After canceling the mission, he took all the blood class missions in one go. He is deliberately occupying them and not letting others take them. Yes. That's right. Manager Lee, please punish this kid. The red-clothed servant also cupped his fists and said. Inside the mission hall there was silence. Everyone was looking at Manager Lee. They wanted to see how Manager Lee would punish this kid. In the past, this kind of situation had not happened before. Usually, the mission hall would not be merciful. Get out! Manager Lee was furious. He suddenly threw a punch and blasted the blue-clothed and red-clothed servants out of the mission hall. Don't ever step into the mission hall again. Otherwise, bring your head to me, Manager Lee said coldly. The two servants who were blasted out of the mission hall turned pale. They were very humiliated. But after hearing Manager Lee's words, they were so scared that their bodies trembled and they ran away. What's going on? Why did Manager Lee attack the two servants? Many Divine Inscriptions realm warriors did not understand and were very curious. Manager Lee looked around and said in a deep voice, Fang Chun completed the mission to kill the star-devouring bloodwolf. I can bear witness to that. Therefore, he has the qualifications and strength to take on the blood class missions. As for the purposeful occupation, I don't think it exists. Crash. The entire mission hall was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Fang Chen with their mouths agape. Their hearts were in turmoil. As the person in charge of the mission hall, Manager Lee naturally would not lie. Did this Void Realm guy really complete the blood class mission? This is too shocking. While the crowd was still in shock, Fang Chen nodded at Deacon Lee, cupped his fist, and left Xianghe Court. Fang Chen immediately went into seclusion to absorb the fused divine inscriptions of order that he had obtained from Manager Lee. The absorption process was very smooth. In almost half an hour, he had absorbed the fourth fused divine inscriptions of order. Dong. The power in his body vibrated. The four divine inscriptions of order complemented each other, giving Fang Chen an extremely powerful feeling. Now, even if I face a divine inscriptions realm warrior with 5,000 divine inscriptions of order, I won't have a problem, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. He was looking forward to how much his strength would soar after absorbing 9 divine inscriptions of order. However, he also knew that the more divine inscriptions of order a Void Realm warrior absorbed, the more difficult it would be to reach the later stages. It was easy to absorb now, but it would become extremely difficult when he absorbed 7 or 8 divine inscriptions. If he wanted to absorb 9 divine inscriptions of order, he would need to be extremely talented. In the entire Dongxian heaven, there were only a few Void Realm warriors who had absorbed 9 divine inscriptions of order. I hope I can succeed. Taking on 5 blood class missions in one go was naturally not a blind decision. This was a decision made after careful consideration. Fang Chen looked carefully. Among the 5 blood class missions, one was relatively simple. With his current strength, he could complete it. Recently, a group of unknown divine inscriptions realm warriors came to Zakai Town. Investigate their identities. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually risky. According to the mission, this group of unknown divine inscriptions realm warriors was most likely from the Ling Residence's archenemy, the Blood Dragon tribe. I'll consolidate my cultivation first. Fang Chen thought to himself and closed his eyes. At night, Zakai Town was brightly lit. In a secluded courtyard, there were 5 divine inscriptions realm martial artists sitting together, discussing important matters with each other. Big brother, do you think we can fool the Ling residents with our disguise? A man with a scar on his face asked. By the time the Ling residents discovers us, the mission will have been completed. What's there to be afraid of? The purpose of our trip is to ambush Ling Shuang. It would be best if we can kill her. The man who was addressed as Big Brother said, according to the intelligence, Ling Shuang has already condensed over 10,000 divine inscriptions. Her strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many experts in the Ling residence. It will be very difficult to ambush her. However, we have all the time in the world. Let's first figure out all of Ling Shuang-er's habits and then come up with a plan, the bald man said. If it doesn't work, some of us will have to make the necessary sacrifice. For the Blood Dragon tribe, we are willing to sacrifice. Chapter 2088. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Being a servant in the Ling residence's Xianghe court wasn't as busy as he had imagined. At least, Fang Chen was very free. He could receive 10 origin stones every month. In fact, with his current strength, he could accept some other missions to earn more origin stones. However, his mind wasn't on this. He would get 100 origin stones sooner or later. It wasn't easy to find a place to fuse the divine runes of order. He wanted to try and see if he could absorb 9 divine runes of order. Among the 5 missions he accepted, the first one was to explore those unknown divine rune realm martial artists. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He followed the prescribed order and tracked these martial artists step by step. It took them about a month to lock onto their location. Every day after that, Fang Chen would use the space-time cultivation system to hide in the void and secretly monitor these 5 people. A month's time wasn't wasted in vain. Fang Chen grinned. At least, he was 80% sure that these 5 people should be members of the Blood Dragon tribe. They're actually plotting to sneak attack Ling Shuang-er? How bold. Fang Chen smiled sinisterly. He told Ling Shuang-er about this conspiracy. After hearing this, the latter's eyes flickered and she smiled faintly. Are you sure this news is true? Ling Shuang-er asked. Of course it's true. I won't fool you with my blood mission, Fang Chen said. Well, since they want to sneak attack me, then we'll prepare a big gift for them, Ling Shuang-er said with a smile. The wait was long. After Fang Chen and Ling Shuang-er were ready, they waited for a full 7 days before the Blood Dragon tribe began to move. First, they chose a dark night. This night was stormy, and it was more suitable to hide in the dark. Although the storm was raging, Xianghe court was still brightly lit. Ling Shuang-er stood in front of the window of the pavilion, seriously admiring the spectacle brought by the majestic storm. As for Fang Chen, he was already hiding in the dark. As soon as the Blood Dragon tribe martial artists appeared, he would immediately activate the formation. He's here. Suddenly, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Through the space-time cultivation system, he could sense the fluctuations in the air. Although it was very subtle, it was still unable to avoid his tracking. Ling Shuang-er's face was calm as she continued to watch the scene outside. Suddenly, a giant bloody hand appeared in front of the window of the pavilion and attacked Ling Shuang-er with lightning speed. Fire refinement array. Fang Chen bellowed, and a raging fire ignited. The terrifying transcending heaven formation whizzed through the air and enveloped the 5 of them. Then, Ling Shuang-er let out a shout, and tens of thousands of divine runes of order were released. They drilled into the fire formation and began to slaughter the Blood Dragon clan members. Ling Wuxuang-er told Fang Chen that the Blood Dragon race was afraid of fire. That was why Fang Chen had chosen a fire array formation to welcome the enemy. Damn it, we've been tricked. Seeing this, the bald man's face darkened and he cursed loudly. Even if we die, we must make Ling Shuang-er pay the price. With the bald man's order, they dealt with the fire formation while dealing with Ling Shuang. Die. Although Ling Shuang-er usually looked very gentle, she was ferocious in battle. Under her control, tens of thousands of divine runes of order directly wrapped around one of them and killed him instantly. Kill! The bald man tried his best to fight to the death with Ling Shuang-er. However, with the obstruction of the fire formation, he was forced to retreat. Love go little say, Chu big brother, what should we do? The others cried out helplessly. The bald man gritted his teeth and said, We're going to die anyway. We can't let the Ling residents take advantage of us. After saying that, the bald man took the lead to self-destruct, followed by the other 3. Rumble. The terrifying power of self-destruction instantly erupted. Be careful. Fang Chen pulled Ling Shuang-er into his arms and threw her out of the fire formation. Dong! In the dark night, the Xianghe court shook, breaking the silence of the Ling residence. The torrential rain in the sky had gradually stopped, and whooshing sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the higher-ups of the Ling residence had arrived, including the Unity Realm Chief Butler. "Miss Shuang-er, what happened?" the Chief Butler asked. "The Blood Dragon race attacked me. Fortunately, Fang Chen was here." "Quickly save him," Ling Shuang-er said anxiously. The Chief Butler took action and instantly controlled the monstrous fire. The ground was full of potholes and there was no trace of Fang Chen. "Dead." Seeing this, the Chief Butler frowned. At this moment, Fang Chen's cry came from a corner. "Walla!" The Chief Butler came and found Fang Chen covered in blood. He was seriously injured. 1. The Chief Butler placed his hands on Fang Chen's body and injected violent energy into his body to help heal him. Soon, the bleeding stopped, and Fang Chen's life was no longer in danger. The Chief Butler brought Fang Chen to Ling Shuang-er. The latter's beautiful face was full of apology. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." "Miss Shuang-er, I'm fine," Fang Chen said with difficulty. "But the 5 clansmen of the Blood Dragon race are dead. What about my blood mission?" At this time, Fang Chen was still thinking about his blood mission. This made the Chief Butler a little dumbfounded. "You've completed it," the Chief Butler said. Hearing this, Fang Chen laughed and fell into a coma. Fang Chen protected Miss Shuang-er and made a great contribution. After the clan head comes out, I will report this matter. As for the reward, it will be decided by the clan head, the Chief Butler said. The self-destruction of a divine inscription realm expert was too powerful. After being in a coma for a month, Fang Chen felt that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Fortunately, the Chief Butler and Ling Shuang-er helped him heal. Otherwise, he would have to lie in bed for a long time. "You're awake?" Ling Shuang-er asked with a smile after seeing Fang Chen. Fang Chen pursed his lips. "I'm going to rot from lying here." "Oh right, where is my God's Order imprint?" "You are still thinking about the God's Order imprint?" Ling Shuang-er pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course I am," Fang Chen said. "My father came out of closed-door cultivation. After knowing that you saved me, he wants to meet you personally." Ling Shuang-er said with a smile. "Your father?" Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Wasn't Ling Shuang-er's father the clan head of the Ling clan? Even the Chief Butler was a Unity Realm expert. Then what was the strength of the clan head? An existence beyond the Cosmos God realm? Ling Clan Discussion Hall. A black-robed middle-aged man sat on a wooden armchair. He held a book in his hand and a cup of tea by his side. If one did not know him, they would definitely not associate him with the clan head of the Ling clan. "Father, I've brought Fang Chen over." Ling Shuang-er knocked on the door and walked in. Prodigal Ling clan head. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fist. He felt that the gaze of the Ling clan head was sharp. He did not dare to look at him directly. "Not bad, not bad." The Ling clan head nodded in satisfaction. He then said, "You risked your life to save Shuang-er. You have done a great service. What reward do you want? Just say it." Fang Chen remained silent. He did not speak easily. "Fang Chen, just say whatever you want. My father has already said so. As long as the Ling clan has it, we will definitely give it to you." Ling Shuang-er revealed her white teeth and smiled. Fang Chen raised his head. He forced himself to look at the Ling clan head. He tried his best to calm down the trembling in his heart. He said, "Clan head, I would like to fuse several God's Order imprints. I have observed your body. It seems you have absorbed 4 God's Order imprints." The Ling clan head said with slight surprise. "You wish to challenge the limits of the Void Realm?" Fang Chen nodded. His eyes were blazing. "Who doesn't want to reach the peak in the path of martial arts? Since there is a chance to reach the limits, why not give it a shot? This way, in the years to come, I will not have any regrets when I look back. Even if I fail, at least I tried. The Ling clan head admired Fang Chen even more. He could tell at a glance that Fang Chen had extraordinary potential. The most important thing was that this child had a heart that was never afraid. This was the most valuable thing. Although the Ling clan is a small clan, we can still take out a few God's Order imprints, the Ling clan had said. I can give you 5 God's Order imprints for you to absorb. However, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? Join the Ling clan. Fang Chen did not even think about it and directly refused. Chapter 2089. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. His purpose for joining the Ling mansion was simple. It was to earn origin stones and leave Zakai town. Master, it's not that I don't want to join, but I can't disobey my master's orders, Fang Chen said. Oh? You have a master? The Ling family head asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded and told the Ling family head that he was a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. The Ling family head was shocked. Are you really a disciple of the Wuji sword sect? The Ling family head repeated. It wasn't until Fang Chen took out the token that the Ling family head finally believed that Fang Chen was a disciple of the Wuji sword sect. Although the Ling family was an overlord in Zakai town, the gap between them and the Wuji sword sect was too big. He wouldn't dare to provoke the Wuji sword sect even if he had 10,000 guts. If you're a disciple of the Wuji sword sect, why did you come to the Ling mansion to be a servant? The Ling family head asked in confusion. His attitude towards Fang Chen had obviously improved a lot. Speaking of this, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. To be honest, I came from the miniature universe. Although I'm a disciple of the Wuji sword sect, I've never been there. The reason I joined the Ling mansion was because of origin stones. If I want to go to the Wuji sword sect through the teleportation array, I need enough origin stones, and I see. No wonder. The Ling family head finally understood. His face was filled with a bright smile. His thoughts had changed. Fang Chen, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the 5 divine runes of order, I can give them to you. However, I hope that if the Ling family needs your help one day, you can lend a hand, the Ling family had said. The head of the Ling family said. Don't worry, Patriarch. I'm someone who knows how to repay kindness. Fang Chen nodded. All right, I hope I didn't misjudge you. The Ling family head and Fang Chen exchanged a few words before letting Fang Chen go back. Father, do you think so highly of him? Ling Shuang-er's beautiful eyes twinkled as she asked. Love go little say, W. Chu the head of the Ling clan stood up and walked to Ling Shuang-er's side. He looked at his daughter dotingly and said, The Wuji sword sect is a big sect. This person has great potential. If he can absorb the 9 divine runes of order, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Wuji sword sect. At that time, if we can establish a relationship with him, our Ling family will have a backer. Although the head of the Ling family was very strong, he still had to consider the future of the Ling family. 5 divine sequence runes were just a small investment. There was no loss even if he failed, but if he succeeded, the profits would be doubled. Very quickly, Fang Chen obtained 5 divine sequence runes. No, to be exact, it should be 6. Because the Ling family's patriarch had given him 5, and the head butler had also sent him 1. Fang Chen cancelled the remaining 4 blood-grade missions and focused on absorbing the divine order runes. The Ling family had also been ordered by the patriarch not to disturb Fang Chen. The latter entered a long period of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At this moment, Fang Chen had successfully absorbed the 6th divine sequence rune. As expected, the later it is, the more difficult it is to absorb the divine sequence runes. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Absorbing the first divine sequence rune took only the blink of an eye. By the time he absorbed the 5th rune, it had already taken more than a month. As for absorbing the 6th rune, It took a full 2 months before he succeeded with great difficulty. Continue absorbing. Time was nothing to Fang Chen. He also planned to cultivate hard because he knew that after absorbing the divine sequence runes this time, he would leave the Ling family and head to the Wuji sword sect. This was a good opportunity to build a foundation and could not be wasted. One day, the most talented member of the Ling family, who was at the Rune Realm, came out of seclusion. The Patriarch gave him 5 divine sequence runes, and ordered no one in the Ling family to disturb him? Ling Kuang's face was a little gloomy and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Beside him, a servant said in a low voice, "My lord, that Fang Chen was just a servant of the Xianghe court at the beginning, but because he saved Miss Shuang and made a great contribution, he was summoned by the Patriarch. After that, the Patriarch took a fancy to him and promised him many resources." "Humph, a fledgling also dares to compete with me for the Ling family's resources. Really courting death," Ling Kuang said in a low voice. The way he saw it, the Patriarch's attitude toward Fang Chen had already affected his status in the Ling family in the future. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already become a thorn in his side. "My lord, this person absorbed 4 divine sequence runes in the Void Realm. He can't be underestimated. It is said that he is preparing to absorb 9 runes in one go this time," the servant reminded. 9 runes? Dream on, Ling Kuang said coldly. The entire Ling family was paying attention to the Xianghe court. Fang Chen was in seclusion in the Xianghe court. They wanted to see if this boy could really absorb 9 divine sequence runes. Fang Chen, who was in seclusion, had no idea that he had already become a celebrity in the Ling family and that everyone was paying attention to him. Absorbing the 7th divine sequence rune took a year. Fang Chen felt that the speed was a little slow, but if the outside world knew, it would definitely cause a commotion. In the history of Dongxian Heaven, the Void Realm genius who took the shortest time to absorb 7 divine sequence runes took a full 5 years. And he had improved this record by so much in one go. When absorbing the 8th divine sequence rune, Fang Chen encountered a bottleneck. "Strange, I clearly feel that I can absorb it, but why am I being rejected by the other 7 divine sequence runes?" Fang Chen could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sank into deep thought. Countless experiments had ended in failure. He even suspected that with his talent, he would not be able to absorb the 8th divine sequence rune. However, after thinking about it, he still decided to continue working hard. If he succeeded, his combat power would soar. Absorbing the divine sequence runes was a long process. Dongxian Heaven's many cultivators had long been used to it. He was stuck at the 8th divine sequence rune for a full 30 years before finally succeeding in one go. Boom! When he absorbed the 8th godly rune of order, the sky above the auspicious Harmony Garden was filled with the sound of thunder. Fang Chen felt that his body was full of power. Continue. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and absorb the 9th divine sequence rune in one go. Buzz. When he absorbed the 8th divine sequence rune, Fang Chen's body also underwent some changes. The bones in his body became more transparent, and the aura faintly emitted was already enough to make one tremble. And all the meridians in his body had disappeared. His blood was still flowing, but his meridians had mysteriously disappeared. What a strange phenomenon! Fang Chen did not even have time to think before the 9th divine sequence rune had already fused into his body. His eyes widened, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. He had been stuck at the 8th divine sequence rune for 30 years, but he succeeded in absorbing the 9th one in a matter of minutes? Could it be related to my body's mutation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. 9 was the extreme number and also the limit. In history, the limit of the Void Realm was to absorb 9 divine sequence runes. Over countless epochs, no genius could absorb the 10th one. This had become an iron-like law, and even those unparalleled existences who surpassed the cosmos god realm acknowledged this point. Should I give it a try? Fang Chen's blood was boiling, and he could not help but want to try. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up. This was the Ling clan, not the Limitless Sword sect. They could not provide him with sufficient logistical support. The moment an accident happened, no one could help him. Thus, he chose to be cautious. 9 Divine Sequence Runes. With a thought, the 9 Divine Sequence Runes were completely released, and a terrifying pressure swept over. Fang Chen felt the powerful energy brought by the Divine Sequence Runes and was incomparably excited. After coming to the primal chaos void for a few decades, he had unknowingly become an apex void realm expert. With his current potential, even in the Limitless Sword sect, he was considered one of the top void realm experts. After all, he was the same as those heaven-defying geniuses in history, absorbing 9 Divine Sequence Runes. He tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart, stood up, and walked out of the cultivation room. But what he did not know was that the 9 Divine Sequence Runes had caused a powerful phenomenon in the world, attracting the attention of the entire Zhe Kai town. Everyone in the Ling clan was paying attention to the auspicious Harmony Court. Even the Ling clan head was quietly waiting for Fang Chen to appear. Chapter 2090. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen walked out of Xianghe Court. A love go little say, Chu instantly, all eyes were focused on him. The Ling family head's eyes were burning as he stared at him. He wanted to see if he had absorbed the 9 fused God's Order runes. His aura has become stronger. The Ling family head thought to himself. Then, he leaped and arrived in front of Fang Chen. You succeeded? Fang Chen nodded and cupped his fist. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to succeed. 9? The Ling family head's eyes widened when he heard that. He looked at Fang Chen with a burning gaze. Fang Chen chuckled and nodded. There was nothing to hide from the Ling family head. Moreover, only by letting them know about his monstrous talent would he be able to gain their attention. Ha ha ha, I knew I didn't misjudge you. The Ling family head was the most excited at this moment. He had originally wanted to give it a try. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed and become the most monstrous and top-notch void realm cultivator? Amazing. After a long while, the Ling family head suppressed the excitement in his heart and gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Fang Chen's success completely changed the Ling family head's mind. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to be on good terms with Fang Chen at all costs. In the history of the Chaos Void, the most monstrous void realm cultivator could only absorb 9 fused God's Order runes. He thought that he would never see such a person again in his life. Who would have thought that one would be standing in front of him? Moreover, when this person had just joined the Ling family, he had only wanted to earn the teleportation origin stone to the Wuji sword sect. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be unbelievable. Fang Chen, if you are willing, from today onwards, you will be the next Ling family head candidate. The Ling family head once again extended an olive branch to Fang Chen. However, the latter was obviously not interested. He gently shook his head and tactfully rejected the Ling family head's invitation. All right, for a prodigy like you, this little Zakai town is not your stage. The entire Eastern Profound Heaven, or even the entire Void Star Heaven, is your stage. I look forward to the day you dominate the Void Star Sky and even the Primal Chaos Void. The Ling family head laughed. But don't pretend you don't know me when the time comes. How could that be? I will never forget the kindness that the Patriarch has shown me. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Seeing this, the Ling family head became even more excited. Everyone in the Ling residence was paying attention to Xianghe Park. The conversation between the Ling family head and Fang Chen wasn't leaked. Although they saw the two of them talking, They didn't know what they were talking about. Thus, up until now, they only knew that Fang Chen had made a breakthrough. They still didn't know that he had absorbed 9 fused divine sequence runes. Amidst their curiosity, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and stepped into Xianghe Park. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. The person who spoke was the Ling family's prodigy, Ling Mang. Ling Mang. Seeing this, the Ling family head scolded unhappily. Patriarch, please allow me to challenge Fang Chen. I'm a straightforward person. I just can't stand an outsider. Moreover, he's a servant of Xianghe Park. How can he be appreciated by the Patriarch? Is it because he absorbed 4 fused divine sequence runes? Ling Mang said in a low voice. A mere servant dares to take over our Ling family's cultivation resources. I'm not convinced. Actually, Ling Mang was jealous. Even when he absorbed the divine sequence runes, the Patriarch didn't pay too much attention to him. Now, he was paying so much attention to a servant. How could he be satisfied? Thus, when he heard that Fang Chen had come out of seclusion, he immediately came to Xianghe Park to challenge him. The Ling family head wanted to say something but was stopped by Fang Chen. Patriarch, some things are better resolved by me personally, Fang Chen said. Besides, I also want to see how strong I am. Hearing that, the Ling family head's eyes lit up, and then he nodded. Okay, I'll be your witness. The 2 of you can fight in Xianghe Park, but don't hurt the harmony. Don't go too far, the Ling family head said. Since the Patriarch had spoken, Ling Mang naturally didn't dare to say anything. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. He took a few steps back and walked to the square. You make the first move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Ling Mang's attitude was very tough and arrogant. He looked down on Fang Chen. Okay. Fang Chen didn't say anything. The fused divine sequence runes vibrated, and a wild power gathered on his fist. Dong. The space was distorted. The wild power rushed out from Fang Chen's fist and bombarded Ling Mang's body with lightning speed. The latter didn't even have time to release the divine sequence runes before he was sent flying by this terrifying punch. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ling Mang's mouth. At the same time, his eyes were scarlet, and his face was ferocious. He had fallen into madness. Buzz! Above Ling Mang's head, the dense divine sequence runes were extremely shocking. However, in the face of such a powerful Ling Mang, Fang Chen's expression was unusually calm. Compared to Ling Shuang he's much stronger. Roughly estimating, Ling Mang had condensed at least 20,000 divine sequence runes. If it was before, Fang Chen would definitely not be his opponent. However, after absorbing a few of the fused divine sequence runes, his strength had reached a qualitative leap. He even felt that he didn't need to use his full strength to defeat Ling Mang. Buzz! Fang Chen released 6 fused divine runes of order. They were colorful and a vast power swept out. Dong! Another punch. It seemed simple, but it contained all the power of the divine sequence runes. It suddenly bombarded Ling Mang's body. Crack! The protective divine runes of order around Ling Kuang's body emitted a crisp sound as cracks appeared. His body was sent flying again. This time, he directly smashed a big hole in the square. Around Xianghe Court, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in shock. Ling Mang was considered very strong in the divine pattern realm, but he couldn't withstand Fang Chen's punch. This boy is really amazing. Soaring to the sky. He really soared to the sky in one go. No wonder the Patriarch thinks so highly of him. He really is a monstrous genius. In the crowd, the sound of discussion was endless. Ling Shuang who was dressed in a pink robe, had a smile on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Fang Chen with interest. Ling Mang was so humiliated that he roared and attacked crazily. However, he was stopped by the Patriarch. Enough. Ling Mang, you are no match for him. This battle ends here. Patriarch, Ling Mang's eyes were scarlet as he roared crazily. Go back quickly and be grounded for a year, the patriarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the crazy aura on Ling Mang's body gradually dissipated. He lowered his head, exuding a decadent aura, and left Xianghe court. Whoosh! There was an uproar around Xianghe court. Everyone was shocked by Fang Chen's strength. However, what they didn't know was that Fang Chen didn't use his full strength at all, as expected of a monstrous genius in the Void Realm. I admire you. Even the patriarch of the Ling family couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. If they were in the same realm, he would definitely be no match for Fang Chen. I've made a fool of myself, Fang Chen said with a smile. Let's go to the meeting hall. The patriarch of the Ling family left Xianghe court with Fang Chen and went to the meeting hall, leaving the confused crowd behind. In the meeting hall, I think the patriarch should know what I'm thinking, right? Fang Chen asked with a smile. If a monstrous genius like you stays in Zakai town, it'll be a waste of your talent. Don't worry, I won't stop you. On the contrary, I'll do my best to help you. Isn't it just origin stones? Although the Ling family doesn't have a lot, we can still take them out. The patriarch of the Ling family laughed. At this moment, a few servants carried a large box over. There are a total of 10,000 origin stones in here. Feel free to use them, the patriarch of the Ling family said heartily. Patriarch, you don't have to refuse. The Wuji Sword sect is a big sect, and the competition must be fierce. If you don't have enough origin stones, how can you survive in the Wuji Sword sect? The patriarch of the Ling family waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Fang Chen secretly remembered this kindness in his heart, and then put the source stone into the Sumeru ring. Thank you for your kindness, patriarch. If you need Fang Chen's help in the future, just let me know. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the patriarch. Chapter 2091. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Void Star Sky was divided into 4 huge plates. The Unbounded Sword sect was located in the Eastern Profound Sky. The Unbounded Sword sect was similar to the Divine Phoenix sect. They were both first-rate superpowers in the Eastern Profound Sky, but they were still lacking by a bit. But even so, the disciples of the Unbounded Sword sect could do whatever they wanted in the Eastern Profound Sky. The teleportation array in Zakai town could only send them to the foot of the Unbounded Sword sect. It was impossible to send them directly to the sect. For a superpower like the Unbounded Sword sect, most of the teleportation arrays built were single-use. Only some core cities would have a dual-use teleportation array. The Unbounded Sword sect was located in the central region of the Eastern Profound Sky, above the Unbounded Sword Mountain. Speaking of the Unbounded Sword Mountain, it was absolutely a famous mountain in the Eastern Profound Sky. There were countless legends about the Limitless Sword Mountain in the streets, but no one knew which one was true. The Eastern Profound Sky had 5 famous mountains. For the Unbounded Sword Mountain to be ranked second, one could see how famous it was. Looking from afar, the Unbounded Sword Mountain towered into the clouds. It was like an enormous sword falling from the sky and piercing into the ground. The bottom of the mountain had a very small diameter. The higher one went, the larger the diameter. Without the permission of the Unbounded Sword sect, it was too difficult for ordinary people to climb up the mountain alone. The Unbounded Sword Mountain was surrounded by sword chi all year round, forming a natural barrier. One should not underestimate this sword chi. It was said that even experts who surpassed the Cosmos God realm could not break through this natural barrier with their full strength. Thus, one could not see any protectors in the Unbounded Sword sect, including the disciples guarding the mountain gate, because there was no need for them. The weaker ones did not dare to behave atrociously in the Unbounded Sword Mountain, and the stronger ones could not enter at all. Below the Unbounded Sword Mountain, there was a small town called Unbounded Town. Honestly speaking, this was only the size of a small village on Earth. It could not be called a small town. Compared to Zhe Kai Town, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was originally a barren land, but because many sword cultivators in the eastern profound sky wanted to join the unbounded sword sect, they failed in the end. Love go little say, Chu they admired the unbounded sword mountain, so they built some buildings here. Over time, more and more people came to admire the limitless sword mountain, and it developed into a small town. Almost all the major cities had teleportation arrays set up in Everlasting Town. Fang Chun took Sakai Town's teleportation array and arrived at Limitless Town. So spectacular! Just as he walked out of the teleportation array, he saw the majestic Limitless Sword Mountain in front of him. Sword Unbounded Sword Sect was Little Unbounded Sword Sect. Fang Chen's heart trembled. The limitless sword mountain could actually cause the sword energy in a martial artist's body to resonate. It was too shocking. A sect is many times stronger than a galaxy or a universe. Fang Chen sighed. Then, he left the teleportation array. After a long time, Fang Chen calmed his emotions and a token appeared in his palm. This was the token given to him by the white-bearded old man. It could prove that he was a disciple of the Unbounded Sword Sect. It is said that the Unbounded Sword Sect's outpost is in Unbounded Town. Let's go find them first, Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon, he found out where the Unbounded Sword Sect's outpost was and came here. There were 3 to 5 middle-aged men in a luxurious pavilion. Looking at their robes, they were from the Unbounded Sword Sect. What are you looking at? Get lost. Fang Chen stood at the door and looked inside. He was scolded by the people inside. Some of the people around shook their heads. These people were extremely domineering in Unbounded Town because they were from the Unbounded Sword Sect. Very few people dared to stay near the luxurious pavilion. Little brother, leave quickly. If you anger the people inside, you will end up badly. An older Void Realm martial artist said in a low voice. What? I can't go in? Fang Chen asked in confusion. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he heard a furious voice coming from inside. Then, a middle-aged man walked out angrily. The old man who warned Fang Chen walked away silently. He did not want to offend the people from the Unbounded Sword Sect. This is not your home. Why can't I stand? Fang Chen asked calmly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, it hit Fang Chen's body. However, the latter only took a few steps back and stabilized himself. You dare to fight back? Do you believe that I will kill you? The middle-aged man stared at Fang Chen angrily and shouted. Humph, you're just a few handymen from the Unbounded Sword Sect. Why are you being so unreasonable? Fang Chen finally understood that these people were not official disciples of the Unbounded Sword Sect. They were just a few handymen who were assigned here to help the Unbounded Sword Sect with their daily purchasing and other matters. However, they were using the name of the Unbounded Sword Sect to show off in the Unbounded Town. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the surrounding crowd shook their heads. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Isn't this kid too bold? How dare he say that to the people of the Unbounded Sword Sect? Isn't he playing with his life? Kid, are you here to find trouble? The middle-aged man said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and used his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Am I not telling the truth? You only dare to bully these outsiders. If you have the ability, why don't you go and bully the disciples of the Unbounded Sword Sect? I'm afraid you won't dare to do so even if I buy you 100 guts. Fang Chen sneered. He looked down on this guy who was using his connections to intimidate others. You're courting death. The middle-aged man shouted angrily and was about to attack. I want to know the consequences of offending the people of the Unbounded Sword Sect. Fang Chen said. Consequences? Only death awaits you. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Chen's head. Whoosh! Fang Chen dodged easily. Then, he sneered and said, If that's the case, you can kill yourself. Then, Fang Chun took out his identity token. I wonder if you recognize this? The middle-aged man who was about to attack with all his might stopped when he saw the token in Fang Chen's hand. Then, his pupils constricted and he looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. You are a disciple of the Unbounded Sword sect? Then, the middle-aged man shook his head vigorously and said, Your token is fake. Fang Chen sneered and kept the token. You know better than me whether it's real or fake. Now, tell me, what are the consequences of offending a disciple of the Unbounded Sword sect? The middle-aged man who was extremely arrogant a moment ago suddenly lost his aura. His expression changed, and he was extremely conflicted. At this moment, a few other people walked out one after another. Third brother, what's going on? Fang Chen took out his token and waved it in front of them. He said he wants to kill me. I'm asking him what the consequences of offending a disciple of the Unbounded Sword sect are. Third brother, why are you? When they saw the token, their expressions changed drastically. Of course, they could tell the authenticity of the token at first glance. Furthermore, in the entire Dongxian heaven, no one dared to forge a fake Unbounded Sword sect disciple's token. My lord, third brother was blind and didn't recognize it. Please forgive him. The few of them pleaded for mercy for the middle-aged man. Humph, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fang Chen snorted and walked into the luxurious pavilion. The few of them followed him in hurriedly. They looked at the dejected third brother and shook their heads. They were only doing odd jobs in the Unbounded Sword sect. Compared to the official disciples, their status was too different. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if the official disciples killed them, the Unbounded Sword sect would not say anything. Whoosh! There was an uproar around the luxurious pavilion. Countless onlookers were shocked, especially the Void Realm Elder who had kindly warned Fang Chen. He is actually an official disciple of the Unbounded Sword sect? The Elder felt like he was dreaming. The others were also shocked. At this moment, in the luxurious pavilion, the few of them were trying their best to please Fang Chen, hoping that he would not vent his anger on them. I don't want to see this kind of situation in the future. If it happens again, do as you see fit, Fang Chen said. Thank you, my lord, the few of them said emotionally. Chapter 2092. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. It was Fang Chen's first time in the Wuji Sword sect, so he needed their help. Ever since Fang Chen showed his identity token, these people's attitude towards him was no different from sucking up to him. Knowing that Fang Chen was returning to the Wuji Sword sect, they quickly contacted the person in charge of the sect and helped him solve this problem. Master Fang, the elders in the sect already know about this. He is activating the teleportation array. You can go back in a while. One of them chuckled. Fang Chen nodded. After waiting for a while, the teleportation array in the luxurious pavilion was activated. Master Fang, the teleportation array is ready. You can go in now. Under the guidance of several people, Fang Chen entered the teleportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen disappeared from the luxurious pavilion. The few of them looked at each other and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Their hanging hearts were finally at ease. Third brother, you're really lucky. The middle-aged man in gray robes shouted at third brother, who did not dare to come in. The latter hurriedly ran in. Luckily, this official disciple is easy to talk to. If we met someone who was difficult to talk to, we wouldn't be able to survive. Third brother lowered his head and nodded. At the peak of the Wuji Sword Mountain, there was a huge sect. At this moment, in front of the teleportation array, an elder was waiting. A disciple of the Wuji Sword sect? The elder was a little confused. Logically speaking, the disciples of the Wuji Sword sect should have a token on them. They should be able to return to the Wuji Sword sect through the token. Love Go Little Say W Chuan. This disciple had an identity token on him, but he needed the help of a few servants in the Wuji town. This made the elder very confused. But no matter how curious he was, he had to wait. Whoosh! Just as the elder was waiting, the teleportation array flashed and Fong Chen walked out. Buzz! As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, he felt extremely terrifying sword chi coming from all directions and squeezing his body. The sword chi in his body instantly gushed out and confronted the sword chi. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin also covered his body, blocking the attack of the terrifying sword chi. "You're the disciple who just came back from the Wuji town?" the elder suddenly asked. Only then did Fong Chen notice the white-haired elder standing in front of the teleportation formation. Junior Fong Chen greets senior. Fong Chen cupped his fists. "Take out your command medallion," the white-haired elder said with a nod. Fong Chen took out the token and handed it to the black-haired elder. After the elder examined it carefully, his expression changed drastically. "Where did you get this badge?" the white-haired elder asked in a deep voice. His voice was filled with iciness. Fong Chen was stunned. Was there something wrong with this token? Why did the white-haired elder become like this after seeing the medallion? "Elder, this token was given to me by Elder Bai Wu," said Fong Chen softly. "What did you say? You've seen Bai Wu? Where is he?" The elder seemed to know Bai Wu. After hearing these two words, his expression kept changing as he asked anxiously. "Love go little say W Chu." However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure. "Come, follow me to the Crane's celestial residence." The white-haired elder grabbed Fong Chen, and the world spun. In the next moment, Fong Chen found himself in a place with beautiful scenery. "This is my residence in the Wuji Sword Sect, the Crane's celestial residence. I was a little too excited just now. Bai Wu is my good brother who went missing a long time ago. I searched the entire Dongxian heaven but couldn't find him. The last time I saw Bai Wu's token was several 100 million years ago." The white-haired elder tried his best to calm himself down as he slowly spoke. A few 100 million years ago? Fong Chen felt his heart tremble. Was the elder talking about the token brought by his teacher Gu Yuan? "Elder, this junior came out from the miniature cosmos. Elder Bai Wu was chased by his enemies. After experiencing many intense battles, he was heavily injured and fell into our miniature cosmos. Although his life was saved, his cultivation realm had fallen to the God Emperor realm. He has always been waiting for a cosmos god to appear in our miniature cosmos and bring the news back to the Wuji Sword Sect." Fong Chen slowly said. "That means Brother Bai Wu is still alive?" The elder laughed heartily. He was incomparably excited. "That's great. I knew Brother Bai Wu was so popular. How could he have fallen?" At this point, the elder changed the topic and said coldly, "If I find out who was the one who chased after Brother Bai Wu, I'll definitely not let him off." From the elder's expression, one could see that he was really on good terms with Elder Bai Wu, who was also the white-bearded old man in the Yuan Wilderness Danger Ground. Otherwise, things would not have turned out this way. "So the reason I couldn't find Brother Bai Wu for so many years was because he fell into the miniature cosmos." The elder could not help but sigh. Following that, he looked at Fong Chen and revealed a warm smile. After all, this child came with Bai Wu's token. He naturally had to take care of him. "Tell me about the miniature cosmos. I'll go find Brother Bai Wu in a while," the elder said. Even though Fong Chen did not know the exact location of the Star River Cosmos, he told the elder its name. Who would have thought that the elder had heard of the Star River Cosmos? "I really couldn't tell that you came from the Star River Cosmos." The elder laughed. "Amen? Elder knows about the Star River Cosmos too? It's not just me. I'm afraid there isn't anyone in the entire Eastern Profound Heaven who doesn't know about the Star River Cosmos." The elder said, "The creator of the Star River Cosmos is Ancestor Star River. The latter is one of the rulers of the void star sky." With a stomp of his foot, the entire eastern profound heaven would tremble. But what? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had not expected Ancestor Star River to be so strong. As the ruler of the entire void star sky, Ancestor Star River's strength could be considered a super expert even in the chaos void. However, Ancestor Star River seems to have never taken the initiative to help warriors from the Star River cosmos. According to Ancestor Star River, everyone has their own path. If he forcefully interferes, it will change the warrior's destiny. The elder said, therefore, even though Ancestor Star River is one of the rulers of the void star sky, people from the Star River cosmos can only rely on their own efforts and work hard from the bottom. Fang Chen nodded. So that was the case. At the same time, he was also very eager to meet Ancestor Star River. Actually, there were many geniuses in the Star River cosmos many epochs ago. However, in recent epochs there seems to be signs of decline. Especially in this universe era, no one has walked out. The white-haired elder said. However, this is normal. After every miniature cosmos is established, it has to follow the rules of the chaos void. There is life and death, creation and destruction, peak and underestimation. This is the normal law of nature. Senior, hundreds of millions of years ago, you saw Elder Bai Wu's token. Did someone come with the token? Hearing the elder's words, Fang Chen concluded that the person who came with the token must be his master, Gu Yuan. Strictly speaking, I have not seen him. The elder's face was a little gloomy when he mentioned this person. He did not seem to be in a good mood. What happened? Fang Chen asked anxiously. The elder shook his head and muttered with his hands behind his back, he is dead. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind suddenly exploded with a roaring sound. He could not accept this fact for a moment. Dead? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. How was this possible? His heart was in a mess. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he had been guided by the golden heart left behind by his master, Gu Yuan. Without Gu Yuan, he would not be who he was today. He had thought that he would be able to see his master after coming to the Wuji Sword sect, but he had heard bad news. When I found him, he was already dead. If I did not find Bai Wu's token on him, I would not have known that he was a disciple of the Wuji Sword sect. The elder said helplessly, when I sensed Brother Bai Wu's token, I immediately went to the battle site. However, I was too late. He had a conflict with the Divine Sword sect disciple and was killed by the other party's prodigy. When I arrived, the Divine Sword sect disciple was nowhere to be found. Only his corpse was lying on the ground with the token on him, the elder continued. Fang Chen clenched his fists. His heart was filled with hatred. Chapter 2093. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second? We provide you with exciting novels to read. The white-haired elder had an ordinary status in the Wuji Sword sect. He was just an ordinary elder who received disciples. His name was He-san, and he was good friends with Bai Wu. Therefore, when he saw the man with Bai Wu's token being killed by a Divine Sword sect disciple, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear his enemy into pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure this. That was because the Wuji Sword sect would not start a conflict with the Divine Sword sect over an ordinary Void Realm disciple. If he did not have the Wuji Sword sect as his backer, how could he fight the Divine Sword sect? Therefore, he chose to endure it. He endured it for hundreds of millions of years. If not for Fang Chen's arrival, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. Where is he buried? Fang Chen asked woodenly. At the foot of the Wuji Sword sect mountain, Elder He-san said. Can you bring me there? Fang Chen asked. Elder He-san nodded and brought Fang Chen down the mountain again. Soon, the two of them arrived at a small mountain beside the Wuji Sword mountain. There was a tombstone in the middle of the mountain peak. There were no words on it. Fang Chen walked towards the tombstone step by step. His heart had never been so heavy. He rubbed the tombstone gently with his palm. His heart was filled with endless pain. Master! Fang Chen knelt on the ground. Tears flowed out of his eyes. Men do not cry easily. They only cry when they are deeply hurt. Fang Chen's journey was all because of the inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. If not for the golden heart left behind by Gu Yuan, he might have returned to Earth a long time ago. He would not have been able to dominate the universe and come to the Wuji sword sect. The golden heart had been with him since he was a teenager until he stepped onto the peak of the universe. During this process, Fang Chen was very grateful to Gu Yuan. Although they had never met, he would never forget Gu Yuan's kindness to him. When he was in Yuan Huang Impasse, he was puzzled. Master Gu Yuan had clearly left the universe. Why did he not call for reinforcements? Now the truth was finally out. Before he could even enter the limitless sword sect, he had already fallen. Fang Chen could imagine the scene back then. A void realm cultivator who had just arrived in the primal chaos void had finally arrived at the limitless sword sect after much difficulty. He was just one step away from reaching the top of the limitless sword mountain. However, a conflict broke out between them and the disciples of the Divine Blade sect. Fang Chen didn't know the reason for the conflict. He only knew that his master, Gu Yuan, had been killed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and quickly carved small characters one after another on the tombstone. In the blink of an eye, a vertical line of words appeared on the blank tombstone. Master Gu Yuan's tomb. At the bottom, it was written, Unfilial Disciple Fang Chen. Master, have a safe journey. I will avenge you. Fang Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart and muttered to himself. After adjusting his emotions, Fang Chen turned around and asked, shouldn't the tomb of a limitless sword sect disciple be in the sword sect? Elder He-san shook his head and smiled bitterly. How easy is it to place the tomb in the sword sect? Under normal circumstances, only peerless geniuses or high-ranking members of the sword sect are qualified to build their tombs in the sword sect. So, my master, Gu Yuan, has always been here? Fang Chen said, as a disciple of the limitless sword sect. He didn't step into the limitless sword sect until his death. Fang Chen's voice contained a trace of anger. This was his dissatisfaction towards the limitless sword sect. Actually, there are some things that are beyond your control in the sword sect. If one day you can become an incomparably dazzling disciple or a high-ranking member of the sword sect, your master's tomb will naturally be moved to the sword sect's cemetery, Elder He-san said softly. In the limitless sword sect's cemetery, those who were buried were all senior experts who had contributed greatly to the sword sect or were highly respected, as well as those monstrous geniuses who died prematurely. It was impossible for someone like Gu Yuan to be valued by the limitless sword sect. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the main theme everywhere. It was the same in the limitless sword sect. His master's corpse was exposed in the wilderness, and no one cared. It was all because his master was too weak and could not attract the attention of the higher-up. Take it easy. Because of the white fog, He-san's attitude towards Fang Chen was very friendly. I know. Fang Chen hid the hatred in the depths of his mind. Right now, he was too weak. He did not have the qualifications to avenge his master. He could wait. He was not in a hurry. One day, he would reach a level where his enemies would tremble. When that time came, blood would be repaid with blood. Don't be too sad. On the path of martial arts, if your strength is inferior to your opponent, your outcome will usually be the same. Therefore, only perseverance and hard work can be the only foundation, He-san comforted him. Soon, He-san brought Fang Chen back to the limitless sword sect. Before leaving, Fang Chen looked at the tombstone longingly. Let me explain the rules of the limitless sword sect to you first, Elder He-san said. After I settle you down, I'll go and bring Brother Bai Wu back. Fang Chen had already calmed down. He listened carefully. After all, his master had already died. So what if he was sad? He might as well focus on cultivating and avenge his master as soon as possible. The Limitless Sword sect is divided into many factions. Each faction represents a miniature universe. Warriors from the same miniature universe will naturally take care of each other and help each other. Moreover, when there are more factions, the disciples will compete with each other. This is beneficial to the long-term development of the Limitless Sword sect, Elder He-san said slowly. Warriors like you, who have just come from the miniature universe, can only be considered the most ordinary official disciples. Through Elder He-san's introduction, Fang Chun completely understood the structure and operation of the Limitless Sword sect. The Limitless Sword sect was divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Official disciples could only live in the outer sect. All the miniature universe factions were in the outer sect. As for the inner sect, only those who had reached the Unity Realm were qualified to apply for it. However, it was uncertain whether they would succeed. The inner sect disciples were the elites of the elite. Basically, all of them could build their own universes. It was just that their cultivation time was too short. Some of the universes they built did not even have a lifespan of more than one universe epoch. The outer sect had a total of 72 factions. However, after Fang Chen's arrival, it became 73 factions. Kid, you'll be under a lot of pressure if you have your own faction in the future, Elder He-san said. This was because in the past few universe epochs, almost no one from the galaxy universe had come out of the primal chaos void. Even if someone did come out, they would not join the Limitless Sword sect. Instead, they would join another sect. Hence, before Fang Chun came, the galaxy universe did not have any factions in the outer sect. Since he appeared, it was natural for him to establish his own faction. This had happened before in the history of the Limitless Sword sect. However, many people could not withstand the pressure and chose to join other powerful factions in the end. They gave up on their own faction. I've already reported your news to the higher-ups. They've also agreed to let you establish your own faction, Elder He-san said. Elder He-san said, there's an empty mansion next to my Immortal Crane residence. From now on, the Galaxy Sect's base will be in this mansion. Many thanks, Elder He-san. Fang Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. These things seemed simple, but in reality, Elder He-san had dealt with quite a lot of things. Otherwise, if Fang Chun were to do it alone, who knew how long he would have to wait? Perhaps it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Elder He-san brought Fang Chun to the empty mansion. He pointed at the golden plaque above the mansion and said, "Give this mansion a name. You'll be cultivating here for a long time. Since I'm from the Galaxy universe, then this mansion will be called the Galaxy Mansion." Hearing this, Elder He-san waved his hand lightly. Instantly, 3 bold and powerful words appeared on the golden plaque. "Alright, it'll be called the Galaxy Mansion." Elder He-san laughed heartily and said, "Wait for me in the Star River Prefecture. I'll go to the Star River Cosmos and bring Brother Bai Wu back." Elder He-san, Fang Chun looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. "If there's anything, just tell me," Elder He-san said. "I wonder if the Limitless Sword sect allows disciples to bring their family members?" Fang Chun asked. Chapter 2094. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. His wife and daughter couldn't stay in the Star River Cosmos forever. It would be best if he could bring them along. Especially his wife and his 4 brothers. Their cultivation had reached the level of the strongest god emperors. They just lacked an opportunity to step into the Void Realm. "Senior He-san, can you bring me back to the Star River Cosmos?" Fang Chun asked. "Sure." Elder He-san might be a Unity Realm expert, but he was strong enough to travel through the void freely. Under Elder He-san's lead, they traveled through the endless void. Fang Chun didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt it was very long. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chun suddenly felt the origin source power become thinner. He knew that the two of them should have left Dongxian Heaven and were on their way to the Star River universe. Voila! After another period of time, Fang Chun heard the sound of space being torn apart. Then, he felt a familiar aura. The aura of my hometown. Fang Chun opened his eyes and looked down. He was excited. Although he had only left for a few decades, the God realm had changed a lot. I've found Brother Bai Wu. I'll go find him first. Get ready, Elder He-san said. Then, his figure flashed and entered the Origin Wilderness Forbidden Ground. Divine Sunlight Palace. The current Divine Sunlight Palace had developed to its peak. Fang Shi had passed the position of Palace Master to Tian Xen. Divine Sunlight Palace ruled on behalf of the heavens. Anyone who went against the God realm and did something that destroyed the universe would receive the punishment they deserve. The other top forces were also developing with each passing day. Brother Fang arrived at the territory of Divine Sunlight Palace with a thought. While traveling through space, he could often hear martial artists from various places discussing the many experts of Divine Sunlight Palace. However, what surprised Fang Chen was that the names that came up the most were not Fang Shi or Star and Moon, but the four God Emperors: Heaven-devouring God Emperor, Astro Sovereign, Pegasus God Emperor, and Mountain-piercing God Emperor. The combination of these four great God Emperors swept through the entire divine realm. They were unstoppable and no one dared to offend them. Even God Emperor Destruction and the others felt a headache when they saw the four of them. Ever since the four of them became the strongest God Emperors, they often liked to disguise themselves as weaklings and play around. When he approached the Shinshi Palace, Fang Chen found the old faker. At this moment, the old faker's main body was surrounded by a strong aura. It seemed that the old faker had made a breakthrough. This guy. With a single glance, Fang Chen could tell that the old faker was breaking through to the God Emperor realm. However, he had encountered some bottlenecks. Beside the old faker, the four great God Emperors were waiting anxiously. Old faker, can you do it? Little Mouse asked anxiously. It should be about the same. With us four great Emperor gods here, the old faker should be able to break through easily, right? The old faker seems to have encountered a bottleneck. How can we help him? Why don't we ask Shi'er for help? Even though Pangolin had become the strongest God Emperor, he was the calmest among the four of them. He suggested to ask Fang Shi for help. After all, the latter was the only cosmos god in the galaxy universe. No need. I can do it myself. The old faker's hoarse voice could be heard from the huge tree trunk. Dong. A deafening sound could be heard from the huge tree trunk. The old faker did not want Fang Shi to help him for the sake of his reputation. He was trying to break through forcefully. At this moment, Fang Chen, who was in the clouds, had already discovered the difficulty that the old faker was facing. There is a limit to the cultivation height of plant. It is too difficult for him to break through to the God Emperor realm with his own strength. Fang Chen shook his head lightly. The old faker was already considered very strong to be able to reach this stage. Since he had met the old faker, he naturally had to help him. Voila! Fang Chen tapped lightly with his finger. Immediately, a vast amount of origin source energy entered the old faker's huge tree trunk silently. Suddenly, a terrifying aura could be felt from the huge tree trunk. Hong long long. Following that, the old faker's main body started to expand crazily and soared into the sky. The old faker has broken through? When Little Mouse saw this, his eyes widened and he was very excited. The old faker's main body kept expanding until it reached the sky. Voila! The main body shook a little and a shocking aura filled the entire deity world. Immediately, the countless branches and leaves on the old faker's body covered the entire sky of the deity world. At this moment, the entire deity world noticed this strange phenomenon. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others had already arrived at the territory of the Divine Light Palace. The plant has broken through to the God Emperor realm. Amazing, the God Emperor of Destruction said. It is indeed the divine tree that followed my disciple. The bone progenitor grinned. After the old faker broke through to the God-Emperor realm, he immediately retracted his aura and the lush branches and leaves on his main body gradually retracted. Immediately, the sky of the deity world became clear again. Ha ha ha, I have finally broken through. The old faker laughed and was very excited. Brother Mouse, I can travel the deity world with you in the future and have fun everywhere. Congratulations. The 4 god emperors came forward to congratulate him and sat on the main body of the old faker. The god emperor of destruction and the others were speechless. Only the 4 god emperors dared to do this. If it were anyone else, the old faker would have been furious. Congratulations, my friend, for becoming a god emperor. The god emperor of destruction and the others congratulated him. Ha ha ha. It has been a long time since we last met. How are you? Fang Chen's sudden appearance stunned all the god emperors. Fang Chen, the bone progenitor, was stunned when he saw the familiar voice. Father. Fang Shi was a cosmos god. He noticed the old faker's breakthrough at the first moment and soon found his father. Voila! Fang Shi tore through the void and brought his mother, the moon god emperor, to Fang Chen's side. You have worked hard. Fang Chen hugged his wife and daughter with an indescribable emotion. Father, you are finally back. Fang Shi's eyes moved as he said excitedly. Ha ha ha, boss is back. The 4 god emperors were even more excited. They flew away from the old faker and surrounded Fang Chen. The other god emperors were even more shocked. He had left the cosmos for a few decades and now he was back. How much had his strength increased? Everyone, it has been a long time. After a long time, Fang Chen let go of his wife and daughter and clasped his fists towards the God Emperor of Destruction and the others. He said, "Let's return to the Divine Light Palace first." The group of God Emperors followed Fang Chen back to the Divine Light Palace. The incarnation of the old faker also came to the Divine Light Palace and stood with the 4 God Emperors. Everyone, I came back this time because I have something to announce. Fang Chen looked at everyone. I have safely arrived at the Limitless Sword sect in the Primal Chaos Void, and have settled down there. I have come back this time to bring some people to the Limitless Sword sect. At this point, Fang Chen paused for a while and continued, I have 20 places. Besides my 5 brothers, there are also my wife and daughter. There are a total of 7 places. As for the remaining places, if you want to go, you can let me know. The God Emperors widened their eyes in shock. On the other hand, Fang Shi and Xing Yu revealed a faint smile on their faces. Star and Moon, especially, had never doubted her husband. She knew what kind of price her husband had paid to protect them. She also knew that one day, her husband would come back from the Primal Chaos Void to pick them up. You don't have to make a decision now. Go back and think about it. Then, Fang Chen transmitted some information about the Primal Chaos Void to the God Emperor's mind. Soon, the God Emperors left in a hurry. Boss, I missed you so much. After you left, the 4 of us were very bored. Little Mouse smiled. It wasn't challenging at all. You guys better behave yourselves when you go to the Limitless Sword sect, Fang Chen said. Master, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Tian Xian ran over, panting. Qing Ho was behind him. Good brother, I knew you would come back. Suddenly, the Divine Light Palace was very lively. At this moment, in the Yuan Wilderness, when Elder He-san walked to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Valley, his body trembled and his face was filled with excitement. At the same time, on the stone platform in the valley, the white-bearded old man turned around. The 2 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Valley was very peaceful and peaceful. Chapter 2095. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Many people's strength had increased this time, such as Qing Ho and Tian Xian. Although they hadn't reached the God Emperor realm, they were famous among the true gods. Especially Tian Xian. With Palace Master Shinshi's name, even the leaders of the other 6 top forces didn't dare to disrespect her. Qing Ho had become a famous puppet master in the God Realm. No one in the God Realm could compare to his attainments in puppetry. Moreover, Qing Ho had brought the Heaven Puppet Clan from the lower world to the God Realm. He was trying to revive the Heaven Puppet Clan. Although it was just the beginning, with Qing Ho around, it wouldn't take long for the Heaven Puppet Clan to flourish. Of course, there were 2 people who surprised Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian had ascended to the God Realm with their own effort. They could have joined Shen Shi Palace and enjoyed endless resources to quickly increase their cultivation. However, the 2 women didn't seem to want that. They were training and improving their cultivation in various places in the God Realm. However, Tian Xian was afraid that something would happen to them, so she had secretly sent a message to many experts to keep an eye on Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. Palace Master Shen Shi's words were very authoritative. Master, Aunt Qing and Aunt Xian have been unwilling to come to Shen Shi Palace. They don't even want to go to the Sky Bone Palace, Tian Xian whispered. In fact, Star and Moon had already known about Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian's existence. She had even gone to meet the 2 of them personally, but no one knew what had happened during their meeting. Leave it to me. Thank you. Fang Chen patted Tian Xian's shoulder lightly, then turned to Star and Moon with an apologetic look. Go and see them, Star and Moon said considerately. As long as her husband loved her, she didn't care about anything else. Whoosh! Fang Chen spread out his consciousness, and soon found Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. The 2 seemed to have encountered some trouble in a certain area of the Beast God Clan's territory. With a single thought, Fang Chen arrived at the Orc God Tribe's territory. Ancient Sword Emperor, would you like to visit my Beast God Tribe? God Emperor Destruction sensed Fang Chen's arrival and immediately sent a message to him. I'm here for some matters. I won't trouble God Emperor Destruction, Fang Chen said. In the clouds of the void, Fang Chen looked down quietly. The 2 women were fighting with a group of desperados. Beauties, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. This man had just entered the Divine King realm. He wanted to use his strength to suppress Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. He wanted to take them back to be his wives. Scram! Princess Xian had a violent temper. How could she allow him to humiliate her? It's really strong, but that's what I like. The Divine King Realm warrior walked towards the 2 ladies step by step, his eyes filled with greed. If you take another step forward, there's no need for you to continue living. Suddenly, a light voice came from the void. The 2 women, who were preparing to fight to the death, suddenly heard this voice. Immediately, their beautiful faces were filled with astonishment. Their beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. It's him. The 2 ladies said with certainty. Who's talking? The Divine King Realm warrior lifted his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he shouted angrily. Fang Chen walked out from the void with a bitter smile on his face. He looked at the 2 ladies and said, Why do you have to do this? The 2 ladies were silent. Their beautiful eyes twinkled as they stared at Fang Chen. You can go and find Tian Xian. Fang Chen continued. At this moment, he had already walked to the side of the 2 women. You're back. There were many things that she wanted to say. However, at this moment, Bai Qingqing felt that her throat was a little hoarse. She couldn't say anything that she wanted to say previously. Princess Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She tried her best to hold back her tears. Kid, do you want to die? The Divine King Realm warrior was furious that he was ignored by Fang Chen. Get out of my way. Don't waste my time. The Divine King Realm warrior continued to shout. However, in the next moment, he found that his body was confined in the void. He couldn't move or even speak. The Divine King Realm warrior was shocked as he looked at Fang Chen in fear. You're too weak. I don't want to kill you. However, as a punishment, you'll have to stay here for 100 years. After 100 years, the confinement will be lifted automatically. Fang Chen said calmly, as for the rest of you, get lost. Immediately, the Divine Realm warriors who came with the Divine King Realm warrior dispersed in an uproar. You've worked hard. Fang Chen strode forward. He opened his arms and hugged the two ladies overbearingly. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian were stunned for a moment. Then, they blushed as they lowered their heads and struggled. Let's go. Come back with me. Fang Chen's attitude was forceful. He brought the two ladies back to Shenxi Palace without any explanation. Shenxi Palace, on a misty mountain peak. Fang Chen let go of the two ladies. Their faces were still blushing as they were shy. Are you going to leave, after coming back? After a long while, Bai Qingqing played with her skirt and asked softly. We'll be back soon, Fang Chen said. Suddenly, the air was filled with a complicated aura. The two ladies fell into silence. However, before that, can I invite the two of you to follow me to the chaotic void? Fang Chen looked at the two ladies' expressions and said with a grin. The two ladies raised their heads at the same time and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. The two ladies loved Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. However, ever since they knew that Fang Chen had a wife, they had hidden their love for him in the bottom of their hearts. To be honest, they also wanted to be together with Fang Chen. However, as time passed, Fang Chen had already become the strongest person in the God realm, while they were still at the bottom. This made the two ladies feel that they were not worthy of Fang Chen, so they hid their love even more. However, Fang Chen had invited the two of them to head to the primal chaos void together. This made the two ladies very surprised. Their eyes were filled with joy, but they tried hard to suppress it. We're too weak. We'll only be a burden if we go. Bai Qingqing had already recovered her previous expression and said calmly. That's right. We're not even divine kings. We'd better not go. Princess Xian also said. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. After speaking, Fang Chen turned and left without any reluctance. The two ladies were a little disappointed when they saw this. However, just as Fang Chen left, the Moon God Emperor appeared. The three ladies were devastatingly beautiful. They were rare beauties that only appeared once in 100 years. When they stood together, they complemented each other even more. The three ladies had three different auras. At this moment, in the clouds, Fang Chen looked at the three ladies and said, I'll leave it to you. In Yin-Yang Valley, Bai Wu and the He-San brothers met. Naturally, they were very excited. The two chatted for a long time. In the end, they decided to leave the universe and return to the Limitless Sword sect. As for Old Kuei, his mission was to protect the primitive wilderness. He would not leave easily. Old Kuei will take our leave first, Bai Wu said with a smile. Ha ha ha, come visit me often in the future. Old Kuei said with a smile. After a period of preparation, the name list was basically decided. First, it was Fang Shi and Star and Moon. Then, it was Bai Qingqing and Princess Xian. Little Mouse and the other three, plus the old faker. In this way, Fang Chen's side had already occupied 8 spots. There were still 12 spots left. The God Emperor of Destruction pursued perfection and agreed to follow Fang Chen to the primal chaos void. As for the other Supreme God Emperors, they all chose to reject. The competition in the primal chaos void was too fierce. They felt that they were not qualified to go. Even if they went, they would need Fang Chen's protection. They would never be able to grow. As for the bone progenitor, his research on the space-time cultivation system had reached a certain level. He did not want to leave. He would only leave after he perfected the space-time cultivation system. After the name list was confirmed, Fang Chen brought his parents on Earth to the Divine Light Palace. Fang Chen specially set up a time-accelerated cultivation space for the two elders. He also left a large amount of resources for them to cultivate. As for Luo Liuli and Fang Tianyu, they also rejected Feng Chen's invitation. Luo Liuli also came to the God Realm. With the protection of the Divine Light Palace, there was almost no danger. In the end, he raised the cultivation of his avatar to the God Emperor realm and stayed with his parents for a long time.